to the final day of the Yu-Gi-Oh! World Championship 2024. Today marks the end of a year of competition. Today marks the beginning of the reign of 4 title champions. And to kick off this day, duelists from around the world, please welcome the Seattle Kakon Taiko! A stage fit for champions, so let's meet our competitors for WCS 2024 Day 2. Up first for Dueling's Rush Duel, Marc-Andre Ladouceur-Kirkor. And his opponent, Gabriel Tan-Yong-Jun. Next, for Duel Link's Speed Duel, Takuma Kiramura. And also Sebastian Villarroel. Now for TCG/OCG, Yuto Kondo! And please welcome Mark Solis! Alongside Ruben Penaranda! And finally, for our top four, Jose Santiago! Now moving on to our Master Duel teams. First up, Team CER, welcome Seong-Yong So, Chi-Suk Kim, and Sean Lee! Representing Team 7, Ryan Yu, Jesse Cotton, and Raymond Dye. For Team Snipe Hunters, Joshua Schmidt, Emre Kizilates, and Jack Rory Stinghammer. And finally, Heroes Future, Tasuku Kobunawa, Takayuki Ota, and Yuya Otaka. All enter the stage as hopefuls, but only few will remain as champions. The stage is set and duelists are ready, so let's send it to the casters to kick off WCS 2024 Day 2.
Thank you very much, Kangas. My name is Ibriz, and I will be covering Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel here at the World Championship 2024.
And I'm Pheromone, aka Steven Darling, and I am here to host your Rush Duel, Duel Links Championship, and your Speed Duel Duel Links Championship.
It's going to be a good weekend this weekend. I'm Jerome McHale, and I'm going to be here alongside Billy and Asala for the semifinals and finals of the TCG and OCG divisions. This has been a fantastic weekend so far. I can't wait to see how it's all going to shake out in the end.
Just some incredible dueling action, and it's been really exciting, too, to see the very first Rush Duel Duel Links World Championship. It's just been so cool, so amazing dueling action coming your way. Right, Ibriz?
Yeah, exactly that. And also, Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel at this level being team-focused is super cool to see. We've seen so many good competitors from all over the world, and really exciting to see where we go from here.
Could be even a repeat of last year's finals.
That is true. It is in the books. If the bracket goes that way, we could see that illustrious Team 7 versus Snipe Hunters rematch. That'll be something to watch for, but only the cards will do the talking here.
Yes.
Well, the cards and us.
And us. And us, of course. And us. And us. Just some incredible stuff, though. You have to say the energy here is absolutely incredible. That Taiko introduction, something that obviously every duelist dreams of being here, even the duelists who are here, but to actually see it is just something else.
Yeah, absolutely. Honestly, again, just the energy from the teams competing in Master Duel, the duelists competing in the other categories as well.
I always like the performances because it's a great way to get focused, especially if you're a player. You could see them off on the side, all standing and watching the show in unison, and it looked like they were this is how they were locking in to get ready for their championship matches today.
you're definitely right. It kind of makes it real when you think about it. Effectively, all of that work that they put in over the entire course of the year, this is the moment. If they want to be the World Championship, well, today's the day for them to be that World Champion.
Yeah, this will really kind of set the pace for a lot of these players for the remainder of the year, whether we crown new kings or whether we have the reigning champions, especially for Master Duel, continue to maintain their success.
And it's a tough road here. Like, it's really not easy to get here in any of these games. For TCG and the OCG, for instance, you can either perform extremely well throughout an entire year and then win a playoff, a single elimination playoff before your WCQ, which is, 4-round single elimination, no pressure, entire year on the line, or you can make top 4 in an 18-round tournament. It's easy, right?
Certainly, certainly. For Duel Links, it's pretty much the same journey as well. It is paved with duels. That's the road to Worlds. Whether you qualified here via going the Kaiba Corporation Cup, similar to Master Duel's 3-day qualifiers, or you were able to make it through the WCS regional qualifiers, every duelist who made it here to that first day, so many duels, so much preparation, having to bring so many different decks, and still, we could only crown one champion.
Yeah, definitely some really accomplished players here, as well as some surprisingly new faces as well.
Rush Duel, I think, is particularly interesting. You talk about new faces. How about new game modes entirely? Rush Duel was only introduced, a year ago? Like, pretty soon after last year's World Championship is when Rush Duel made it into Duel Links. And we already have these really strong players here competing this weekend.
We do. We got to see some repeat World Championship competitors make the stage, but we can only crown one winner, but we are going to crown the first winner. I mean, think about that. That's somebody who you could never take that away from them. They will be the first Duel Links Rush Duel World Champion.
Indeed, and with Snipe Hunters being our first Master Duel champions last year, it'll be really interesting to see if they can repeat that this year.
Well, speaking about the World Championship, again, it is a tournament to determine the world's #1 duelist in the following categories. Of course, the Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading Card Game, Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Links Speed Duel, Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Links Rush Duel, and Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel.
And Master Duel, of course, is a team competition, as was started last year, so we'll have 3 champions out of that division, which would mean a total of 6 new, or possibly returning, world champions this year. Now, let's start off with the regulations for the 2024 World Championship, OCG and TCG regulations. These rules are based on the rules that were put in effect on April 1st, 2020. That means that monsters other than Link monsters and Pendulum monsters can be summoned from the extra deck to those main monster zones without the need of Link arrows. Each round consists of 1 match, and the first duelist to win 2 out of 3 duels within that match wins the match. Deck sizes are the same as usual. It's that 40 to 60 cards with a maximum of 15 cards in your extra deck and 15 cards in the side deck. However, there's a little bit of a difference in how the Forbidden and Limited card list works here. As usual, Forbidden cards can't be used at all. You can only have 1 of a limited card in your deck, and only 2 copies of a semi-limited card in any deck. The card pool itself is going to be a little different. It consists of cards released in Japan up to the 27th. That would be the Infinite Forbidden here in the TCG, excluding any exclusive cards from those sets. On day 1, we played 7 Swiss rounds of 45 minutes of each and cut to top 8. We played that first round of single elimination top 8 at 55 minutes. Now today, on day 2, the semifinals are also going to be 55 minutes. And then for our final match of the day, there will be no time limit, though the players will still have to play at a reasonable pace. The deck building restrictions are a little bit different. Some of the OCG players are going to have to step a little bit back in time and others forward.
Well, not to rush you, but let's talk about the Rush Duel regulations. Again, it's going to be the first tournament for that. The Forbidden and Limited list is based after August 9th of 2024. 5 decks have to be used with no overlap of character or skills. They have to set legendary skills in 3 or more decks. And they have a max of 3 copies of each card across all decks. The same legend card can be used in up to 3 decks as well, and you can select 2 tactical cards, cards that effectively break those rules that can be used across all of your decks. The limited cards can only be used up to the number of the respective numbers, so it is very difficult to create and craft the perfect decks, because when you use a card for one deck, similar to Master Duel, you're taking away from another. Similarly, Rush Duel regulations here, it's that same Forbidden Limited list of August 9th, and 5 decks with no overlap of those character and skills, but you get to set those legendary skills in 3 or more decks, and it's max 3 copies. It's crazy to think how all these different rules affect everything, because we really got to see that. If you haven't gotten to check out the VOD of the championship yesterday, you definitely want to check it out to see some incredible dueling action. Seeing how all of these different decks were used and put together, it really shows that these duelists aren't just the best rush duelists in the world, they may be some of the best deck builders in the world. Now let's talk about the speed duel regulations. Very similar here. Again, it's going to be that August 9th is that cutoff. They'll also have to build 5 decks with no overlap of characters and skills and set 3 legendary skills across those decks. They have a max of 3 copies of each card across all decks, and similarly, but a little different, players can only select 1 tactical card that they can use across the 3 copies of all decks. So it is different than Rush Duel in that regard, and certainly made a difference in the championship yesterday. Definitely check out those matches. They're good ones. But it's going to be really cool to see some of these speed duels. You know, a lot of Yu-Gi-Oh! Duelists are going to be familiar with all of these cards, but skills are what makes dueling so different. They definitely power up certain decks that you may not be familiar with seeing at the top tables. So you may see some of your favorite things, like the Boar Link skill, right, with your favorite Dragon Link monsters, or maybe you'll see Sky Striker, but it's going to function a little differently here. Talking about the regulations, players can use any deck of their choice. However, the same deck cannot be used twice in a round. So duelists familiar with one another, if they played earlier in the tournament, will know, oh, he used that deck. That means he can't use it again, and maybe he's got those left. So they similarly have to compare each other's win records and decide what to use next. It's been really interesting to see because, again, we did have a couple of rematches in the semifinals too.
And rematches are on the cards again compared to last year for Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel. We mentioned Team 7 and Snipe Hunters, but let's talk about how they actually got here. So 2 decks per team member of the Master Duel category. The deck building regulations will follow the August 10th Forbidden Unlimited list. Main decks between 40 and 60, much like TCG, and the maximum of 15 cards in the extra deck. There are, however, a maximum of 3 copies of each card within a team. More on that in a little bit as to how teams can actually play around that. But limited and semi-limited regulations still apply to any card.
It's a little tough being able to only be able to use that 1 copy of 1 limited card throughout all of those different decks, huh?
Yeah, because you're looking at teams of 3, you have 2 decks per team member. They do, however, have shared cards. These are quite similar to the ones you mentioned in the Duel Links one, Pheromone. However, with 3 of them, 1 theoretically per each teammate, each team can choose up to 3 shared cards. So that regulation where you can only have a maximum of 3 copies of a single card between all 6 decks no longer applies to these 3 cards. Typically we'd see that used on key disruptions that are used in almost every deck, but the experimentation that we've seen out of the various teams has been really interesting to see, and the way that teams can innovate on this, it adds another layer of nuance to just how you play Master Duel at that highest competitive level.
So if I wanted to play Pot of Prosperity in my deck and that's limited, could my whole team share it so we could each play 1 Pot of Prosperity?
Theoretically, but why would you choose to use a shared card on something at 1 when you could instead have 9 copies, or I guess 18 copies? A lot of numbers being thrown around there, but it is 1 team comprising 3 duelists that we want to highlight. 12 teams were here at the start of day 1. We're down to 4 now. It is, of course, a effective best of 9, where the members of each team play against every member of the opposing team. The first team to 5 wins takes the round and advances. Teammates are allowed to communicate with each other during the round, and can effectively help with the strategizing against the opposing team.
It's interesting because since they all play each other character, or each other player rather, and they could have 2 different decks, you can help each other out. Okay, so he played this in this round, and your next opponent he might be playing the other deck. So you know which both decks are once you get to play that player in your final round as well.
Yeah, definitely, again, just the team format really adding an extra layer of strategy to this, whether it means you base your deck selection upon what you're seeing. But actually, on the topic of things we're seeing.
Oh, some incredible prizes there from all walks of dueling life, right? You've got the Time Wizard that everybody loves. You've also got the Rescue Rabbit plushie, but there's some really cool swag unique to the World Championship, including those playmats, an excellent deck box, and it looks like some great OCG products featuring Rage of the Abyss and Crossover Breakers.
You also get extra packs of the sleeves. You got red and blue on there. And those are just the prizes that are given out to everybody who makes the World Championship. There are some other prizes as well, including the prize cards in front of us and the trophy that you saw on the streams yesterday. A lot of really good stuff that some people, like Billy, might do some horrible things to get. But thank you to Cubist for putting together these acrylics and the trophies for us this weekend. They look really fantastic, and they really show off those cool cards inside.
Yeah.
Absolutely some incredible stuff. Any duelist would love to take these home, but we're going to have to find out via the duels, right? And that's really the hardest part, too, because everybody does get to walk away with this beautiful experience. They do get the lovely prize pack that we saw. But all of these champions didn't come here to take second place. They came here to be the world champion of the respective formats. So we're going to see some good stuff today as they quest to get these 3 special cards.
I mean, you take the title here, you have bragging rights for at least a year or probably a lifetime. Yeah, there's a lot on the line.
If you thought the duels were intense yesterday, you better get ready and strap in, because it's going to be even more intense today. And in the TCG, these are going to be our matchups here. Yuto Kondo is going to take on Mark Solis in the first of our 2 semifinals. We saw Mark finally at the end of the day yesterday after he finished 6-0-1, undefeated but with 1 draw on the record. A very strong candidate to take it all. And then on the other side, we've got a rematch here between Ruben Penaranda and Jose Santiago. Well, we saw how it ended the first time around. We'll see if there is a similar result the second time around, or if the script is going to be flipped and have a different finals. There are 3 players from North America and 1 from Japan here in the finals. There's a very strong performance once again by the North American team this year, following up from last year's performance in which Polly Aronson was able to take it home. Mark Solis, as you might know, is taking the place of Polly here at the World Championship this weekend. Mark was the 5th place duelist at the WCQ, and the way it passed down ended up like this.
Well, speaking of passing down, we'll take a look at the Rush Duel bracket. Again, we are going to have just the finals today, so it's going to be Voltalon versus Quantum Cubes. Just some incredible Rush Dueling from both of them, so it's going to be interesting to see stuff happen.
Very dominant victories from the looks of things as well to qualify for that.
Absolutely. The 3-0 there was just difficult to watch because you want to see both duelists give it their all, but just doesn't happen. Voltalon took it 3-0 over Zeta and Jorfio. Fortunately, he was beat by Quantum Cubes 3-0, but both of these people are world-class duels. I'm so we'll see Jorfio and Zeta back on this stream again sometime. Oh, but just really great stuff. But speaking of great stuff, let's take a look at our speed duelists. It's going to be Tadashi versus Taku, who, well, Taku did beat him, so he'll advance to the finals. And Shelmy won 3-0 against Misaka, and so that's why our finals are going to be Taku versus Shelmy. Just some incredible games there, especially as you mentioned, you know, those dominant 3 victories. That Tadashi versus Taku game was incredible because Tadashi went up 2-0 immediately. But then Taku walked it all the way back from the brink. So maybe he'll be able to use that tenacity, or maybe Shelby will repeat that against him. But it shows you that even on the World Championship stage, you are never out until you are out.
Is that one going to be, is that a VOD? Can I check that one out later on?
Yeah, you could do it. You can even check
I missed a lot of the Rush Duel and Speed Duel.
Hey, but here's the good news. Even if you don't check the VOD, you can watch it within the Duel Links app. It shows play-by-play action. So if you open it up, hey, speaking of opening it up, let's open it up to Master Duel.
Thank you very much for that one. And yeah, Master Duel, really, really heated competition on day 1. CER coming out of a really competitive Group A as the first seed, matches up against Team 7, who escaped Group B as the second. Snipe Hunters are reigning world champions. Actually fell to CER in their deciding match, but still managed to make it out into day 2 to face off against Heroes Future. And these teams are so good. The amount of Yu-Gi-Oh prowess that we saw was incredible. CER having such a strong showing on day one when a lot of people really underestimated them. It's been a while since they actually qualified for this event through the Duelist Cup last year. Team 7, a little bit less consistent than we'd expect. You know, they were finalists last year. They have the star power, and yet they found themselves tangled up in a really, really difficult race for the second seed, not even the first seed. Snipe Hunters, on the other hand, yes, they're the world champions, but they lost their first feature match. They lost the last feature match, but they still made it here, and they were so dominant in their other games. Heroes Future as well, with Tusku leading them, almost made it out undefeated entirely, winning 4 of their 5 rounds, only dropping that final one.
It's going to be a really exciting weekend. I cannot wait to see how it's all going to shake out. But first, going to take a quick break. Don't go away.
And welcome back, everybody, to the Yu-Gi-Oh! World Championship 2024 Master Duel category. My name is Ibriz, and I'm joined by Chilled Chaos. Hello. And Dazeev.
Hello, we are back, and we are here with the semi-finals. Who are we watching today?
We are watching one of either CER versus Team 7 and Snipe Hunters versus Heroes Future. I believe it will be the latter one.
I believe it is. Snipe Hunters and Heroes Future are getting prepared up there on the stage. We are on the main stage today for the feature matches, of course, and there's a lot riding on this. Obviously, you want to make it to the finals. This is day 2. They've had a night to sleep, a night to talk about, how their matches went, maybe what they could have done differently. What do you think is going through these players' heads right now?
Definitely thinking, we've made it this far, let's just have another consistent day, because looking at the way these teams did get to this point, CER were surprisingly dominant in their group, but Heroes Future were unparalleled in the way they were.
And I think Chilled has some stats on them.
Well, so Heroes Future, with 45 games they played yesterday, took 29 wins. That's a .644 win percentage. That's the highest of the bracket of anyone else that played. Snipe Hunters, who they might be going up against, is 26 wins out of 45 with a .577. Now, I know that doesn't seem like it's too much, but Yu-Gi-Oh! Sometimes it does feel like a coin flip, but being able to get .644 as your win percentage, that's incredible.
Especially at this level. It will be Heroes Future taking on Snipe Hunters, and that will be who will be breaking down shortly.
Yes, so we will see that in just a moment here. We are jumping in to that feature match. Let's take a look at the players.
And on the left-hand side here, we have Heroes Future. This is Tusku's team. He is on a redemption arc, returning to the World Championship after exiting last year pretty early. But now he is ready. He is backed up by Maguro, by Goryoku, and they are looking really good, going almost undefeated in their qualification matches.
Yes, absolutely. And the team to beat really going into this. We have 2 of the teams to beat, if you think about it. And here we have Snipe Hunters.
Snipe Hunters, of course, Joshua Schmidt in the middle there, the team captain, with Emre and Quantal quietly consistent alongside him, really looking at defending their world title.
They all played fantastic yesterday, but now we have a fresh new day. Yesterday was a gauntlet. You're going through 5 rounds, an hour plus apiece. How is that going to factor in when we have a fresh new start today? Who feels rested? Who got a good night's sleep? I'm excited to see who comes out on top.
Who's less jet lagged?
Who's less jet lagged?
No, I think it's a really interesting matchup to have the highest ranking team from yesterday versus the reigning world champions from last year. This is sure to be a fun one. We have not seen this matchup, of course, because we are combining 2 different brackets here today. So this is gonna be pretty crazy, I think.
And with the amount of games that Emre won for this team yesterday, I guess it could also come down to who is playing Floanderiz.
Yeah, absolutely.
Sometimes you need that kind of surprise deck where you can just, I would say, outchase the meta with something a little more spicy.
And actually, speaking of the meta, we've seen Fire King Snake Eye be so dominant on day 1, and a lot of the team captains taking that for themselves. Tusk is so good at that deck, while Josh maybe struggled to get things going.
Well, they do call him Mr. Master Duel for a reason, isn't that right?
Let's agree to that.
Okay, we'll agree to that, Ibriz.
So, coming into this one, we have Maguro and Goryoku as the remaining players on Heroes Future. Again, we mentioned Josh, Emre, Quantal representing Snipe Hunters.
And we're going to see some, these opening decks here are pretty standard. I expect to see the Fire King Snake Eyes. I expect to see the U-Bell, Tearlament. It actually, correct me if I'm wrong here, I think it might actually be those 3 decks starting out for both sides of the playing field here. So it might come down to the secondary decks if they want to really mix things up.
Yeah, so I was really intrigued to see the amount of success that Centurion had on day 1.
That's a good one too.
If not for Team Snipe Hunters, then for the other teams. We saw the likes of CER's Knackwall actually splash that together with
the Super Heavy Samurai.
Yeah, that was really cool. That was one of the highlights of day 1 for sure. But definitely, if you're looking for highlight reel-worthy gameplay, these are the teams to watch.
Yeah, I bet we're going to see some close games here. We are at the point where there's nothing about, individual games across Swiss rounds. We are talking about this is the match. We are in single elimination. I'm sure there's a ton of pressure on these players.
And there's a lot of narrative behind it as well, because Josh, being one of the most prominent figures in the Yu-Gi-Oh community for his educational content, for his top-level gameplay, whereas you look at his teammates as well, and we said they were quietly consistent, but they are also so good and so accomplished in their own right. Quantal, during last year, won Tearlament's mirror matchups against Jesse Cotton, something that not many duelists have been able to do.
That's a feat in its own right. I'm just wondering, now that you're face-to-face and we're about to start, are we going to see the dancing that we saw yesterday from Heroes Future? They were having a good time.
Indeed they were. I think that was Muguro that was really happy with
he was enjoying his
how
W's.
things were playing out. Actually, we'll see Josh now open up the Fire King Island. It's a good start for the Snake Eye Fire King deck.
Yeah, Fire King Island, not bad. I didn't actually quite see what he was catching. I do see in Duel B there over there, Dimension Shifter being activated, which is pretty interesting as well. We also see Tearlaments kind of popping off with the Rhino Heart and Cashier Fenrir opening. Let's see what Josh is going to go for here and where he might be trying to play. Going for the Ponyx.
From the looks of things, actually, Snipe Hunter's getting ideal starts across the board here for all three team members, because Quantal opening up Kashtira Fenrir is great when it's a one-of. Dimension Shifter as Flaunderies against any other deck is great. And now look, you have the Fire King Island, you have the Ponyx, everything is in motion.
Yeah.
Well,
Ooh, maybe Josh's hand couldn't quite get there. We do see 2 back row and a pass.
I thought the was because the Kit Colossus was not royal finish.
Oh, yeah, fine. Thus proving
I don't have my binoculars open yet, but I am a little bit curious what Josh is going to be able to do from this position. Oh, that is painful.
And
just thrust opening up.
And just making sure you saw it, we do know the Heroes Future is now currently playing under Max C. That did resolve, so we're going to see what that entails and how much he's going to give him.
Okay, we're going to chain the Skyburn for the thrust and the Ponyx. This will put the Ponyx in the graveyard at least, which will then prevent the thrust from just being able to add the card to the hand, which is very important.
And looking at the records on the right-hand side of your screen as well, just, Heroes Future approaching this as the first seed from their group, still would be hesitant to call Snipe Hunters underdogs just because of the prestige of their players and the reputation that they have.
When you come in winning from last year, I believe you don't get the term underdog. You are not entitled to that title. You are the king, and even if you didn't grab the most wins in the first round...
Oh, Heavy Storm against Josh is something we're very familiar with. When he ran Labyrinth yesterday against CR2 against FCG...
And we see a grass looks greener! Okay, milling 7 cards. We did hit the Destrudo, they always do. We did hit the Havness. So we have a name. Do we have anything else? We have the Sullik. Getting that add for a monster. That's a huge hit to be able to add the Shiren. Or the Rhino Heart. Yeah, that works too.
Looking back down at Duel B, it looks like that turn also got passed back. After the Dimension Shifter kind of pass, it is now back in Snipe Hunter for Duel B.
There was an interesting play where the Ponyx, I believe, was either Change of Hearted or Snatch Stolen or something, and then it was tributed for the Swallows quick play spell to add the Rabina to hand, but the Rabina got interrupted, unfortunately, so we stopped there.
Oh, but very clever, though.
We see the Royal Rare Kick Kalos getting hit by the Royal Rare Infinite Impermanence. That's a pretty big deal, but 3 cards in hand, still kind of scary.
Yeah, definitely do have a lot of extension opportunities, but also the graveyard is where we look at as the kind of secondary hand for that Tearlament's deck. And so
we know
far
there's
from
a
what we
Destrudo
saw,
in
there
there.
was a lot of good stuff there, yeah.
Activating Rhino, activating Scream. I mean, this is not where I want to be when I'm playing against Tearlament, but let's see what we get here. Sending the Tearlament's Kashtira for more mills. It looked like we hit a Horus monster.
I think we hit Fenrir as well, but it happens.
Milling the Heartbeat to get a trap
that's
add.
Nice.
Grabbing the Sullik right back, nice.
I mean, even at this point, if he was just to go battle phase, sit another one and pass, that's a pretty hefty board to go through. If you can just pop the Fire King Island, that might be hard to come back from.
Going for the Destrudo, targeting the Rhino probably. Getting that Maxi draw. I mean, it's a difficult spot being on the Maxi right here because you have to wonder, can I actually deal 8,000 damage, or do I just try to set up the best-ish board I can under the circumstances?
I mean, I gotta imagine they're going for the 8K.
What?
Okay.
Oh,
I haven't seen that one in a while.
Oh, very interesting. Have we seen that at all this tournament? That is a very interesting play right there. Rhino Heart is, part of the Vsauce Starcross sort of lore, so that is why it meets the stat requirements.
Is this an 8 and a 3? What are we bringing out? We're bringing out the Psychic End Punisher. And he's down to 4K life points. What a move.
What a play. 7,500 Psychic End Punisher.
That's it.
That's it right there.
That is done. What a play.
I don't think we've seen those techs at all this tournament, even in the games that we previously spectated from Heroes Future.
And despite a strong opening for the Fire King Snake Eye build from Josh, it is Tusk who manages to take it in favor of Heroes Future.
I'm jealous. The Viscer Astrolabe into the Destrudo to make the Psychic End Punisher? I gotta put that in my deck. Oh, we do have ourselves, so we have a Tearlaments versus a Yubel going down in Duel C. We do have the Phantom of Yubel on the board. I don't know if it was negated via an Imperm or the Solic on the board, but we will see as we continue.
Yeah, Tearlaments Kashtira now coming out as well. Primeval Planet Polar Rhino also on the field. You have the Fenrir we alluded to earlier. Everything looks pretty good for Tearlaments players so far in this series.
Assuming that Phantom is not negated, yeah, it's going to be hard to play through with just having one negate on the board, and they are just building and building.
Again, we mentioned how good Quantal was at Tearlaments last year. Again, just going against Jesse Cotton, coming out on top. Seeing him stick with this deck, really impressive, because it seems to be paying off so far.
All these players. I mean, they're even in a Duels Cup won without a Max C using Vanadium. I mean, who does that? I'll tell you, Quantal does.
Yeah. So, Yubel.
Oh, I love Yubel. God.
No, please.
You want to know more about Yubel?
Yeah, tell me.
Well,
tell me a bit about Yubel and how you outplay this.
Super polymerization. Now, you see, if I was in this seat, which I'm not because I'm not nearly good enough, I'd have super poly set. You negate with your Phantom of Yubel. You send the Spirit of Yubel to the graveyard, a Yubel pops out, you super poly the whole board, and you get to shake the opponent's hand and say, nice job, I just beat you. But unfortunately, it doesn't look like we're going to be getting there, so we're going to see how Snipe Hunter continues to build the board, because they are going straight into a Kaleido Heart.
Yeah, Kaleido Heart typically just finishes the game. Once that comes out, it is really difficult to make any kind of comeback here, and just goes to show how dominant Quantal's field currently is.
Plus the field spell. Once you have those combined in the field spell, 2 cards just getting sent back immediately.
Yeah, Primeval Planet Polar Rhino, really, really valuable. Probably one of the most impactful in-theme field spells that we've seen.
Yes, and we have to assume that the Phantom of Yubel was negated. Solic is on the board. He did not attempt to tribute to negate, so I'm going to go on a limb and say it was negated by Solic.
And I do want to point out that when we jumped into this game, even though it might have not initially looked like it, it is actually the Yubel player's turn right here. It's just what we keep talking about with Tearlaments. They don't really care whose turn it is. They're going to do their plays anyway. So all of those fusion summons, all those effects I just activated were on the other player's turn, which gives you a huge advantage. We're going to activate the, we're going to get to the Spirit of Yubel through the Squirmer effect in the grave, I believe that was. So let's see what we got.
I will always appreciate when they say it's our turn.
It's our turn now.
But you get the Squirmer in the grave, so we'll see how they continue to play this out. There are options, there really are, but you're dealing with a Fenrir, you're dealing with the field spell.
The Rukalos, potentially, if that hasn't been used already.
Yeah.
2 cards in hand. It's looking a little rough. Tearlaments, I mean, how many different decks can I say this about? But Tearlaments, once they really get going, once they fill up that graveyard and they got so many floating effects on the board, it just gets really difficult, because even if you do manage to break the board, you can't actually set anything up that will prevent them from doing things. Yubel doesn't have a way to Abyss Dweller, so we're going to see the Crash to deal 3K. Not bad.
Will we see a Typhoon?
Superstar Slayer, Typhon, Sky Crisis.
You're right. I can't read. I
think we're going to see Phantom of Yubel. Okay, the second copy of this. And just a pass there. This doesn't look great. Not feeling this one.
If you are the Yubel player, how do you come back? How does Goryoku make this comeback against Quantal?
Right. I mean, I would love to see the 2 cards in hand to see what else I'm working with, but you got 1 negate, and if it's sent off the board, that's kind of it. And Destrudo's coming on the board, so we're going to get extra protection looking from Quantal's side.
This will give us a Baron to floor, presumably, immediately here, which will be quite strong, being able to pop the back row potentially.
Additionally, just to contextualize this is such an important win for Snipe Hunters to not go 0-3 in the opening set of games here.
They need to get on the board. They need to. And it's possible. It is possible, but we're going to have to see how it plays out.
I think at this point, looking at the field, it is pretty likely that Quanto will be able to get this one. Outside of like some really wacky stuff happening in the hand of Heroes Future here, I don't actually know if there's anything that they could realistically do. We're not going to go to 5 summons. I doubt that. We have multiple interactions on the field to even stop potential Nibiru. I mean, yeah, we're going to take out the Nightmare Pain there. Pretty big deal, so you don't take the damage every single time you attack.
And then Solik on Ubel just making it, unfortunately, a 0-0 monster with no effect.
And there's no opportunity to use the Phantom because the Baron, once it hits the board, that's a negate too. So if you're just tributing the Phantom to tribute it, that's obviously not great. And already on the board here, we can see 12,000-ish damage, I think.
Yeah,
10,000.
This should get Snipe Hunters their first W, which, you know what, everyone here is competitive. So taking 1 out of 3, that's good because we're going to have another set right after, and all of a sudden, you can see a complete reversal of that.
Yep.
But great showing by both teams so far.
Yeah, but Heroes Future still in the lead here, 2-1 up, assuming Quantal does close here. Snipe Hunters behind, but
they've been here before.
Yes.
They've been here before, and they've still made the comeback. I would not count anyone out. You can always, you know, I think that looking at Joshua Schmidt's hand there, just summoning the Ponic, setting 2 and passing, he did the best with what he had, but that doesn't necessarily mean that that's what he was looking for. So I think that hopefully in this next game, you know, the players will all draw a little bit better hands so we can see some high-powered gameplay.
But remember, Snipe Hunters lost their first match yesterday, and you see them sitting in the semi-final seats, sitting there with 26 total wins, so a little setback now doesn't mean anything.
yeah, have to bounce back. And honestly, if we had to count on anyone to do so, it would be the accomplished players, the reigning world champions, Snipe Hunters. Conversely, looking at Heroes Future, just how good have they been so far?
They've been great. I mean, both these teams are incredible. We've talked about it already, but, you know, Heroes Future coming into today as the team to beat from yesterday's bracket, either bracket, the only team to go 4 wins, 1 loss, I believe. And then also we have the reigning world champions for Master Duel here, who obviously want to win. Both these teams are full of fantastic players, some of the best players in the entire world, if not the best players in the entire world, with all of these semi-final duelists. And I think that we are in store here for hopefully 2 more sets, not just 1.
And looking at the player surveys that were available in-game to view, you can see just how much respect Tusku commands from the other players here.
Oh, yeah.
Josh as well, very much a figurehead for competitive Yu-Gi-Oh! And the return to WCS for both of these competitors and the teammates around them is amazing. So, I do just want to talk a bit more about Heroes Future and the teammates surrounding Tusk, because we mentioned,
yes,
you said it, Mr. Master Duel, like very, very prominent within the local communities in Japan. But
renowned.
Also, Moguro has been playing a lot of Centurion and Fire King in experience from what we've seen across the past couple of months. Here, so far, has just been rocking that Snake Eye Fire King to great success.
Absolutely, and I have it written on my notes here, right under it, just style. Sometimes it's not necessarily about just winning, but if you win in style, you get remembered. People like that.
Is that because you like the dance?
I love the dance. I love it.
Resolved?
Absolutely. Anytime a card resolves and it makes you happy, you got to express that.
I do also just want to praise Goryoku because in the preparation leading up to this, we noted that this is a player that favors Pearly, favors Labyrinth, brings Ubel to the World Championship, and so far has been performing fantastically.
All the 29 wins yesterday, 29 out of 45. When you said they were doing great, they weren't just doing great, they were the best team. They are the team to beat. Now, granted, like you said, the team that probably would have a great chance would be last year's winners, but they are the team to beat Heroes Future, and I'm excited to see how the next set of games wrap up.
Yeah, and you know, now that I know I talked about this yesterday a little bit too, but I'm very curious to see what decks we see today. This year, more so than last year, people are sticking to their bread and butter, the Ubel, the Fire King, Snake Eyes. Are these decks just so much better than the other decks, or is it consistency? What do you think it is that keeps players coming back to these, even when hard counter picks exist out there in these duelist sort of back pockets?
I think it's also investment of that limited card pool into these decks. Especially, you'll see the duelists that tend to pick the Snake Eye Fire King haven't really strayed from that. Actually, I believe Margaro hasn't played his secondary deck yet so far this tournament, because why would you when you're finding so much success with Snake Eye Fire King?
I know every time you asked, you're just like, are we going to see the second deck? Are we going to see the second deck? And no, it was always that main deck that just kept coming up yesterday over and over and over. But if it's not broken, why change it?
Not that this would necessarily be the only reason that it would happen, but one thing I want to point out with this particular format is that SP Little Knight, when we're looking at these deck lists, is primarily in that first deck spot. So if you're talking about 3 different players and they all have SP in their first deck, not that that means the second deck is worse just because it doesn't have SP. We see different decks that can function without that, but it really does make it harder. SP Little Knight is one of the most versatile cards in the extra deck. It's a great Link 2 that's good as like a way to push through fields. It's a good interruption. It's a great card just if your hand isn't ideal. It is a fantastic Link 2 to end on if you only have 2 monsters, and not having access to that potentially in your secondary decks, I mean, that really does limit not only what you can do, but also it kind of limits what you can play. You're going to see sort of more stun strategies, more trap-based strategies that might not necessarily need SP Little Knight, but personally, you know, I think all these things do add up, and SP Little Knight is a big deal.
I also don't think Flanderies needs SP Little Knight.
Yeah, probably not.
So,
just to banish off the prosperity, if anything.
All right, so we just got to worry about 2 other decks that could potentially use SP Little Knight. But as you see, the extra decks can be full of anything. Vicious Astrolaud and Psychic and Punisher came out of nowhere, and we didn't see those played at all yesterday. Now, maybe we missed them, but at least in the feature matches.
Incredibly clutch.
Yeah.
I really love Psychic and Punisher just because it's Psychic, it ends games, and it punishes you for thinking that the opponent is not going to take it.
Yeah, and I do want to mention, we've seen a couple of these activated, I think, throughout this tournament, and maybe not necessarily in the feature matches, but also in the lower matches. People are playing even Nightmare Cerberus as sort of SP Little Knight at home, and I think that is a pretty good option. Don't forget about the Nightmares. You know, they were really solid for a very long time. A couple of them are even forbidden at this point, but Nightmare Phoenix, Nightmare Unicorn, and Nightmare Cerberus are all fantastic cards. Maybe not as free as the SP Little Knight because you do have to discard, but you can potentially get that discard back if you do have a co-link, which is great. And I think that in this limited environment where you only have access to 3 copies of SP Little Knight, I'm pretty sure no one chose that as their shared card. Having those other options does help.
How dare you call them the Wish.com versions of SP Little Knight? They are incredible, especially when you think about their synergy with SP Little Knight, since they tend to point to each other, allowing them to also get, like you said, that free card draw back.
Hey, I mean, Cerberus can't be taken by Dark Charmers, so that's something.
Exactly. So it's kind of like, not the Wish.com, but just maybe the brother that doesn't get invited to all the cool parties?
I'm just stuck in the middle while you two have a conversation about the SP Little Knight versus Nightmare theme.
They both have a purpose.
Well, speaking of purposes, we're here to cover the semi-finals of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel category of the World Championship 2024. Again, the tournament was really competitive so far. Seeing just how Snipe Hunters struggled in that opening match against CER2 x FCG, seeing how they struggled again in that final feature match against CER themselves. And on the other hand, we mentioned just how dominant Tasku's team of Heroes Future were in terms of establishing themselves as a force to beat in Group B.
One thing I wanted to point out there, in case you guys missed it, the Grasslook screener only milled 7 cards, and that wasn't because Josh had gone through a lot of his deck. We were looking at a 47-card deck. I know we talked about this at the very beginning of the day yesterday. How many cards do you play with Grass? Do you play 50? Do you play 60? It turns out just having a card that mills the top 7 cards of your deck, even if it's not 20, 7 is still pretty good, especially in a deck where every single card is good to mill.
And we haven't seen that much of the Grasslook screener because a lot of decks do commit it to either the branded or the Telemans, and it really helps both of these strategies, but a lot of teams actually choose one or the other.
We saw Jesse try to go for the left arm offering, and then it immediately got ashed, and it's very rough. So Grasslook screener, I mean, if you draw it, it's crazy, but maybe building your entire deck around drawing it, not the way to go.
I would build my deck around it because I like to lose, but it's fun. It's fun losing.
You can always get lucky.
When you mill 20 cards, and there's nothing better than that. Do people still play Needleworm in this format?
Needleworm?
Yeah, right? Doesn't it mill the top 5?
I don't think people have played Needleworm this decade.
I'm dating myself. Okay. Yeah, great.
Well, yeah. So still would consider Fire King Snake Eye the deck to beat, regardless of how successful Telemans has been.
Yeah.
Those two, however, do have their own level of dominance relative to the rest of the decks in the competition.
Do you guys, as duelists, do you ever look at some of these deck lists and you just think like how you want to incorporate some things? So looking through what we just saw, where the milling of cards, and you see the tier limit cards, and you see here the Visa Starfrost, it just gets me thinking like, maybe I should do that. Maybe if I build a 60-card pile deck, I should throw these in, and I get my Vicious Astrolabe, and I get my Destrudo. It's like, you get to learn from these people.
And we've seen a couple different options here. I believe it was Quantal, or perhaps it was on Team 7, but with Trick Clown. Perform Age Trick Clown was in one of the
wasn't
decks.
expecting that.
I believe it was. And what makes that card so interesting is that it helps you make, rank 4s, potential Link monsters, and it's just a free card. Also not necessarily a bad draw. It is a level 4 monster. You can discard it. It's going to trigger no matter how it goes to the graveyard.
Exactly.
It's a very powerful card that we've seen in the past, but I think in tier limits right now, pretty cool option.
And on the topic of those level 4s, just seeing the innovation of these graveyard-centric strategies actually then adapt to have access to the rank 4 Abyss Dweller to shut down the opponent is really, really promising.
I mean, Dweller is great against Fire Kings, it's great against Yubel, it's great against a ton of strategies in this format, not only for locking off potential combos, but locking off follow-up. We see, so many of the graveyard effects that happen to give you more advantage when your turn rolls back around. Dweller can cut that off. If you think about all of the Snake Eyes Sinful Spoils cards in the graveyard, the spell cards, they both have different effects, and you can cut those off with the Dweller.
I think Dweller even buys you more time than the other card we were talking about, Typhon.
Typhon?
Super Star Slayer, Typhon, Sky Crisis.
That card, yes, Abyss Dweller will buy you 2 turns, while that card may only buy you 1. But again, you got to use 2 level 4s. Doesn't always happen. I like how you say that. It gets you excited every time.
It does, honestly.
Can you say it 3 times fast?
Great card. Probably not, but what I can say is that we are about to head into set 2 between Snipe Hunters and Heroes Future. Heroes Future taking the lead 2 games to 1, but it is certainly a series we have on our hands.
So we will be going to set 3 here unless Heroes Future is able to get that 3-0. We've seen it yesterday. It is possible. You can always do that. I mean, we've seen people do that, so don't count them out. It is the potential sweep right here, or at least a 5-1 sweep, but let's see what happens. Let's see which duel we are going to be checking out.
It will be Quantal versus Magaro here. Tier limits, you have to imagine. Yep, there's the
Opening
Horus
up with
component.
Insetti.
Actually discarding the Maxi off of that. Tier limits versus, I suppose, Snake Eye Fire King.
Yeah, and I mean, I gotta say it. Royal Rare Insetti, Royal Rare King Sarcophagus. This is so great. I love these competitors' Royal Rares. It's awesome.
A reverse of the previous set where we saw Tusk's tier deck actually beat out the Snake Eye Fire King from Josh. So let's see if history repeats itself. Max C now coming down.
I think it's probably safe to say that Heroes Future does not have a Ash in hand, otherwise you would have Ashed Amsteady. But playing under Max C, we could see maybe they get one.
It's tough, and it is important, just in case you guys don't remember. I think most people know it, but you have to Max C pretty much immediately there because the Imseti and all the other Horus cards, their summon does not start a chain, so you don't want to get... that never feels good, right? Your opponent normal summons level 1, and then they link Kribo, and you haven't Max C'd yet. Same thing with the Horus cards. You want to do it preemptively. Might not feel good because it's like, oh, they could just, pass and not summon, but I think that we are going to see a Triple Tactics talent drawing 2 cards. Okay, so not choosing to look at the hand. Obviously, there's no monsters to steal. Drawing Foolish Burial Goods. Is this going to send the Trivia Karma? Or potentially something else? I don't know. I guess there's all the tier limit
Trivia
cards,
Karma,
too.
very smart. I will say, I think every time we've seen Max C resolved, it was almost instantly followed by a Triple Tactics talent or a Triple Tactics thrust.
Now, one thing I do want to point out that's important to remember with tier limits, not only can they super combo off, and, we've seen them make insane boards, and I think we might see Quantal do this right here, but we'll see. I think one of the things that makes them so viable in Master Duel is that they can actually play into Maxi pretty well, because all you really need to do is summon a Kit Kalos and get a trap card, set up your graveyard, and you can still do a ton on the opponent's turn. Remember, it's not the opponent's turn, it's our turn. So I think we might see that right here if we just go into Kit Kalos and pass, which is not a bad play at all. Honestly, maybe even better than some, rogue decks end board can be just normally. So we're going to see the Kit Kalos summon here. I would not be surprised if this is the only special summon.
I mean, Primeval Planet Pillar Rhino itself as well, kind of soaking resources because you have to deal with it for fear of it generating even more advantage.
Ooh.
Foolish Burial to follow up on the Foolish Burial goods from earlier.
Maybe a Fairy Tale
Quantal's just
Snow?
getting to send whatever he wants.
I don't know. Oh, okay.
Put in the Keldon Grave, so we do have an interaction there. So we have a number of interactions, and, we also have an unknown back row, too.
That's
I
true.
think one of the cards in hand might be Maxi just because of how willing Quantal was to send it with the initial
Amsteady,
Amsteady
yeah.
play.
We see the Volcanics come down.
So Volcanics is really interesting to me that it's found a place in the Fire King Snake Eye decks, and I guess that is a consequence of the fact that the shared card pool rule exists. Typically you'd see it in pure Fire King to act as an extender, to access Garunix to get you going again. But now actually finding a place for itself in a lot of the main decks for the Snake Eye Fire King players.
And we talked about it before, but this is a card that is only available in Master Duel. It is not in the TCG right now. It is in the OCG, of course, but that is a pretty big difference between Fire King Snake Eyes in the Master Duel format versus the TCG format. There's obviously a lot of overlap if you know the basic combos, but this is a pretty new card in Master Duel, and it isn't out in the TCG, so you have to be prepared to play against it. You might see a couple different sort of sequences that you might not normally see in paper play.
Doug, am I seeing this wrong, or am I looking at Duel A and there was 5 set cards in the back row for Snipe?
We are seeing 5 set cards versus 5 cards in hand, a Phantom U-Bell on the board. I don't know, I mean, I guess the set cards you can't crash the U-Bell monsters into.
And you know that now that Tusku is playing against someone else, the Heavy Storm is no longer a threat.
True, it is a limited card.
You're right.
We're going to mill the Scream with the Kit Callus here, by the way, by sending it with the Sulic. And this is kind of what I'm talking about. We have a Teal'c's Cashier in hand as well. That is very powerful.
The amount of recurrence here is just incomparable between the two decks based on what has been set up. Yes, Fire King Snake Eye can keep up, but that relies on a lot of things going right for Maguro.
Well, you also have the cards that can put, that's currently Kaleido sitting in the graveyard, that can also then begin to put back anything that Heroes Future attempts to even throw in the graveyard and use. You want to use this as a resource? No thank you, it's going back right into your deck.
And we mentioned just how quietly consistent Quantal has been for this team and how good he was last year in the Teal'c's format, continuing to show you why he is a world champion alongside his teammates.
We're going to send another Volcanics to summon Diabellstar. Pretty good, I mean, one of the best extenders in the game right now. What are we going to set with the Diabellstar? Get that original Sinful Spoils. We did not have access to that already.
Original Sinful Spoils Snake Eye, of course, allowing access to the Ponix or any of the Snake Eye cards for the side of Maguro here, and will actually get answered by the Teal'c's Meta Noise.
So this was an unknown card. Remember, the Sulic was added, but the Meta Noise was unknown. This is a big problem. Yes, we're going to send the Havness now. This gets us another fusion summon. The Kit Kalos is in the grave right now, so we could go for the Rue Kalos potentially. I think that's pretty likely. Yeah, I'd assume that's what's going to happen.
Bonfire now coming out to search for Fire King Snake Eye cards and just helping out reinforce Maguro's hand. Still very, very formidable field and graveyard from the side of Quantal, but Snake Eye's Popular will go a long way to just helping establish this Fire King Snake Eye. Teal'c's Rule Kalos effect now actually coming out on the chain, so let's see what happens. Teal'c's Kashtira being sent.
I'm so sorry, I looked away. What was the set card, Ebers? For those that might have been looking at the ground or something?
The flip face down with
Yes.
the Diabellstar, the black one.
Okay, it got flip face down. Thank you very much. I'm a professional here.
Legendary Fire King Ponix actually now able to be accessed. Maguro again just getting extension. Maxi hitting the grave again for Quantal. Haven't actually seen one activated.
So maybe it was just an initial, hey, I'm going first, I'm not going to use this, I need the resources.
Watching Poetry in Motion with the Teal'c's. Quantal, of course, establishing himself as a really consistent and competitive player within Europe. Almost qualifying for Worlds last year, and actually being invited alongside Josh as one of the teammates. Emre rounding out that trio as well, just really your first Master Duel World Champions. What more could you ask for? Facing off against them and with a lead at the moment, Heroes Future, led by Tusku, one of the most accomplished, one of the most respected, one of the most powerful Master Duel players in the world, hence why he's in the semi-finals, alongside Maguro, the Snake Eye Fire King of this tournament so far, and Goryoku, who has been doing good stuff with the U-Bell.
Taking a look down Duel B, it really looks like we have Snipe Hunters controlling the board. I saw Barone hit the board. I believe that's more Centurions. You got 5 or 6 in hand. A Bistral just hit it against 2 in hand, 2 in the back row. So following up on B, that's going to be coming to, I would say, a conclusion pretty soon.
Looks like we're sending the Shiren with the Rhino Heart here, and this is going to allow us to go for another Fusion Summon. So this is a pretty formidable board. Once again, let's remember, we got Max Seed on turn 1, and this is still what we're able to do. Tearlaments is such a resilient deck. It's so versatile, and I think that's one of the reasons why we've seen it not only this year, but of course last year.
It looks like if we look at Duel B, that one's coming to an end. That should be a final blow coming up right now, giving Snipe Hunters the 2nd win and tying it up 2-2.
Yep, Emerald ties up the set for Snipe Hunters here with 2-2, as Chill did mention. Quantal still in an advantageous position, even if the monsters have been cleared out the field. So all eyes on this duel. Cleared out the field? No. Fused? Yes.
We're going for Kaleido Heart using the Rukalis on board and the Rhino Heart on board, so 2 cards on board. The Kaleido Heart is going to be pretty strong right here. Let's see what it does, though.
It's got to feel pretty good. You're playing with 2 of your buddies, and all of a sudden you see a big old W on their side. That's got to give some motivation to keep going.
Absolutely, and goodbye Ponix. It's shuffled right back in the deck.
So far, if the rest of this tournament is a litmus test for this, basically, we've seen Tearlaments just come out on top of Snake Eye Fire King way more often than
over and over and over. It just seems like they can play around the more spicier tech cards that come out where, oh, yeah, Shmear, you Max see me? That's okay. We'll just play on your turn then.
We are seeing the original Sinful Spoils grab that Ponix right back. You know, if you missed it so much, here it is again. And that's pretty powerful. You can see the Sanctuary, which was added with the Ponix earlier in the turn, get activated. We're going to let us allow that Fire King Island to hit the board.
Yeah, and we mentioned before, Primeval Planet Pillar Rhino, one of the most impactful field spells within a theme. Fire King Island, very similar in that regard.
It's true, and unfortunately for me as a collector, was only available as a common for a long, long time. Still a beautiful card though, but...
Destroy the Volcanics, add the Sacred Fire King Garunix. I mean, this is where you want to be as a Fire King player. We are, you know, going through the motions here. The Volcanics is going to trigger as well. This looks pretty strong.
Sacred Fire King Garunix here, hitting the field, and that actually is a pretty formidable field for Maguro now. We said that the Tearlaments setup from Quantal was really powerful, borderline insurmountable, but Maguro seems to be doing pretty well trading back and forth so far.
About to say, I think the sequencing has been great, which we would expect from this level of player, and we might actually be able to find game here. I mean, we still don't know what the last card in hand is potentially. Let's take a look, though. I mean, maybe it's Nibiru. I kind of doubt it. It feels like we've seen no Nibirus this entire tournament, so I don't know if I'm going to expect it here, but we are seeing the Kirin activate. This is almost enough for game on board already. I mean, we have 39, we have 27, whatever the Kirin special summons. Of course, the Kaleido Heart does have 35 right now, but let's see what happens.
And Heroes Future, of course, Japan's super team versus Snipe Hunters, the reigning world champions from Europe. Really, really impressive gameplay so far. They've tied up the game count, and they are now looking to see if they'll continue to tie and head into that third set, or if one of them can take a 2-game lead over the other.
When you say super team, do you mean kind of like Captain America Civil War, where 2 sides, one's best buddies going against each other, or just 2 really good teams?
The players are really accomplished as individuals in their own right, and coming together under one banner is not fair for the opposition.
But could we pitch it as a movie to a studio one day?
We shall see as Fire King High Avatar Garunix actually gets linked off for the Dark Charm and Gloomy. You mentioned this earlier, Doug, that there is the potential for that as an extension.
Of course. I mean, these Charmer cards have shown, I mean, we've seen Dark, we've seen Hida, we've seen Lina. We've even, I mean, pretty much all of them have had their moment in the game. I think even last year we did see some of the Water Charmer in the Tier Limit Mirror match. But we will see here where we go with the Dark Charmer. They're just so good because it means that you can turn any 2 monsters into now 3 material for a link, and then you can just keep climbing and climbing. And it makes playing Fires and Darks kind of dangerous because you know that your opponent could have these, most likely has these in their extra deck.
Doug, I'd let you be in my movie.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
So we're gonna sit on the side.
We're going to activate the Keldo, shuffling back 3 cards in the deck, or 3 cards in the grave. That will make the Dark Charmer not actually resolve. We no longer have the target for it.
Actually very well played there to use the Keldo reactively. Typically you'll use it to interfere with the opponent's graveyard to deny some plays there. but having the kind of presence of mind to be able to recognize you need to make a change on your side is great.
And remember, that was the card that Quanto Foolish burialed when he got Maxied. So we're not really seeing necessarily a huge board on the Fire King side of the field. Let's see what they end up going for. This might be a Princess into some higher links. Maybe not, though.
Oh, the SP
It is just
Little
the SP Little
I
Knight.
say just
Okay.
an SP Little Knight. It's still SP Little Knight.
Yeah,
It's
just
still
one of the
very
best cards
scary.
in the game. We go the SP Little Knight on field effect. It is main phase 2, so we don't have to worry about not being able to attack directly.
Sulik is gone, so there's your continuous, essentially infinite impermanence now gone.
So we draw to 2 cards in hand. I'm not really sure. Is there anything in the graveyard that actually can activate at this point?
I mean, Primeval Planet Pillar Rhino is still on the field, though, so I'm
Yes.
hesitant to count out the Tearlaments deck from...
Grief
actually
is a
coming
good
back
draw,
on this.
too, especially in this situation.
Kaleido Heart making a return. For a brief period.
Yep.
But, hey, she's back. And of course, we're going to get the Pellerino effect, correct?
Yeah, Primeval Planet Pillar Rhino should be resolving here.
I think it'll be after the Habits.
Yeah.
Okay.
But we will get the Kaleido Heart effect to target a card and shuffle it back. I'm assuming this will force the SP. Let's take a look, though.
Yeah, so the face down monster, remember, is Diabell Star the Black Witch. But actually, that looks to be the target. I think Quantal at this point knew that SP would be activated in response. And
So by doing this, you still get rid of the Diabell Star. And don't forget, you know, I think it is easy to forget because she has so many other good effects. Diabell Star does have an effect on the opponent's turn when it goes to the grave. So I think that, you know, is a decent enough reason to get rid of it right here. I think it's a good, very good play there, getting rid of the SP and getting rid of the Diabell Star, preventing some of that follow-up, and we're making a Kit Kalos.
Oh man, a Kick House with an open board. This is going to be rough. Now, there are still cards that are sitting in Heroes Future's graveyard that can pop back out, but it all depends on Heroes Future being able to destroy a fire monster to get that chain started.
And that shuffle back does mean that we see Primeval Planet Pillar Rhino start to come online again.
Popping that Sanctuary, of course, you need to get rid of that before you deal with the island. Now, popping the island is going to be good because you can get rid of their sort of follow-up, but they don't have any monsters to destroy.
And I will note that despite losing 2 of the first 3 games in that set, Snipe Hunters have been able to make a comeback and win both of the others here. Josh was able to take down his opponent, and we moved to 3 wins for Snipe Hunters versus the 2 of Heroes Future, but this duel is not over yet. Quantal taking on Maguro.
I know it's only a chain 2, but this is going to be a lot of interactions that are about to happen. You have the other Tearlaments getting sent to the
Fairy Tale
graveyard.
Snow hitting
Fairy
the
Tale
graveyard
Snow off the
there.
top. Yep, absolutely. I mean, at this point, we have milled a decent amount of our deck. I mean, at least like a quarter of it. So as the more that you mill with Tearlaments, the more inevitability starts to come into play here, because when you have those bombs in your deck, like Fairy Tale Snow, as soon as you hit that, I mean, that has to be one of the best random mills that you can get. You don't really have a way to directly send it outside of like a Foolish Burial where the Tearlament cards you do. Fairy Tale Snow going to banish 7 spells. That's what you love to see. You don't want to banish monsters.
Now, we're looking at what, 7K on board at the moment? No, 7,350.
Quick maths.
7350 is not quite 8,000, however, but here we go into maybe Abyss Dweller to shut down the graveyard. No, Dugaris.
So we've seen this a couple times, I think even from Quantal. Dugaris can special, it can draw, it can do everything. Skip the battle phase to your next turn. Oh, we're going to double the attack. That'll
that
put
should
it
be
to
game. Yeah,
what a good play.
82 on board.
And it's a
And
Nibiru! But you have the Rukalos.
We have the Rukalos to negate, but Rukalos will have to send for that, which will mean that it'll be off the board. If it is sending itself here, it will be off the board. Maybe we have a Chillman's card in hand. That's really what it's going to come down to. If it has to send itself, it won't come back at 7,000.
It sends itself. Oh.
So, I mean, I want to keep in mind here, the huge counter. That is one of the first and only times we've seen Nibiru resolve, and it did keep Heroes Future in this game.
But you do
Snow
have
is
Snow
coming
coming back out. Yeah.
So we have 1,200 with the Snow,
We're looking at a nice...
30, 50. I mean, we're close. We have 6550 on board right now. That's good. I mean, that's good. You do have to kind of worry about that Fire King Island because that is follow-up, but you still have the Rukalos.
Yes. So one summon you can negate, you'll have to summon Rukalos, but that's fine. And you still
And
have...
probably going into like SP here with the Fairy Tale Snow and Grave. I think it would be very difficult
We are going to SP,
deal with
yeah.
this
Do you
board.
just banish the Fire King Island? then?
Absolutely. Let them draw it. They got
Oh,
a
yeah,
hard
of
draw to
course.
W.
See you later.
This is a top deck right here. This is what's going to determine it.
It's like, what top deck can you draw that will deal with the SP, the Rukalos, the Kaleido Hearts coming back, don't forget that, and the Fairy Tale Snow Engrave.
I was saying all day yesterday, sphere mode.
You know, unironically, this would be insane for sphere mode.
If you draw sphere mode right now, you win. Of course, nobody ever takes my advice just because I've never been top 100.
Things looking pretty good for Quantle here with the Telements deck. Can he continue to add to Snipe Hunter's lead in this set? We'll see. Maguro, Snake Eye Fire King, it has ways back into this game. Tell me a bit, Dazif, about what those ways could be. This
Probably
is
not normal summon max.
Oh.
Probably not. You know, that I like doing that, though. It's like showing your opponent, hey, by the way, I drew this, you know, not as my 6th card, but it feels like the 6th card. Drawing that after your opponent just special summoned 50 times doesn't sound great.
I like how that happened and Quantle didn't even crack a smile. He's still all business all the time. World title on the line. We will see who will be our first finalist based on the results of the next set, but who will approach that either with a tied up 3-3 or a 4 versus 2 lead for Snipe Hunters. This game will decide.
I think this weekend, how many times have we seen just Max C on the board as a normal summon or special summon? We're coming up on 5 times.
Quite a bit, quite a bit. And I think that what we're noticing here, and I've noticed this even when myself, you know, I've gone day 2 of a YCS or whatever, which is nothing like this, but I think that when you go to the second day, it's a totally different environment. The players aren't necessarily going to be as animated until they win that title, and they are locked in. They want to make sure there are no missteps, no misclicks, no misplays. And I think that that's why we're not seeing them be as animated.
No, have this normal summon here, you have to consider this to be just Underworld Goddess of the Closed World?
Just for fun?
We haven't seen that summon once this weekend.
Just for fun?
Yep, there we go. Underworld Goddess of the Closed World.
It's the safest way to lethal right there.
Okay.
That's kind of crazy.
Yep.
Well, it's giving you 1 negate from the graveyard.
Maguro does manage to hold out for another turn.
From Quantel's perspective, though, we now are on the crackback with 9,000 damage on board versus 1,450 life points. All 3 cards have good interactions. Like you said, Chilled, the Underworld Goddess is not only used for breaking boards, it also does have that graveyard negation effect, which is especially handy in a matchup like this.
Yeah, any of the competitors' decks, you get an Underworld Goddess, and it's, you know, you're turning off a little bit of the graveyard. She's right up there with Abyss Dweller.
Shout out to Abyss Dweller.
We've seen it a few times. It's been quite strong.
Did you know it was a dragon sitting in a cave? It took me the longest time to
It's
realize
a dragon dwelling in a cave.
You are right. I had no idea.
But what is dwelling in Maguro's hand at the moment? Can it bring back this game and tie up the set for Heroes Future, or will Snipe Hunters take it to a 4-2 lead?
I would be very surprised if it is good enough. I think that we are seeing a situation here where maybe even though Quantle couldn't find game over the last couple turns, he has been slowly and handedly taking control of the board, very similar to what we saw yesterday with Pearly, where Pearly might not actually win the game really fast. But is this going to be a Salamangreat All Mirage getting summoned here? This isn't just a Link 1, it also has a little bit of a protection effect. Diabellstar getting summoned.
That was our one unknown card. Okay.
Yeah. Can't activate the Wanted. It's a quick play spell right here. We're going to go into a Link 2.
What are we building?
I don't know. I feel like most of these decks don't have 2 copies of SP Little Knight. We're going to try to go for the Hita here.
Hita can then grab, I guess, Ash Blossom.
To
Ash
bring
Blossom.
back
I
the
think we're
Garunix.
It will
about to say.
actually just
trigger the
the Garunix.
Yes, because the Fire Monster was destroyed. Okay, I like where this is going.
Underrated effect of that card.
Yeah.
But both Underworld Goddess and Rukalos, could they both handle that?
Well, we are in the damage step.
Snake Eye Ash being added. Sacred Fire King Garunix now coming out as well.
What would you clear off the board right now?
I'm not sure, because if you put the Telements cards in the graveyard, they'll have further effects.
Yeah.
But it looks like one of the Tearlament's cards is going to get sent to the graveyard here. Sacred Fire King Garunix actually managing to swing over that one, and Snake Eye Ash now starting another sequence.
And what was, I just wanted to point out real quick, the reason that we couldn't use like the Rue Kalos or the Unrolled Goddess was because it was chain blocked. So
Was there a chain block? Okay.
The Hida was chain link 2, the Sacred Fire King Garunix was chain link 1. So, you know, the Garunix is what you want to stop, but unfortunately it's kind of blocked down there beneath the Hida.
Now, we don't know the one card in Quanto's hand right now, but it's kind of looking like he might have, Hero's Future might have carte blanche to do whatever they want to their Snake Eyes combo.
Yeah, we have really seen this go back and forth. You know, maybe I counted Fire Kings out a little bit too early. I did kind of forget about that Garunix that's been engraved for several turns now.
And there's the big boy Flame Burst Dragon, something you don't want to see when you're only staring down with one Kaleido. Now, we still have the Underworld Goddess effect, so if Flame Burst goes to the graveyard, we should be able to negate that if we wanted to.
Unless, once again, it can be buried underneath a chain link 2.
Another chain link, you're right.
But you can't always, you know, do that. We are going to see the effect on the board.
Yep, there goes the Underworld Goddess to the closed world.
Okay, removing that graveyard negate.
From Quanto's perspective here, I mean, the good news is you know every card your opponent has. It's all completely known knowledge. But the bad news is you might not have any interactions for your opponent starting to go through their entire combo.
I love what I'm seeing. It's like he's putting together a thing with duct tape and rubber bands and paper clips, and he's able to build something formidable. Imagine building like a jet plane with scraps. That's exactly what Hero's Future is doing right here.
We are seeing the Sunlight Wolf activate, getting an add back of the Kieran, an insanely powerful effect. I don't think we've seen that activated too much this weekend. It is a very critical part of the deck. You know, that free add is very good, but we don't always see it. We're going to go into a Link 4, potentially, or maybe this is going to be the Prince. Yeah, probably Link 4.
Yeah, that's going to be our
Appaloosa Goddess.
3.
And you know you're sitting on Skyburn, you have a Fire King Ponix inboard, you're going to start blowing up the field, and you're sitting on an Appo for 3. What a turn. What a 180 things just occurred.
Yeah, this has been incredibly back and forth. No one has been out of this. The Appaloosa will be able to negate the Kaleido Heart. It will go down to 1,600, which is not as powerful. And then you have to wonder from Quanto's perspective, your opponent's at 300 life points. They have a Wanted face down. They have the Kieran in hand. The Ponix is getting add back. So you can't discount the Kieran interaction here, but the Appaloosa is going to be the hardest part to deal with.
You can also discount just hard drawing something that might be 1,900 attack points and just running over the Appo.
That is true. Where's that Gemini Elf when you need it?
Exactly. Left it back in 4th grade 20 years ago.
And despite the Snake Eye Fire King deck historically throughout this tournament, throughout day 1, and even throughout game 1 of this set, being a disadvantage versus the Tearlament's deck, we actually see Maguro managing to potentially edge this one out.
We're going to see with just a pass and knowing you have Appo too.
I mean, 25 plus 16 is, we're almost there. So Quanto's hand must not be looking so hot.
I want to see the dance again. I want to see the dance.
An interaction. I'm not entirely sure. Going to see the Kieran activate.
That's 2,400.
I mean, this is, if there's no interactions from Quanto's side, this is going to be it. What an interesting game. This has been incredibly back and forth. Both players at different points down huge amounts of card advantage and able to come back. And that really does show the power of both of these decks. You know, we've talked about so many times why Tearlaments keep popping up, why Fire King keeps popping up. And you are seeing it right here. There are not many decks that have this much staying power. And we are going to see Fire Kings pick it up.
That was incredible.
And
it looks like an exhausted battle right there.
This is why Maguro has not changed from Snake Eye Fire King all tournament long.
You want to see that. Look at the energy. Look at the happiness. And honestly, the thumbs up to the opponent as well. That's all I can ask for. Just a good game. What a great job.
Thumbs up to camera as well.
So we've seen 2-1. 2-1.
Yep.
Now we are going into the last game. These competitors are all completely even. What are we expecting to happen in this final game?
Things are 3-apiece right now, but honestly, like we've seen each member of each team win out on a game.
And you can almost cut the tension with a knife. Obviously, these players want to have a good time. Obviously, they want to, you know, have some fun playing Yu-Gi-Oh! But we are in the semifinals of the Master Duel World Championships. You got the highest seeded team from yesterday going 4-1 with Future Heroes, and you also have the reigning world champions from last year with Team Snipe Hunters. This is going to be a crazy one. I'm glad that we're not just seeing a complete blowout. Luckily, I think when you get to this point, unless one side is like bricking every single game, you're not going to see that. But it is very cool to be going to the final games here, and you just need to see one team get 2 wins. This is what it all comes down to.
Yeah, and I did say that each player won from each team, but actually it was Snipe Hunters who had each representative win a single game so far. Whereas for the side of Heroes Future, it is the Fire King Snake Eye from Maguro that has picked up 2 wins.
Okay, so you're going to want to see a little bit of back and forth going on, but when I kind of look at this, right, it is a reset. This is a clean slate. Even if you lost both of your matches, it does not matter now because your team needs you. You put the past behind you. It is 3-3. Best of 3 wins right now.
Indeed. And both these teams now coming into this need to refresh. It's been reset to a single set. Whoever takes 2 of these next 3 will win it.
Yep, and we also have the other semifinal match going on as well. I don't think we have the result of that one yet. And then do keep in mind, which is nice, that these competitors will get a decent break between the semifinals and the finals. It'll give them time to sort of refresh, get some lunch, you know, drink some water, and be prepared for that final match. Because yesterday they played 5 rounds of Swiss, but today we are only playing, they're only playing 2 matches, which is a lot of pressure on those 2 matches.
Well, so it was 5 rounds of round robin, just going back and forth. And that was when you're doing that for, I mean, what, 8 hours, 9 hours?
Yep.
And some of them flew in from all over the world. That takes a toll on you. I mean, I only flew 4 hours and I wanted to sleep for 24 hours.
Right, and especially these players that are from nowhere near North America. I mean, it's tough.
Yeah, absolutely. But, you know, that's what makes them world champions. When you can get up 6 o'clock in the morning and compete at this hour against other people who are just as good.
And just to further contextualize this, these are 2 of your top 4 teams in the world for Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel right now, and they are spearheaded by some of the most accomplished players in the world. Tusk, for the side of Heroes Future, is the most popular Master Duel player in Japan. He is so good at the game, and he's matched off against Joshua Schmidt, who is returning to the world stage for, what was it, sixth time?
At a minimum. He has returned to the world stage. He's had 4 YCS wins. He was last year's world champion. He's competed in 6 world championships. He's taught me everything I know. Well, not everything, but we got a chance to play together in the second Master Duel Invitational, and he
just as prestigious as the world championship when you think about it.
If not more, because it had me.
Right.
But you know, he set me up with
a. Has you.
Well, okay, but like, you know, not at this level. Well, the broadcast is lucky to have me. But no, he set me with a Vanadium deck, and I went 3-0. And I knew deep down there was a sense of pride, almost like a father when his son hits his home run for the first time.
And it is 3-0 that would be the ideal score for either of these teams here, but 2-1 is enough to make it and progress into the finals. You see, they are resetting themselves, they're gathering their thoughts, they're approaching this. Maguro looking pretty happy in the back there, ready to play Snake Eye Fire King. You have to imagine for a 3rd time this series.
If we could see a dance from any of the competitors, hey man, that means they're having a good time. That's all I can ask for.
We might see a pop-off after this one. I mean, getting to even have a chance to be in the finals is a huge deal, but especially, you know, these are 2 incredible teams. I feel like we keep saying that, but they are very excited to be able to play in the next round. And it all comes down to this.
And I do wonder what this means for the likes of Josh and Emra in particular, because playing Snake Eye Fire King, arguably the best deck in the format, and losing, whereas finding a win with that Labyrinth build that was so strange, and got heavy stormed for our opening round yesterday, but also Emra, the pet deck, the Flunderies that was so good in day 1, opened this with a loss, and then Centurion was what managed to find a way back in.
Oh, okay, but we've seen the Centurion. It's a super heavy Samurai Centurion build we've been seeing, correct?
From I think Emra is on a regular
just
one.
On
just a regular Centurion.
I will say,
okay,
you know,
cool.
we mentioned that tier limit deck, and we didn't see it on the feature, but I believe Josh actually did play, or sorry, not tier limit, Labyrinth. I believe Josh actually did play Labyrinth that last round and got the win, so maybe, you know, it has the feature match curse, but in terms of just being a game, it still has the capacity to win. We saw a lot of different trap cards. It looks like it's maybe not super monster heavy. I don't know. I mean, I tried to look in the bottom corner. I saw Lady, I saw Lovely, as you expect. Don't know if I saw any furniture cards, but like I said yesterday, many times Labyrinth does have two pretty different builds that you can play, and it really is up to the competitors which one they want to bring.
And I will say, as someone who once took a top 3 at a local of about 6 people, the scariest thing that you could see is a backboard of 5 cards. There's nothing scarier than that. I would rather go against...
Unless you have Heavy Storm in hand.
Unless you have Heavy Storm, in which then, I mean, just good luck. But, you know, there's always Solemn Judgment and cards like that can potentially counter it. You never know what an all-trap deck is running.
Well, I was going to say, you know, I don't think we've seen it yet, but I know some competitors do have Red Reboot in their backup decks.
Very
don't
exciting.
really see it in the primary deck that they're bringing, because I don't think there's enough trap cards in the format, especially with Infinite Impermanence might not necessarily be in every single deck, to warrant main decking Red Reboot, but it is in some secondary decks. So if you do happen to match up, I think the situation would be if your teammate just played against Labyrinth, for example, or any other sort of deck like that, then when they play against that other person, you tell them, oh, hey, watch out for this. Maybe then they switch to the Red Reboot.
So, following the games we've just seen, where we saw, especially in the feature matches, Snake Eye Fire King from Heroes Future take down the Tearlaments from Snipe Hunters, and also the inverse with Heroes Future's Tearlaments taking down the Fire King Snake Eye as well.
Absolutely.
I am very curious to see how we approach this next set now that those two decks are free of matchups from each other.
Right.
Well, it's also fun, too, when it comes to it, when a little bit of the excitement is not knowing what your opponent potentially has, but essentially this is, quote-unquote, round 6, so the mysteries should not be existing anymore. You kind of know what's going into it. And, you know, I don't like that as much because sometimes if you can get like a surprise deck that you just didn't really expect was going to pop off, that's always exciting to see, but maybe you don't want surprises in the semifinals and the finals. You kind of want to know what's going in, especially when it comes to a high-level card game.
I mean, I think that Psychic End Punisher is a perfect example. The Vicious Astrolabe, I mean, we didn't expect that.
No.
I don't think any other Tearlaments players are expecting that. And that is one of the cool things about Tearlaments. I mean, we were talking about yesterday the King of the Swamps with the Dark World Fusion cards. You can play all sorts of stuff. There's a lot of cards in Yu-Gi-Oh! That trigger when they're in the graveyard or have effects that work with other cards when they're in the graveyard. So that is one of the cool things about playing that deck. You can build it a lot of different ways. Yeah, you're going to include the names and you're probably going to include the Horus cards, but a lot of it is up to player preference.
Let me date myself again. The Lightsworn cards.
Yeah.
Fantastic. And now they've seen relevance for what, over a decade? They're right up there with, oh, what's his name? Alistar the Invoker, who's seen play for over a decade. Fantastic card, by the way. It's never going to die.
There you go. And the Lightsworn cards do have some new support in the TCG. Hopefully, we do see those in Master Duel soon.
Let's see, Ibri. So I'm talking about my movie with all of the duelists. Who would you play in the movie? You playing Josh? You playing Quantum?
Anyway, semifinals, set 3, coming soon.
Here we are.
Here we are.
What do you guys
movie.
think has
Only this fantastic show in front of us?
We're in a movie right now. I feel like I'm living it. What do you think has the higher win rate this tournament? Fire King Snake Eyes or Yubel?
I would
Ooh.
assume Fire King Snake Eye, if only because we haven't seen too much success for the Yubel decks, and oftentimes when we've seen Yubel, it's been a mirror match where obviously one has to lose, one has to
I
win.
mean, we've seen a couple
Say it to my face. Say it
5
to my
monster
face.
boards, 6 monster boards crashing into stuff. I don't know, though, if we've seen the Yubel deck beat a lot of the Fire King Snake Eyes. So if Yubel is so powerful that it can beat everything else, that still makes it very good, but it still puts it at 2nd place.
I might have a Yubel bias, but I'm pretty sure the games I've seen, Yubel has won 317 games and has lost 0 times this weekend.
It's done pretty good. It's done pretty good. I don't think it
Undefeated.
is as successful as the Fire King Snake Eyes, though. And I will say, I don't believe any other versions of Snake Eyes has made it to the 2nd day here. I don't think the Rescue Ace player made it in. I'm not sure if there were any other variants, but I believe that Fire King Snake Eyes is the choice. And I think that Volcanics is actually a big reason why in Master Duel specifically,
Yep.
Fire King Snake Eyes is so
Oh, they are pumped. You
Fire
can hear them
King
from here.
Snake Eye is the deck to beat, but Tearlaments has shown that it can contest, and we've seen so many good decks from these competitors, and we'll hopefully see a few more now as we do head into set 3 between Heroes Future and Snipe Hunters.
the final set.
The final set to decide your finalist at the 2nd ever Master Duel category of the World Championship.
You're hoping for a good hand. You're hoping to win the coin toss. You're hoping to avoid Max C.
May your combos be plenty and your hands have no bricks.
I think we just saw Heroes Future win all of the coin flips.
We see it right here. The Nightmare Pain comes out, but unfortunately the Ghost Ogres get destroyed.
Ghost Ogre and start Cyframe Gamma. That is unreal. It does not feel good to get Gamma. Not only does your effect go to the, it doesn't resolve, but also the
And he edged the
Ash
Cyframe.
Blossom. Okay, so one thing that is kind of tricky about Ash Blossom on Gamma is that you now know the Gamma is still in their hand and it can still be activated. Now in this case, luckily you are kind of hoping that the Nightmare Pain getting stopped is so important that it's worth Ash Blossoming. And if you don't have any other monster effects to activate right now, you're hoping that if your opponent puts even one monster on the board, they can no longer Gamma when your turn rolls around.
And again, this is a race to 2 victories for both of these teams. 3-3 on the scoreboard. Heroes Future, Snipe Hunters. It is Yubel from Goryoku that is currently leading here.
Now, since Nightmare Pain can only be activated one time, it is preventing a lot of the protection that a Yubel player would normally have. Normally, when Nightmare Pain's on the board, your opponent can only be forced to attack Yubel monsters. They're going to take the damage themselves, but not having that is going to be a little more challenging.
And also having commit the Ash Blossom and Joy Spring already to run
This is such a good situation with the effect failure because you have waited for a monster to hit the board. Well, of course, your effect failure you have, but you have hit a monster on the board. The Gamma is now stuck in the hand. What an excellent sequence of events by Emery right here. And while the Nightmare Throne is very scary, if you have the Veiler in hand to stop it, that's going to be great.
Already down to 2 cards in hand, though, from Emery, so a little bit concerning given the state of the game right now. However, he's put a stop to what has been planned by Goryoku so far on the Yubel.
And something I want to point out, so that Effect Failure just didn't negate the search of the opening of the Spirit Gates. It also negated the ability to do another extra normal summon. But we're going to see
Phantom of Yubel
coming on the board, and that just might be it.
And as we've talked about before, one of the things that makes Phantom of Yubel so strong is that you can shuffle back the cards from grave, hand, or field. You do not have to get a setup specifically. You can do that to help dodge Maxi by just launching it immediately, or you can do it in a situation like this where you don't really have a way to get to any of your combos. You can at the very least put a Phantom on the board.
But you're right, though. That does tie up a little bit of having the Cyframe Gamma Gear in hand. So opting to go for the Phantom of Yubel negate instead of having to do the Cyframe Gamma Gear.
But importantly, if the Phantom of Yubel does use its effect, it tributes itself off the board, so then the field would be clear.
But unfortunately, if he tributes...
We actually see the turn ending here. The Yubel is done.
So yes, you're right, because they could, instead of destroying the normal Spirit of Yubel, he could destroy Terror Incarnate, and if he's not playing the Ultimate Nightmare, a card would not come back out in the field. But if he does the traditional route of destroying Spirit of Yubel, he would have a Yubel on field. But also knowing the Sniper Artist only has 3 cards in hand, and you only have a couple of negates, it may not even matter. A set 1?
Remember that at least one of those cards is likely to be the Cyframe Gear Gamma.
So we do know that we're kind of down 1 card in hand. We are starting with the Phantom of Yubel. Obviously a great card to have on the field, but against no other cards. I mean, it might be locking down the last card in hand for Team Snipe Hunters here, but we will have to see.
I'm trying to gauge the state of the hands
thing?
by the
Yeah, I was about to say, was
by
that
the player
happy or
combos.
sad? Or
That looks like an oh my god. That looks like I have incredible combos and I can't wait to unleash them. At least that's how I would read it. We're also looking at, in Duel C, is that a Tier Limits match, mirror match?
That is a Tillem's mirror match, and Quantal was able to topple Jesse Cotton last year, but can he do it again? That will be the case. Actually, we see from Heroes Future, Snake Eye Fire King, Tearlaments, and Yubel, arguably the 3 strongest decks in the current Master Duel format.
Hey, I'm glad we're getting one of each. This is a treat for us here.
top decking that Nightmare Pain, or potentially open with 2, because like you said, Chilled, you can't activate them both in the same turn. Either way, we have access to it now. That is great. I do see over in Duel A, we have run over an Appaloosa, and we are starting to combo off with the Snake Eyes cards. So that could be in the favor of Snipe Hunters, but we will have to see. Like we've said so many times, like we've seen so many times, it is not over until it's over, and that is all we see.
Wow, okay.
Both of these teams can lose 1 game, but they need to win the other 2 if they hope to proceed to the finals.
You said it was such a, I love that. That was with authority because
That was conviction.
it is a fact. It's a fact of life.
I'm invested.
I'm invested too, mainly because I want to see both of these teams advance, but only one can.
And we don't even know what Emery is playing.
At this point, no, we technically do not know.
So it would either be the Flunderies or it would be the Centurion.
Those are his 2 decks, yes. Yeah, I think it's probably the Fluanderies because I believe that one did have a lot of going first and going second cards. We see the Infinite Impermanence come down. Not bad at all. Now, do remember, Phantom of Yubel can still tribute itself to get it off the board to turn the Gamma online.
Bestial Jerusalem, this should be Centurion, actually, because the Bestial's being committed to the strategy.
You're not seeing that in Fluanderies. So must have just not drawn any of their starters, which is pretty rare considering how many they have.
Yeah, the Trudea, the Primera, the Field Spell, all are good for the Centurion, but Emre saying he doesn't need that. He has enough with the Bestial, and he is currently winning against the Yubel deck by the looks of it. Or at least in a pretty good position.
Absolutely, but still having the Nightmare Pain on the board. We don't know the one set card. If you draw any Dark Monster, you could instantly turn that into a full combo.
Both players not really being able to get their engines online here. This is kind of a top-decking war, and we see a set card and a pass.
I like this. This is old school Yu-Gi-Oh!
That is not what you want to be seeing in terms of your draws. Can we actually draw a Centurion card finally?
We go straight to battle.
Straight to battle. I mean, it's going to be whoever draws a starter card first, I feel like.
The old days of set one pass.
I think Goryoku already drew quite a few good ones, but the Samsara D Lotus still available for use. And presumably at the 3 copies in the deck as well. Meanwhile, Emre not having access to the Trudea, to the Primera, to the Field Spell for the Centurion deck. There are so many opportunities depending on what they're able to draw.
And another
pass back. And remember, if we do see a Samsara Lotus here, Samsara D Lotus here, it will be protected from Ash Blossom because of the
Another
Gamma.
battle phase.
25 again. I mean, we are on a clock. Old Caboozle's theory with Dino Rabbit. How many times can you attack with the Sneezing Dinosaur to deal 8,000 damage? We're seeing the same thing. Druid Worm theory.
At 4 cards, we got to have something. Something's got to start.
Could just be Gamma Gamma Driver.
You know what? You're not wrong. Or
Ray Dai was just unlucky.
3 Sphere Modes. I know I have the deck list, but still.
We do see
Samsara D
this
Lotus, there we go.
okay.
One card starter with the insurance policy of the Psy-Frame Gear Gamma.
Could there be an Infinite Impermanence face down, possibly? Okay, guess not, because it would have been activated.
And the thing, I mean, when you allow one of these players to draw 3 cards, you're looking like half of them could be interrupts or traps or anything.
I think Quantal just dropped Abyss Dweller in the Telemans Mirror match, by the way.
And I'm also seeing Duel A looks like it's pretty handedly in Josh's favor. He has a board of 5, 6 cards.
Ash Blossom and Joy Spring.
Onto the Max C. So yeah, they got hand traps galore.
Okay,
I like how the moment we start paying attention to the other 2 duels, this
Something
one picks up again.
Yeah.
After passing back and forth, things are now back online for Emre and Goryoku.
Activating that Nightmare Pain.
Is that our first time seeing Zeus this week?
We haven't seen it too often, have we?
No, we have not. But
Typhon's been a lot more popular. And the Zeus animation, you love seeing that.
Oh my god.
I believe that was from the Animation Chronicles, or at least based on that. Very cool.
Now, we're going to see if there's a reaction to the Nightmare Pain, but if there's not, I mean, that's going to put Heroes Future in quite a good spot, which I think they're going to need considering how some of the games are going in the bottom
And
screens.
again, both of these teams need 2 victories, and with Snipe Hunters looking to be in the lead in the other 2, it is all resting on this Yubel making a comeback here.
So Nightmare Pain destroys the Spirit of Yubel, allowing a Yubel to come out. You also have Nightmare Throne, which might even give us the Terror Incarnate, and then he adds a Gruesome Grave Skirmer to his hand, so assuming full combo might be in our future.
I'd say we are finally making plays here at turn 9.
Terror Incarnate added to hand here. Maybe we see the Ultimate Nightmare, maybe not, but regardless, this looks to be a better position for the Yubel deck.
So right now, we don't know that set down card or the set face down card, but that is 5K on board at the moment. You can also make a Phantom of Yubel, which he is making. That is 7,500 on the board.
If we have no interactions, this is over right here.
Yes, and I mean, you have 1 monster in the gate as well, which would allow you to then get another Yubel out.
Centurion Phalanx.
Banishing 1.
Okay, so you banish your own card so that the Yubel has to attack you directly, and it's just 0, 0, 0.
What a smart play.
We've seen Phalanx drawn a lot. I feel like we've seen that more than actual Centurion monsters. We do see Duel A down there finishing up with a blue win. Team Snipe Hunters is at 4 wins. They just need to win 1 more game to have this.
Snipe Hunters a match point here. If Emre or Quantal can pull it off, we could see them advance. We could see our reigning world champions make a claim for the title again. But Heroes Future, they're not out of it. The Yubel deck is still in it. and we can see how this one plays out.
I will say, though, looking over at Duel C, we're looking at Quantal having 4 cards on the field. He just got a Zeus off. 5 cards in hand, well, just discarded 1, but a ton of cards versus just 2 cards.
And Emery's looking at the same thing. I think Emery has checked out of his own game as he's seeing if his partner could just pull off the win. That would give them 5 points. That's enough. It doesn't really matter what happens in this game too much. Now, obviously, it's not over till it's over, but sometimes when you see a board like that, you're like, all right, buddy, you just get the W and I'll just go out there.
And that's the great part about the 3v3 environment is that if you have a bad hand or you have a, just an unlucky hand. I mean, Emery has not seen a single Centurion card in his Centurion deck. Yeah. Sorry, there was the Phalanx. Even if that happens, you can rely on your teammates a little bit. Now, you never want to just fully rely on them because, they could have also drawn a bad hand or whatever, but I think that is one of the great things about this 3v3 environment, and it's why it's so important to pick teammates that you trust.
I think it's going to be coming down to that Duel C game as we now see a Dugaris also hit the board, because up in our Duel B, our little featured match here, this is going into
full Ubel combo,
full
pretty
Ubel
much.
combo.
We got the Yama, we got the Shavara, we got the Phantom, and this is everything.
If they're running Iblock or anything, but there's not a lot that they're going to be able to do up in this game. The Ubel is going to be controlling the board completely.
Yeah, it looks to be like Goryoku will be able to tie this one up, and we will be pushed to that deciding game, but let's see, this isn't over yet. Unchained Sword of Rage now coming out to join the Lord of Yama and the Phantom of Ubel. Goryoku with the Ubel. What can he do to close this one out and push it to be contingent on Quantal's game?
I think contingent gets our word of the day so far.
Thank you.
3,800 on the field right now, but don't forget about the Nightmare Pain. It makes it very difficult to play into these boards because you have to attack these U-Bells, and you don't want to because then you'll kind of lose right there.
Yeah, and we're in main phase 2, though, so he's just building that board for protection.
More disruption.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely.
What are we making here? Gigantic Sprite. Always funny to see Gigantic Sprite summoned with Link monsters only. You don't.
Are we going into the lock? We are going into the Ibli lock.
You called it. Okay, we are Ibling. I mean, that's going to... What does Centurion do against Ibli?
Nothing.
They cry.
Nothing. So it really is coming down to that final game, and we're starting to see you got some big monsters down there in Duel C happening. So we'll see how that makes the push. They're passing turns.
Sprite Elf getting summoned. The Ibli going to the opponent's side of the field there. Sprite Elf being activated. Sprite Elf being a really big deal. Being able to bring back the Unchained Soul of Rage, and then also being able to prevent the 2 cards that it points to from being targeted, and then also being able to potentially bring back another monster on the opponent's turn too.
Yeah, this is looking really good for Hero's future in this game here. Ubel definitely in the lead right now with the Ibli being summoned as well. Tell me more about how...
Desires off the top, by the way.
Solid. Tell me more about how this Ibli build is different from the regular Ubel build.
So we're actually locking them out of being able to use their extra deck unless they have a Link monster, which not everyone's going to have. So it plays a bit more control. And let's say they do, if they are able to link it away into something, you have the Unchained Soul of Rage able to link that away and give you an even stronger monster like an SP Little Knight. So essentially 3 or 4 interruptions that they play through.
We see a tribute summon for Baldrake, I believe.
At this point, though, you got to play through 3 interruptions before you can even start engaging the Phantom of Ubel.
You can summon a Typhon here, but that doesn't even really do too much.
Delays by 1 turn, as we've seen so far this one.
Yeah, it keeps you alive. It keeps you alive. But this is a very difficult position to be in against Ubel.
Does it even keep you alive? Can't you use the Unchained Soul of Rage to also just... he's going to bounce it back, but he's going to negate it, and he's going to use the chain.
Super Star Slayer Typhon Sky Crisis, effectively negated by the Phantom of Ubel.
This one is going to be pretty decisive in Ubel's favor. So we're going to see, I know down in Duel C, they drew 1 card after it was past the red team. So what they drew, we don't know, 3 unknown, but up against a full board and a full backboard. And 2
we see the triple tactics talent. Now, do keep in mind when you summon Typhon, obviously a very powerful card, you are done summoning though. So that is one thing to keep in mind when you play against Typhon. If that is what they are doing, you know they have nothing else, but you can still activate spell cards, you can still potentially take monsters. Can we find a way to get to 3,000 though? We are drawing 2 cards here. Let's see what we can get to.
Triple Tactics talent, of course, being that iconic rare shared card for Snipe Hunters last year. Really funny that it's now being used as potentially a decider for a game that would otherwise keep Snipe Hunters in the tournament.
And it's interesting that you point that out because I don't think anyone did choose it as their shared card this year, but we have seen it time and time again. And I have to imagine, I think a lot of these decks just have the 1 random copy, but if you're deck thinning so much with your engine, you might see that 1 random copy. You got to draw something, right?
Yep.
Gonna use the Soul of Rage.
Into a SP Little Knight.
Yep, SP Little Knight will get rid of the face down, you have to imagine as well.
But each time it is costing him an additional draw as well, or sorry, giving his opponent an additional draw every time he is summoning these. So he feels confident in the build, but you never want to accidentally give your opponent the game.
Yeah, like what can we possibly set up here with these draws? I mean, maybe you can draw like Bisteel, 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 I guess, but...
In a Centurion build, I don't know. It feels like it needs to kind of be on your turn.
Main 2 end phase, we are passing there with a completely open board, 5,500 life points versus 5,000 on board. I'm sure we can find a way to get 500. Let's see.
I can't tell what just played in Duel C, but it looks like a final move was just, or sorry, a starting move was finally played by Heroes Future.
Let's see the Dark Beckoning Beast. I mean, the opening of Spirit Gates by itself easily can get you to pretty much any number of Link monsters to set up 500 damage.
Oh, and there's the Chaos boost. Oh, okay.
We are switching over, jumping into Quantal's game. We see a change of heart targeting something, and then a Fairy Tale Snow getting changed to presumably banish the card that was targeted.
And it all comes down to this, because if Quantal can take it, then Snipe Hunters will advance over Heroes Future, but Heroes Future, they're still in this.
Especially with tier elements, you never want to count them out. We do see the Medora getting chained from the graveyard. Now, this year we don't have the Mill 5 cards, but we do still have access to the Shufflers, and they are quite powerful.
I realized, by the way, if this is the Tillerman's mirror, that means that Josh was actually successful in the Fire King Snake Eye mirror against Maguro.
That's, considering how much that he's dominated, that's a pretty tall ask. So
impressive.
Yes.
Shuffling back a Happy, a Destrudo, and this Fairy Tale Snow, or at least targeting those cards. Fairy Tale Snow going to be chained again because it's not a once per turn.
Because
not a once per turn. Banishing another 7 cards to get the special summon. Will we have another Chain Link? No, we will not.
We do see this coming down to this final game here, as we did see Goryoku manage to beat Emre. 4 wins apiece for Snipe Hunters and Heroes Future in this set. The winner of this duel will secure it for their team.
And we see it pass with a set. 8,000 life points still for the Heroes Future in this position. We have the Fairy Tale Snow on the field, which means if you can't get rid of that without putting it to the graveyard, it can always potentially come back.
Dugaris caused the draw phase to be skipped, I think.
All right, so
we did
do
see
not
that,
get
yes.
Well, Quantal has really been using that Dugaris to a lot this weekend. But definitely a favorite card. I don't know if we've really seen a ton of other tournament players actually summon that card. We see a Time
so
Thief
many rank
Redoer.
4 XCs in this
is
deck.
so interesting, but I think that it goes with, I believe Quantal is the one that is playing Trick Clown, so if you are really focusing on these rank 4s are some of the most powerful XCs monsters in the game. That's been true for like a decade at this point.
But you're also getting the Shireen effect as well, so I mean, you're going to be popping off on the Fusion, and we can't forget the Horus monsters are still in play.
Yep, and I think those 2 set cards were set a while ago now, so they are able to be activated. We do see the combination of the Fusion Summon into the Tillerman's Kaleido Heart. This is a really good position for Quantal to be in.
And I think that Quantal's tier limit deck is so interesting because it is 40 cards. We've seen a lot of them
Horus monster coming back out.
Imseti, Glory of Horus. This is a lot of damage on the field right now. What is the face down?
Stormy Mirror Force? If it's not, this is it. I think this might be it.
Quantal has game. Maybe, unless Tusku can bring something out.
We might be going to the finals for Team Snipe Hunters. Is this it?
Does the final attack connect?
Oh, we have something. Something's going to happen. Do we have the fairy? We do have a difference.
Oh!
That's it. That is it. Snipe Hunters is going to the finals for a 2nd year in a row. They have proven themselves twice now that they are some of the best Master Duel players in the entire world. They have one more match to prove themselves.
And we mentioned Quantal was so good last year at Tournament, and he's still good this year at Tournament. He clutches it out for the team. He takes down Tusku. He takes down Heroes Future, and Snipe Hunters are your finalists here in the Master Duel category of the Yu-Gi-Oh! World Championship 2024.
And let's not forget that they lost every single coin toss in that last set, and they still managed to get it. That is incredibly impressive. You got very unlucky by losing all the coin tosses, but you were able to come back, and I think that really shows just how headstrong these players are.
What we saw from both teams, honestly, was a war of attrition. You're talking pass, set, pass, set, pass, set. Everyone gave it their all. They flew from across the country, and nobody should be upset at how they played. Everyone played fantastic. Taking it to Game 9?
Really well played by Heroes Future regardless, though. They looked like the best team in the world coming out of that day one, but ultimately it is Snipe Hunters that managed to make it through. Emre looked so good in that round robin stage on day one, but here it is Quantal and Josh that managed to win out over their opponents and take Snipe Hunters all the way to the finals.
And I think like what we were talking about earlier, someone has to win the round, especially in a single elimination like day two is, someone has to win. So no matter how good each teams are, no matter how much time they put into deck building, no matter how much prep they've done, someone has to come away the winner and someone has to come away the loser. So we don't want to say that either team did worse necessarily this round. I think we saw a lot of back and forth Yu-Gi-Oh! It obviously came down to that final game. We did not see a full sweep, and I think that just goes to show how strong these two competitors were.
And checking on the standings here, we did see actually Team 7 managing to edge out 5-4 versus CER. And we have a rematch of last year's finals.
Unreal. I think that those 6 competitors have now proven themselves as the Mr. Master Duels, if I can say. That is insane.
And I told you, man, a rematch of last year, and you're telling me
Master Duel Worlds 2.
We can't get this licensed for something? Come on, that's incredible.
This is incredible, and not only is it funny to see these two players, or not funny, but it's going to be interesting to see, you know, some of the same decks, some of the same cards popping up. Another tier limit mirror match could decide this tournament, which would be very funny.
And Jesse Cotton was undisputed king of the tier limits mirror match until he ran into Quantal at Worlds last year.
Mr. Ebreeze, are you able to tell us what the final breakdown for that for the other competitors, what their score went to?
I believe it did go to 4 and 5 as well, with Jesse managing to secure the victory. Tierlement again dictating who proceeds into the grand finals.
I think we are about to go over to the winning interview here to kind of hear from some of our players and how they're feeling.
Thank you very much, casters. I am live with your semifinals feature match. Victors here, Team Snipe Hunters. First up, we have Jack Rory, aka Quantal. Congratulations on another finals appearance, and you defeated Tasuku again on the way there. But it was hard. It was hard fought. I want to hear first your thoughts on Heroes Future and how that match went.
The match against Tasuku was a long one, back and forth. I think him having not having Dweller was a great addition. Being able to go break his board, make Dweller, make Zeus, break his board, then set up double trap, scream, set up, full board, SP, down to no cards. And at that point, I think I just had full control, which was just stressful, low on time, and that's it.
But you got it.
そうですね、今回の試合に関してタスク選手のチームと何度も対戦することタスク選手のチームともう一度対戦することとなり、それに関してどういう感じでしたかというところと、その試合についてどう思ったかというところと、という質問となりました。それに関しての答えとしてはやはり彼とのタスク選手たちとのチームとの試合は非常に難しいものでもあり、試合展開の最中でも何度も相手の方が布陣を新しいのを出し、それを何度もそれを壊して、そしてまた作られ壊して作られという形で、自分の方も何度も繰り返しいろいろ考えることもあり、正しい選択ができたと思っております。
And now we'll actually invite Emre up next. Congratulations, Emre, defending champions. How much pressure are you feeling now going into another finals? And how does it compare to last year, where it was the first ever World Finals?
I mean, there's always pressure when you play a final or just like any game at Worlds. I feel like compared to last year, there's less pressure because we know what to expect. We know like what will come. So I think it's just we play our best Yu-Gi-Oh! And just hope.
今回、前回の優勝者で今回、王座防衛戦となると思いましたが、それについての気持ちと、それと去年と今年と比べるとどのような緊張がありましたかという質問に関してですが、どの試合に関しても、ファイナルのように非常に集中してプレーしているというところと、今年に関してはある種去年より何が待っているかということが分かっているため、そこまで緊張せずにプレーできたと申しております。
Thank you very much. And now finally, we'll invite up the team captain, Joshua Schmidt. Now, again, going into your second World Finals here for Master Duel, and I have a bit of an update for you because the off-stream semifinals match has concluded, and it is Team 7 that you will be rematching in the finals. So what message do you have for everybody back home giving you their support as you get the rematch?
That's hard to put into words because I also just learned that. I didn't know that. That's crazy. That's a very unlikely thing to happen, I feel like. But I'm super happy to be back, and I feel like from this point on, we have nothing to lose. We're gonna try our very best. If they win, they also very much deserve it, as much as they deserved it last year. And yeah, we'll try our best to prevent it, but we'll see how it goes.
今回の試合に関して新しく組み合わせが決まり、去年と同じ組み合わせが決勝でなるということが今分かったというところで、それに関してどのような気持ちですかという質問がございました。それに関して去年と同じ組み合わせになると思ってなくて、それがすごいことだとは思っております。今回に関して、もう失うものはないとのことで、もう決勝に臨むと、彼らが勝つ可能性もありますが、それを頑張って食い止めてみたいと思っております。
Thank you very much. And thank you very much, everybody. Our semifinalists, now finalists. I'll let you get going so you can prepare for your finals match. And we're going to send it back over to the casters.
I think, as Emery said, sometimes it's just about everyone playing their best Yu-Gi-Oh! And hoping. Everyone here plays well. Sometimes it just kind of comes down to that.
Yeah, Josh, of course, very articulate, very talented duelist there as well with Quantal. He had a lot to say about the Taylorman's mirror match, and as it turns out, he is the expert.
Yeah, I mean, I just can't believe we are here again, and it's going to be so fun. We are about to go to break, and when we come back, I believe it'll be the TCG Semi-finals.
Oh, very exciting.
So we won't see you then, but you will see them then.
I gotta say, this has been one of the craziest events that we've had all year.
We have a mass celebrity who's secretly a huge Yu-Gi-Oh fan. They might be an athlete, an actor, a singer. We have no idea.
What do you think, Billy? I mean, this is prestigious.
I'm thinking it could be Seto Kaiba.
It all started off with initial social media posts. Then there were these clues that would come out here.
We have this big exciting moment where the tournament is over and the Shadow Duelist finally removes their mask.
We have our victor, Fictinium. Let's see. Who's the duelist behind the mask?
I'm so nervous.
What?
No way. Zayn Malik? I can't believe it.
Well, welcome to the stream, Zayn. I wasn't aware that you were a Yu-Gi-Oh fan.
Yeah, I'm a big Yu-Gi-Oh fan. I've been into Yu-Gi-Oh for a long time, since I was a small kid.
But do you remember when you were a kid, when you were like 6, 7, what your favorite card was back then in the games?
My favorite card, I know it sounds super cliche, but obviously everyone loves Dark Magician. I love Blue Eyes White Dragon. I also love the Exodia cards.
Well, we're happy that you are here. Happy to have you. Speaking of costumes, you got that beautiful mask, and Fictinium is the one who wins the entire tournament that you're putting on for us here. And I believe that means we owe Fictinium something. You got to sign that mask, Zayn.
Yeah, we do. So I'm going to put it here, and I'm going to sign it on the inside.
Oh, what a beauty.
Oh, so cool.
Zane, do you have anything that you're like the most proud of? Anything that you own
yes.
from Yu-Gi-Oh?
This is my Yu-Gi-Oh binder.
Wait a minute.
I have all my Yu-Gi-Oh cards in. Yeah.
Okay.
And the question was before, what is my favorite card? And obviously I have the Shooting Star Dragon. And obviously it's just one of my most powerful cards. That's why I like it so much.
Okay.
I have the Shooting Quasar Dragon too.
Shooting
if you
Quasar
wanna
is one
see
of my
it,
favorites.
I can pull it
Yeah.
out.
Go ahead. It's a powerful synchro monster.
Is that Sharpie that you colored on the front with?
It is, yeah. It is, yeah.
It ran out of room
That's
for the
amazing.
A's there at the end.
If you were to make a Yu-Gi-Oh theme song, what genre of music would you choose?
Early 2000s rock. And yeah, and just kind of keep it in that iconic era of like where I feel like all these like cartoons kind of started with their music.
I love
feels
that.
epic. I'd just like to say thank you to you guys. It was amazing, honestly. Thank you for today. It was really fun. And yeah, thanks for letting me do this because I felt like a kid today, living out my dream.
Thank you so much, Zane, for coming on. That was all the questions that we had prepared there. So yeah, that was fantastic. And once again, it was awesome having you on the show. Awesome having you on the stream.
But the mystery is about to deepen. Another Shadow Duelist is on their way. Tune in back for Shadow Duelist Season 2.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Yu-Gi-Oh! World Championship 2024. Hope everybody enjoyed that Master Duel semi-final match. It was amazing, but now the TCG team has swapped in here to check out the semi-finals of the TCG and OCG division. It's shaping up to be a really excellent championship Sunday here in the Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading card game, and I can't wait to meet our players for this match.
That's right, Jerome. We have finally made it here to the semifinals of the Yu-Gi-Oh! World Championship 2024. Our first competitor is Ruben from the United States. And his favorite card, we talked about yesterday, is Destiny Hero Malicious.
His opponent is no stranger as well. Facing him will be Jose Santiago, also from the United States. Favorite card, Chaos Ruler, the Chaotic Magical Dragon.
No kidding about being no stranger to them. In fact, these two players have already played once this weekend, back in round number 2.
That's right, Jerome. We saw them on the feature match stage in round number 2, where they went to game 3. Ruben was barely able to take the win over there against Jose, but that was one of Jose's only losses throughout the entire 7 rounds of Swiss yesterday.
Yeah, definitely going to be a bit of a grudge match here, but they are very close friends. They've been working together up to this point. They both made it from the World Championship points playoff in the NAWCQ.
It was fun because, you know, the points playoff, it stops after you get the top 2, right? It's a single elimination event. Once you get to the top 2, they're both going. You don't need to play that last match anyways. So the fact that they played it later in the WCQ itself, and then again here in day 1, and again here now in day 2, feels like it's destiny.
Yeah, these players are very familiar with each other, and they're probably friends, as you mentioned, Asal. They probably play test together, so they've probably dueled each other countless times. But there's never been as much pressure and as many stakes on the line as there is here in the semifinals. I mean, to be 2 round wins away from becoming the Yu-Gi-Oh! World Champion, we've only had one player from the U.S. ever become World Champion, and that was last year. It was Paulie, and now we have a chance with 3 players from the United States in the top 4, 2 of them having to face off against each other here. It is just incredible. And I can't believe we are finally here in the semifinals. It felt like yesterday went by so quickly. We have 28 of the best players from around the world that competed, and now we're down to the final 4.
So here's something I was thinking about when I was watching the Master Duel match earlier. As a player, is it an advantage to you to watch somebody else go first, even if it's in a different game in a situation like this?
I mean, for me, I'd rather just get my match over with and go first. I mean, that's kind of the same way I do my school projects. If I have to present in front of the class, I want to be the first one up there to go and just get it over with. But, there is kind of something special about watching another team celebrate, another team go through that hardship from winning that round and finding a way to make it to the finals. So they may be able to ride that excitement that came from that matchup. So you really could go either way depending on the person.
Yeah, it definitely lights a fire under you, especially in a match like that. The Master Duel, going into the Master Duel finals is going to be one of the craziest finals in a while. It's going to be a back-to-back finals from last year. So these players, they don't want to let them steal their thunder, right? They have their own finals to try to get to.
That's what I was thinking, is that you see some matches as good as the ones that we saw back in the last round, and you got to figure, well, I got to put on a show now.
Exactly. I mean, you got to live up to that hype. It was so exciting. It came down to that last match in that Master Duel final. And now, we are here in the TCG, but the Master Duel finals is a rematch from last year's Master Duel finals, which everyone is incredibly excited for. But having a chance to have another player from the United States of America become the world champion, also equally as exciting here.
Well, we have guaranteed one North American going to the finals because of this match.
Yep, that's for sure. No matter who wins, the United States will be in the finals. And, it couldn't be 2 more incredible duels for the past year. They've been doing phenomenal at our events, but it looks like they're ready. It's going to be game number 1 of our first semifinal match here at the Yu-Gi-Oh! World Championship 2024.
Clock's running. We are ready to go.
I feel like Ruben won the dice roll here. He's looking at his hand. Yep, it sounds like he's going in the main phase.
All right, starting things off with opening of the Spirits Gates. That's a strong start for the Fiendsmith Ubel strategy.
Ooh, it's going to resolve as well.
I mean, when you think about the interruptions that can happen to opening the Spirit Gates, you'd rather, if you have something along the lines of Ash Blossom, you don't want to use it on opening the Spirit Gates because if its secondary effect is honestly the most powerful one. And if you do have something along the lines of Ghost Ogre, you can't activate it on activation. So realistically, sometimes you want to save your interruptions if you do have something for opening the Spirit Gate, so I don't think it necessarily counts out any interruptions from Jose here.
We've seen a lot of UBEL players opening with both opening the Spirit Gates and Nightmare Throne, but I guess between the two, Throne would be the bigger hit.
Definitely would. So Dark Beckoning Beast is going to add another copy of Beckoning Beast to the hand, it looks like.
And he's going to use his additional normal summon on the Samsarity Lotus. This is pretty ideal. Going to be able to activate its effect here. Does Jose have a response? It doesn't seem like it.
This is pretty much the opposite of the way the match went the first time. Maybe Jose learned something from that first match. He had plenty of interaction from his hand that he was using left and right, but Ruben was still able to establish that board in round 2 yesterday. But now maybe he's going to be looking to save it and have more of like a key point to use those interruptions from the hand at some point in this turn.
He's going to have to find some really opportune moments because very soon there's going to be a Phantom UBEL on the field as soon as these UBELs hit the graveyard.
Yep, Spirit of UBEL, special summon from the deck, and then that's going to set Nightmare Pain. Now Ruben is going to flip up that Nightmare Pain. If this card resolves, it will be a nightmare for Jose, and it looks like it's going to. He's going to destroy Spirit of UBEL to add Gruesome Gravesquirmer. Now Spirit of UBEL, since it was destroyed, will let him special summon a UBEL from the deck.
See which one we're grabbing. Looks like it's regular old UBEL.
I'm still expecting maybe Ruben to open his eyes. I'm looking at his pupils. Maybe they're different color pupils there. Maybe UBEL is the way he is going to make it to the finals of the World Championship. But as you mentioned, Phantom UBEL coming down very early here.
Going to be able to put back the Spirit of UBEL as well as the other Samsarity Lotus in the graveyard. Now going to be able to link away with the Beckoning Beast as well as the UBEL on the field for Unchained Soul Lord Yama. Yama's going to be able to activate its effect. Going to add a copy of Unchained Soul Lord Sharvara.
Yep, Unchained Soul Sharvara to the hand. We've seen this before. It doesn't look like Jose has any interactions quite just yet.
Well, while he's looking for them, I've got an update for you on the other semi-final. Mark is up 1 game.
Already? Okay.
Wow, so 1 game away from making the finals there for Mark. He came in first after Swiss, going undefeated only with that 1 draw.
Still undefeated thus far.
But his opponents that he was going to have to face, if he does win, are right here. Yuto could still come back. I hope he does with that Fire King strategy. But Ruben moving on with his turn. Special summoning Gruesome Gravesquirmer from the hand. Going to be able to link away UBEL in that Gruesome Gravesquirmer. Spirit of UBEL.
I believe he did use the effect of opening the Spirit Gates, discarding the Spirit of UBEL to summon back the Spirit of UBEL. Is that how it hit the field?
I do believe so. And now is going to go into Moon of the Closed Heaven. Going to link summon that away for Fiendsmith's Requiem.
Requiem going to then be able to activate its effect. Attempt to summon a Fiendsmith Engraver from the deck. Engraver hits the field here. Ruben sequencing in a way where he gets a lot of powerful effects off first, you know, just really building his hand with ways to play through multiple interruptions if Jose happens to have them. And I think from Jose, the way his deck is built, it's very likely that he does have these interruptions in his hand. It would be very unlucky if he didn't. So I think Ruben is expecting a pair because he, at this point, absolutely knows most of the cards in Jose's deck.
Nasal, I know you like pairs. And we'll have to see if he does have a pair of those cards that are going to need to be able to push through the board that Ruben is establishing right now.
So now Jose is checking the graveyard here. I noted he hadn't looked at it at all previously in this turn, so that might give us a clue as to what's hiding in his hand.
It seems like he's getting ready to do something. But sequence is allowed to resolve here. It's going to be able to summon that Fiendsmith Lacrima. Lacrima is going to be able to activate its effect, likely adding the Engraver back to hand here. Yep.
Yeah, we see this a lot where you get the Engraver out of the deck and then you can add it back to the hand with Lacrima, so you can discard it from the hand to access Fiendsmith's Tract.
Engraver uses its effect, doing likely just that.
There it is.
Activating it immediately.
Just going to let him add a Light Fiend from the deck to the hand, then he'll have to discard a card.
There's the Lurie.
I'm still waiting for the Majesty's Fiend. One day it's going to be Majesty's Fiend.
I prefer it be Lurie most of the time. Not like for my sake, but my opponent's sake, everyone else's sake.
All right, moving on to a Link Summon. Going to send Sequence and Lurie to the graveyard. Muckraker from the Underworld is now in that extra monster zone.
That's going to go through as well.
Looks like we're putting back the Lurie into the deck for the effective Engravers, hitting the field once again.
Jose checking the graveyard, maybe looking to see how accessible it is for another copy of Phantom of Yubel to touch down, or making sure the Gruesome Gravesquirmer's there, what he could do with that in the graveyard as well.
Looks like Ruben is choosing to overlay his 2 level 6 monsters into the High Wave King Caesar.
I think he does. Ruben is, with you, Asal, looking for those pair of cards, so trying to have a pair of cards of his own to counter the pair of cards that Jose might have to disrupt his turn.
Makes a lot of
thinking
sense.
about, trap cards rather than monster effects because the Phantom of Yubel's down there. Now even that's not going to help you out.
Exactly. All right, Gruesome Gravesquirmer is banished to special summon back Spirit of Yubel from the graveyard. Oh, and it looks like we're going to do a quick look here. Oh, we can see the other match. And it's a little tough to see what's going on, but there's a Phantasme on the field.
Yeah, it looks like there's a Phantasme. I think I see Fiendsmith sequence there. And it looks like they may all be headed back to the extra deck as part of a fusion summon. If I were to interpret that that particular pile of cards together.
He was calculating something, so maybe a Nibiru resolved, and he was trying to add up the stats.
We did see Mark adding up the stats on Nibiru yesterday, but we do see a Link summon coming down here from Ruben for an Unchained Soul of Rage. Gonna set Abominable. Chamber of the Unchained.
Everything par for the course so far for the Yubel strategy. Ruben being uninterrupted thus far. It looks like he's going to be done with his deck at the very minimum here, offering the cut to Jose.
It's not a bad board he has.
Still 3 cards in hand as well.
Yeah, that's what the interactions from the hand on top of the established field you make is the tough part for Jose. He's going to have to try and fight back. But if he's not having any of those interactions from the hands, that means he probably has cards he can play. So we'll see. It's now Jose's turn. Draws 6 cards.
You saw him shake that card on the draw a little bit. Things might not be looking up.
He needs that card to do quite a lot for him here.
All right, we are in the main phase. What is Jose's first action going to be? Looking like a Divine Temple of the Snake Eyes.
Good way to get started here.
It's going to let him place the Snake Eye monster from his deck into the spell and trap zone.
Not necessarily the most ideal card to have in your hand when you could normally search it via other means, but it is useful at playing into boards because if they decide to try to summon any more monsters to try to deal with yours, you do get another free summon, so you're able to extend a little bit further.
Yep, it does help with that. Also gets you face-up cards on your side of the field that you can send to the graveyard for other cards that you might want to summon from your hand, like Diabellstar the Black Witch and cards like that. But it looks like grabbing the Snake Eye Ash, so we might be looking to move it forward. But yeah, but here comes the Black Witch, sending Snake Eye Ash to the graveyard. And now he's going to activate the effect. Let's see if this prompts a response here from Ruben.
He has plenty of options to consider. He has that Wave King High Caesar. He has multiple sets here, one being the Chamber. Not going to be useful immediately, not opting to not use any of them. The Diabellstar will be able to resolve, again, missing in the front half of the deck, so we're going to the bottom half.
Missed on the Ash as well. That was nearly at the bottom.
All right, original Sinful Spoils is set. Ruben letting Jose proceed so far, but now it looks like he is going to activate Unchained Soul of Rage effect, targeting Jose's Diabellstar, the Black Witch.
Looks like that's going to be allowed to resolve. Linking away with the Diabellstar into SP Little Knight.
Looking to banish that set original Sinful Spoils. Maybe Jose has something like Wanted, Secret of the Sinful Spoils in his hand to punish this play, but he's going to need that one Wanted. Being limited, it's going to be tough.
Let's see if Jose has anything to punish now that a monster effect has been activated on Ruben's side during the main phase.
Looks like he does, in fact, have triple tactics talent.
And which effect is going to be activated here? Stealing is a little tempting.
I mean, Jose might have to steal that Wave King High Caesar at this point, but there's still that SP Little Knight already on the field. He's in dire straits here. You might just need more cards to try to deal with this.
Nope, looks like he is going to take the Caesar.
Can I get a Zeus for the one time?
Probably not.
You got to take a lot of damage in the process, too, because we do have a Yubel monster and Nightmare Paint on the field.
If I had to take the damage just to put a Zeus in the max deck, I would do it.
I think I agree, actually.
All right, Jose's going to normal summon Snake Eye Oak, and that's going to target Snake Eye Ash. that he got to put in the graveyard thanks to that Divine Temple and Black Witch.
That's the effect going to be met with the SP Little Knight attempting to banish the Snake Eye Oak here.
No response, it looks like, but there
And
is another
Infinite
chain.
Impermanence.
Infinite Impermanence is going to try and negate the effect of Snake Eye Oak, and then he's going to get it off the field of the SP Little Knight, leaving Jose with just the Caesar.
Interesting, opting to do this way, even though the Infinite Impermanence would have met all of Oak's effects by itself, but he wants to make sure there's not that extra body on the board, so he gets the Caesar back.
Yeah,
Committing the Bellstar.
Unless he has another way to special summon something, I think that Caesar's coming back.
Yeah, it would have to be something along the lines of 1-for-1 or Bonfire, right? Because you've already used the Divine Temple, the normal summon's gone, the Bellstar's gone, but there's another copy of Original?
Plays a second copy of Original Sinful Spoils.
I wouldn't see that coming.
Incredible.
Yeah. I would not see that coming either. I'm not sure we saw that in any of the decks this week.
So he got to bait out the SP Little Knight with the first one, but had it all along.
But the thing, Oak is gone, the one copy of Snake Eye Ash is gone.
Poplar is still available, so just getting another monster on the field is step one, because he really is only dealing with the one face down and the Phantom of Yubel.
I imagine that's probably the only thing that he has available is Poplar.
Yep, we are getting that Poplar. Poplar likely has no more targets. We've seen 3 separate targets hit the grave at this point.
Taking a chance. There is a Shavara, which is a fire.
At the very minimum, he does have access to Moon of the Closed Heaven to start his Fiendsmith line.
You have to be careful of the Phantom, though. Phantom's still out here.
Now he is going to concede, it looks like, and Ruben is going to take game number 1 here. And now Ruben is 1 win away from being our first finalist, but, you know, it is just incredible. Both these duels have been breakout careers over the past couple of years and have been incredible. Either one deserves to be here, but, you know, it's going to be I don't know who's going to win.
Anyone could take this game, right? And I think that game really shows what you could do with either deck, because even if Ruben did know that Jose had access to a second copy, because at this point I think they've talked to each other enough, he probably did have that knowledge, but you wouldn't expect it still. You knew that a normal summon had been used, he knew Bellstar had been used, and then even the Divine Temple, which could give him access to the Snake Eye Bellstar, had been used. So the amount of additional extenders was really small. So he took the chance here and wanted to just prioritize getting all of his resources back. But even if there was an additional extender here, I think the worst case scenario was something along the lines of 1-for-1. But even then, the Oak had been used, the Ash had been used. So he knew that even if something did happen to hit the field at that point, it would just go into the Fiendsmith part of things. It's not threatening that much. And as Jose saw, he was able to get that far, but there was nothing to do after the fact, and he was able to just concede.
Yeah, I think Jerome pointed out the big sticking factor that kept Jose from being able to come back into it was the last remaining piece of interaction. It was that Phantom View Bell. Well, not being able to be destroyed by battle, and his only play was to go into a moon or something like that, and being able to have the one way to change that monster effect would have been enough there for sure.
It hurts, especially if you're going to clear your own field off, triggering off Requiem and be left with nothing.
Exactly. So Riding on the Wall doesn't want to waste any more time in that game, but it looks like we're getting a quick look in here at the other duel. Okay, we're mid the game here. It looks like Yuto is doing some Fire King stuff. It looks like he played through a Nibiru, a Multarmi, a Phantasme. He has Island on the field, Ponix, and SP Little Knight.
I imagine it is actually the same turn, because it does, like, based on what I can tell, the Nibiru attributed his Phantasme as well as all those monsters, those 3 monsters from Yuto's side. And that's what that math was for.
So are we still in turn 1 here?
I believe we're still in turn 1.
No, it looks like we started turn 3 because he's activating Island, but maybe not.
I just don't see enough cards on Mark's side for it to be damage long.
Unless he just passed back or something like that.
I mean, it looks like Mark had many interruptions into Yuto's play here, so he had to, you know, recalculate how he wanted to play out the turn multiple times. There was an Infinite Impermanence, a Phantasme, as well as a Nibiru. But now we're finally activating Grunix.
The Grunix coming from the graveyard really makes me think this is
okay. So I guess Mark didn't do anything on his last turn. It's fair. It's fair.
The Grunix is going to special summon from the graveyard. That destroys a Kieran from the deck to special summon Arvata from the hand. Arvata's be able to protect himself from monster effects. Or there's a chance that... No.
I do think I see 2 cards over in Mark's hand.
So Engraver coming back from the graveyard. Yuto looks like he's doing some math in his head.
Definitely some kind of math happening.
But we're going to have to wait and find out as our players on the feature match stage are shuffling up, shuffling each other's decks. They have side decked and they are almost ready here for game number 2.
Jose does get to take the lead here, going first with his Snake Eye strategy. We've seen how powerful it has been all throughout the tournament, even with the restriction copies of Bonfire and Ash.
Getting a few last-minute instructions here from our judges on when to begin. I imagine that they've played so many times at this point that this is one of those situations where you might outthink yourself, thinking, well, I know that he knows, that I know that he knows what I'm going to do here, so I'm going to do this other thing instead.
I think both these players, up going into game 2, they have been at this stage so many times up to this point that...
Oh, and we already see Hibalcharvi Perulia being dropped immediately. Now, we saw some really interesting lines of play yesterday that went completely around it or only gave one draw off it. So let's see if Jose has one of those up his sleeve.
And yeah, one of the ways to get around it is Fiendsmith's Track, but that's met by Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring here from Ruben.
Ruben is trying to deny any value from Jose here, forcing Jose to commit from the hand, giving Ruben back those cards that he spent.
Let's see if Jose's going to have to move to a normal summon here and give Ruben a card thanks to that Perulia.
There's going to be a Bonfire. Bonfire likely grabbing a copy of Poplar here from the deck. Yep, there it is. Poplar going to be able to activate in the hand because it was added from the deck. Giving one draw to Ruben, but also adding a card from his deck to his hand.
Yeah, avoiding just the normal summon of Snake Eye Ash, but does he have another interaction?
It looks like he does. Infinite Impermanence on the Poplar. Ruben trying to make sure Jose can't get anything going.
Still 3 cards left in hand here. Now, the line we saw yesterday, I think the only summon from hand was the one Poplar, but in that case it resolved.
So going to have to work a little harder now. Using the Poplar's effect in the graveyard to put itself back in the spell and trap zone, and we're going to use the original again on the Poplar.
That's huge. Doesn't give any draws to Ruben.
The Infinite Permanence being baited out very easily. Already having original in the hand. Going to be able to go for Snake Eyes Oak. Snake Eyes Oak targeting the Poplar. Poplar hits the field once again.
And this is the way we saw it yesterday. In that case, it did go and grab the original Sinful Spoils and set everything off. So by just drawing it in the first place, he can shoot through that Infinite Impermanence and still keep going.
That is a good note. Makes that Imperm not as critical.
I'm kind of getting sold on 2 original Sinful Spoils.
I mean, yeah, if you just happen to draw it. I mean, at that point, just play 3.
Why not?
I do think Ruben it was not a wasteful Infinite Permanence. If you already had a copy of original, that means you could have had Divine Temple and original in your hand, and that would have gotten a lot worse for Ruben. But now we are going to the Engraver after the Requiem. Requiem is going to use its effect, equipping to the Engraver.
Yep, Requiem here is not going to go into Necroquip Princess, but going to be sent to the graveyard with Snake Eye Oak. Now, does he go for Ash or Flamebirds right away? It looks like he's going to Snake Eyes, Flamebirds Dragon. Love those quarter century secret rares.
Certainly, he's got a lot of them.
Yeah, a lot. His deck is very pretty.
I saw a few of them were available at the OTS booth that we had for the World's competitors to get cards from yesterday. A lot of great looking cards in that.
If there's any opportunity to flex, this is the one, right?
That's right.
You might as well.
Maybe a better one next round if they make it.
Was I really considering his options here? Already used the Requiem to equip. Debating if he wants to immediately link away here or use potentially the Track to fuse. Looks like we're going to opt to activate the Track in the graveyard, banishing itself so that he can fuse with his field and his hand, using 2 Engravers, 1 copy from the hand, 1 copy on the field, to fusion summon Fiendsmith Lacrima.
Yep, Fiendsmith's Lacrima is going to let him special summon back one of those engravers. He already drew the track, so odds are he won't be adding it back to his hand. Normally opening up Fiendsmith's track and original Sinful Spoil is not where you want to be, but Jose finding a way to utilize these cards still.
Ruben potentially out of interruptions from his hand at this point. Jose just has to find the appropriate amount of interruptions to make on his field to counter, I want to say only, at this point, 2-3 cards from Ruben's hand?
Looks like he's got 3.
Yeah, I'm drawing 1 card from the Prulia so far.
So he'll draw up to 4.
Right. The next move is Link Summon here for Fiendsmith's sequence.
Leaving the Flamebridge on the field, keeping himself protected in case Nibiru, the Primal Being, does come down.
Now, since Lacrima has already been used, he's probably going to be... Well, first he's going to use that Fiendsmith's Lacrima effect to make sure to get that 1,200 points of damage in, and now be looking to summon Fiendsmith's Desiree.
Does he have enough Fiends in the graveyard still? There are 2 copies of Engraver and the Lacrima, I believe?
Yep.
There it is. He's also got the Requiem.
Oh, he gets to keep an Engraver in the grave as well. That is perfect.
So now is the question, how much does he fear and respect Nibiru? Does he equip the Desiree from the field? He has to continue his plays, I'd imagine. This is not a strong enough board quite just yet.
Yeah, especially against Yubel. Yubel is very powerful and able to power through a lot of these weaker Snake Eye boards, so you have to commit a little bit more. And now we're going to see the Flamebridge activate in the graveyard, summoning back the 2 level 1 monsters. The sequence is going to equip itself to the Desiree. Promethean Princess is going to use its effect, summon back the Flamebridge Dragon. The Desiree is going to negate his own Princess, so now he is no longer locked into fires. We're going to be linking away into the link to IP Masquerena. IP Masquerena and the Princess are going to be linked away now for likely Appaloosa Boa the Goddess. There she is. And now Flamebridge can finally get that IP Masquerena back into the Spell and Trap Zone.
Yep, Ruben had a small window, Ruben had a small window there to use Nibiru the Primal Being if he did have it, but it doesn't look like it is one of the cards in his hand.
And there is also a set from Jose here, giving only 1 draw to Ruben and facing down Ash Blossom and Infinite Impermanence. Quite a formidable board.
Yeah, Jose played that excellent.
See how long it takes for that set card to be flipped face up. 1 different dimension ground later, and we could be headed to a game 3.
That's true. We did see that card a lot yesterday. All right, Ruben draws.
The card is staying face down.
It sounds like Ruben's going to hit the concede button. Yeah, he's picking up his cards. We're going to go right on to game 3. This is way too much to deal with after already spending 3 cards from your hand.
When you start off with the Prulia, you're expecting that you're going to get some kind of return on that investment throughout the turn. But Jose's line of play there was really excellent and was able to give him just 1 single draw on the way to setting up a huge field.
That's right. Now Jose has evened things out to push things to a game number 3. But yeah, going back to Mulcharming Purlia, we've seen that a lot this weekend. Probably in almost every feature match between these mirror matches. But we've also seen all the players already coming prepared for that card and having a lot of plays designed around to give them as minimal cards as possible.
Yeah, exactly. I think it's one of those things when these kind of cards come out where they can be really punishing when you don't know what to do. But a lot of these players, especially at the World Championship stage, they have practiced into it. They know how to adjust their plays to get the maximum value from their turn while giving the minimum value to your opponent. And it's very clear that Jose has done just that.
You see how serious Ruben is there. They are both very focused on their game, but it looks like we can look in at our other game that's going on right now. It looks like it might still be that same game because I see, yeah, the Black Goat laughs, the Sanctuary on the field there. It is the same game.
The graveyard is huge now, though, over on Mark's side. He's going into the battle phase, and Snake Eyes Flambearer's Dragon is attacking.
Yeah, Flamebridge uses its effect, putting the Engraver in the Spell and Trap Zone. Might be usually when you see that happen, it's a bit of a commitment into trying to potentially go for game, or you're just trying to limit resources because at this point, if Engraver is off from the graveyard, you can't really access it again without Yuto's own Snake Eye cards.
Oh, this is interesting. The Sanctuary is still on the field, but Fire King Island is not.
Yeah, it might have got banished by something like
SP Little Knight.
Little Knight.
Yep. But, you know, with just a Flamebird's Dragon on Mark's side of the field, that's not the most formidable board here. And Fire King's really good at having that follow-up plays as long as there's ways to access that Grunix. I mean, even just normal summon a Fire Monster, go to battle, attack into a Flamebird's Dragon could be something that could help Yudo out here.
I mean, I expect if there's a Flamebridge on the field and the graveyard that thick, there's probably a Princess in there somewhere.
We're still on Mark's turn. Not anymore. He just passed. Yudo considered something in the end phase, and now we are headed...
Whoa!
Hang on.
Pressure Planet Race-Off. Just,
now,
you know,
Fender not allowed.
Yeah.
So it's probably going to be Kashtira Unicorn if I had to guess.
Yeah, the Kashtira Unicorn goes to Yuto's hand here. I wonder what he's trying to do with that.
That's unexpected in Fire Kings, but I love to see it.
I think Mark's just as confused as we are.
So the Unicorn, when you use the effect, can add a spell to your hand, cast your spell. Its other effect takes a look at your extra deck and causes mayhem.
Mayhem is a good way to describe that. It looks like Mark is worried about that mayhem. He might be considering something like Promethean Princess, as you mentioned, that could be in that graveyard. As he goes to pick it up, we might be able to get a peek. Nope, not quite. But that game is...
We'll never know.
We will eventually. We'll find out who that winner is shortly, but our players on our main feature match stage are shuffled up. They're side decked and ready. The handshake, the final handshake for one of them, they know that their friend will either be moving on or they will be in the finals. Either way, it's going to be an epic, epic final game 3 of our semifinal match between two of these players from the United States.
At this point, I think they've made peace with one of them having to move on. They can't be disappointed with the result. They just have to root for each other and do the best that they can to be the one that gets to move on.
Incredibly high tension, even out here among the people that have gathered from the other World Championship players and all the different content creators that have been here this weekend. Everybody's sitting in front of this match, watching it intently. The tension is massive.
It's game 3 of our semifinal match. It's time to duel. This will be the last game for one of these players. The other one will be stamping their ticket to the finals of the World Championship.
Ruben takes a look at his hand here for the first time, considering his options, moving into the main phase. There's going to be activating Piri Ray map.
Oh,
this lets him add a monster with 0 stats, and it's going to cost him half his life points.
And Jose has to take a look at it. It's the first time we've seen it during this tournament as well.
Yeah. Piri Rice map, one of my favorite cards. Get it? It is really cool. I love this card. It's able to search something like Dark Beckoning Beast, so it's almost an additional copy of Opening the Spirit Gates without, that bonus second effect.
Ruben making a lot of deck building choices where he has a lot of powerful cards going first, but just focusing on the ability to play through and having as many live cards as possible. Piri Ray map being one of them. Gonna grab that Opening the Spirit Gates you mentioned earlier. Spirit Gates being activated. Is there a response from Jose? Doesn't seem like it. Gonna be able to add another copy likely of the Dark Beckoning Beast or Chaos Summoning Beast.
Now this is what went wrong in the first game, is that Jose had nothing to do during Ruben's turn.
We're gonna have to see if that's the case again.
I'm gonna use the additional normal summon on the Chaos Summoning Beast. That likely means there isn't a Sanctuary Lotus in Ruben's hand, so Jose at least has that Breath of Relief. It could have been worse.
All right, 2 monsters on the field, 2 monsters sent to the graveyard. Link summon for Unchained Soul, Lord of Yama.
Oh, and now Jose's going to take a peek at his hand. What has he got? It's Fantastical Dragon Phantasme.
Well, if he didn't have any responses yet, he could find some more right here.
Dig 2 more and put something he doesn't need back into the deck.
It really is fantastic to see Fantastical Dragon Phantasme here in the semifinals of the World Championship. It's such a cool card.
Looks like this one's going to be a really tough choice, though.
Yeah, when he's considering this one, he doesn't have a bad card that he immediately wants to throw back. He has to consider what tools he needs for the following turn, as well as what he needs to stop Ruben's turn right now.
All right. Well, that one's going to go back in. And Shavara is going to be added to Ruben's hand.
This is tense. It's epic. There's so much on the line here. The glory, the title of becoming the Yu-Gi-Oh! World Champion. It's so hard to get to the World Championship, and when you're here in top 4, you want to make sure you do everything you can to give yourself the best chance to make the finals.
Well, this was real rough for Jose here because Ruben did in fact have the Spirit of Yubel in his hand. He's activating the effect of opening the Spirit Gates, discarding the Spirit of Yubel, attempting to summon it back. We did not see access to the Yubel engine just yet until this moment.
He has 4 cards in his hand. Jose asking for a hand count. Maybe he's considering a response, something like Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring, and he does have it. So that's cutting off the access to Nightmare Pain, which is huge. But
even considering having a response, he has Crossout Designator.
Crossout Designator.
The one of here at the World
Oh,
Championship.
no.
Not much Jose can do about that.
Does he have Bell?
How would you Bell that?
Bell's,
Yeah,
Bell's
call
called by
by.
the grave, yeah, the other one. Artifact Lancia? That
Mark of the Engraver?
Okay, there's a few ones that can work. So he does have Nightmare Pain, despite Jose's best efforts to stop it. It looks like Jose's demeanor kind of changed a little bit after that Crossout Designator.
Gonna allow the Nightmare Pain to resolve. Gonna destroy the Spirit of Yubel to add the Grave Squirmer from deck to hand, and now he's gonna be able to trigger that Spirit of Yubel to special summon a Yubel from the deck.
The gruesome Grave Squirmer. Would have been hilarious if we did add regular Grave Squirmer.
Grave Squirmer, yes. It's a lot of words, Billy.
I know.
I gotta save my breath.
It's a whole extra word. I understand completely.
We got another match coming.
I'm just giving you a hard time, but Yubel is now on the field.
Jose takes a very long look at that spirit.
Yeah, he knows that there could be a Phantom of Yubel coming soon, so if he has a monster effect he wants to use, he has to do it now, and it's Nibiru, the Primal Being.
Jose understanding what will happen in the near future, so having to take advantage now while he has the opportunity. Ruben considering something in response here.
He does have that Shrivara in hand. He wants to destroy his Yama instead of let it be tributed.
Maybe destroying the Yubel, so the Yubel will also trigger.
Yubel.
Getting the effect of Shrivara as well. Having Jose clear it for him instead of having to clear it himself. But it looks like the Nibiru will just be resolving here, giving a token to Ruben's side.
A lot of zeros on defenses, including not even having defense points in the case of the Link monster.
And here is going to be the Fuse Materials shuffled back into the deck to special summon Phantom of Yubel.
Now that Afin is back on the field, Ruben is open to use that gruesome Grave Squirmer that is in his hand.
There you go, Asala. Good job. I'm proud.
One word now is a word less that I can't use later.
Next up, it looks like Ruben is considering his options. He's already used the opening Spirit Gates, and as you said, gruesome Grave Squirmer coming down to the field.
Considering some options in his extra deck here, he wants to put that Squirmer in the graveyard as soon as he can. Linking away with the Phantom Yubel, going into Moon of the Close Heaven.
Does need effect monsters, so he's not able to use that token.
Going into the Requiem activates his effect.
Accessing the Fiendsmith engine in the deck.
Going to be using the effect of Requiem to equip to the Engraver, and then using Engraver's effect, sending the Requiem as well as the Nibiru to the graveyard, and then immediately linking away with the token to go into Fiendsmith Sequence. Sequence activating its effect now. Looks like Jose might have a response here. Wants to look at the graveyard one more time.
Maybe someone that can take Engraver out of the graveyard?
It doesn't look like it's happening right now. The sequence is resolving. Oh, he's going straight for a Desiree.
Okay, is he going to equip the sequence from the field, or does he have another way to get it off? He's going to, use Gruesome Grave Squirmer, Special Back Spear to Yubel. So he could now link away the sequence to put it into the graveyard, but Shavara is going to come down first, targeting Spear to Yubel. The destruction effect is not once per turn, so he'll be able to special summon a Yubel from the deck.
This is a powerful position here. Usually when you see a Shavara activated on something like Spirit of Yubel, you get to trigger a few things here, but it looks like he didn't opt to use the effect of Yama at this point. And now you're going to be linking away with the Shavara as well as the Yubel into Unchained Soul of Rage.
Now since Shavara was sent to the graveyard, he's going to be able to set the Abominable Chamber of the Unchained from the deck.
Now likely going to be linking away with both of his Link monsters just to put them in the grave to get value from both the sequence as well as Soul of Rage.
First, he's getting another Phantom of Yubel on the field, however.
Might as well. Likely going to be an end piece in your combo. Not really worried about any monster effects immediately. Ash Blossom has been used, Nibiru has been used.
This is very similar to the game we saw, game 1 of round 2 yesterday, where Jose had a lot of interactions from his hand, but Ruben was still able to push through those interactions and make a really, really solid field.
Oh, actually not choosing to link away, just using the sequence on the field to equip to the Desiree, leaving the Unchained Soul on the field as well as the chamber set.
As Jose goes into what might be his final turn of the tournament, we do have an update from our other match. Yuto has eventually taken that very long game 2 and tied things up at 1 apiece in our other semifinal.
Fire Kings, Fire Kings. So either way, both of these semifinals push to a game 3.
Jose finally having a turn here, but still having to deal with quite the formidable board himself. Going to be leading with that tract as he has in previous turns.
That Fiendsmith tract has been stuck in Jose's hand.
Ruben is going to allow it to resolve here. Adding the Fabled Lurry from the deck to the hand. Going to be discarding that Lurry, I can only assume. Yep. Lurry activating its effect here. Ruben showing no concern thus far.
This is tense. All right, gonna link away the Fabled Lurry to link summon Fiendsmith's Requiem. Requiem's gonna show himself off, trying to summon Fiendsmith Engraver from the deck. There it is.
Requiem going to, especially after the Requiem equips to the Engraver, Engraver's going to use its effect to try to force something out, but I believe at this point the Rage has to go down and target the Engraver before it gets any value. And that's allowed to resolve. Ruben declares he's going into the SP Little Knight, and he's going to try to banish the Engraver from the graveyard, cutting off that resource as well.
See if Jose has a response here. He does.
Another copy of Phantasme here. Does Ruben want to use the Phantom of Yubel now just to keep it in his hand?
Checks that other face down card. That's the Chamber of the Unchained.
So he is going to use Phantom of Yubel.
Locking up Jose's hand. Really unfortunate that he had multiple Phantasmes. I wonder if he had drawn that for turn, or he just had to put back a different card off the Phantasme in the previous turn. Now the Spirit is going to be able to activate once destroyed off of the effect of Phantom Yubel. Keeping a Yubel on the field for the effect of Nightmare Pain, making it so that SP Little Knight cannot be attacked. Going to be normal summoning Snake Eye Poplar now.
He pushed through a lot of these interruptions that Ruben's had. We don't know what he has in his hand. He still has SP Little Knight on the field. We know he has the Chamber set.
He still hasn't used that Desiree either.
Oh yeah, the Desiree is still available, but SP Little Knight is going to use the effect to banish itself and Poplar. Oh,
Jose's conceding, and Ruben moves on to the finals.
Ruben is going to be our first finalist here at the World Championship 2024. You know, you see the camaraderie, the friendship. He literally said, it's up to you now. Just incredible to see. Lots of emotions. These players have been playing with each other for so long, and now Ruben is in the finals representing the United States of America.
Ruben had such a career up to this point. I want to say within the last 2 years, he's been within all the groups of the best players within North America for so long, but he had not gotten his own win yet, and then he won 2 3v3s, but again, has not won on his own, and now he's going to the finals, which he's been in before in his own YCS, but he has a chance at the world stage.
Seems a little better. It's like, yeah, okay, fine. I didn't win 3 or 4 or 6 YCSs, but I'm the world champion.
Potentially, he has that opportunity to walk away with a title. Only one player gets every single year, and you know, the job's not done. He still has another round to go. We can look here at some of the action going on at our other semifinal match. This is going to be the 3rd game. It looks like Mark is in the process of comboing off. He has a Fiendsmith sequence. He used Poplar's effect to go back in the spell and trap card zone, and now sequence, shuffle back the materials required to summon Fiendsmith's Lacrima. Lacrima is going to target that Fiendsmith Engraver.
And he's going to hold him up here.
I want to know what happened to that Veiler. How did it get there?
A Bestial, maybe?
Yeah, it feels like it got Bestialed.
But
That's
then...
not all I could think of.
But
and linked away, maybe?
I assume he had to like a normal summoned it then, right? Because when did he have the opportunity to Veiler?
He could have discarded it with track. There's a whole number of different things that could have happened, but who knows? Could have normal summoned it, though. I think that is a good guess.
Checking on something.
Oh, he crossed it out. He crossed out that Veiler.
Oh, okay.
That's the easiest use, yeah.
That makes sense. Now that we see the spell card down there at the bottom of the graveyard, we've got Cross Out Designator as well as the, looks like the Tract, Fiendsmith Engraver. And Yuno is still thinking on the effect of this sequence. This could really make or break things, whether or not Desiree makes it to the field.
Yeah, he's going to need something here. He doesn't want Mark to continue his plays much further than this. If he has some sort of interruption, some sort of interaction, it looks like he is really deep in thought here.
Or rather, if the Engraver gets to the field.
Yeah.
Apologies, already used sequence.
Yeah, it was sequence for Lacrima. I imagine Lacrima is targeting the Engraver right now. Maybe Yuto's considering activating a Bestial, or if he's choosing to save it for later.
Now, the Bestial would change the identity of the card. So even if you targeted it, even though it can special summon, from being banished, it would be considered a different card. So Bestial would stop this.
Cards that move locations are different cards. That is correct. You're really considering this. Well, unless I'm missing something, is Mark considering it? Or maybe they're in a judge call right now.
That is also possible. They could be asking for a translation on one of the cards.
I do think that has to be the case.
Because the players were instructed at the start to not just try and get translations on their own. If they need a translation or an interpreter, they need to call a judge first, and then the judge will provide whatever service they need, whether it's access to an interpreter or to a local language version of the card.
Yeah, I hope it's that, not waiting on like the live stream to start play, because I would rather them just continue going on the way it was. But yeah, probably a judge call. But man, I'm still riding just that excitement from Ruben making the finals. Either way, like the winner of this game will be facing off against Ruben. And like this whole year, we've been going to all of the YCSs. I'm sure if you've been watching from home, you probably caught a few of them throughout the year. He's been in the top cut of several of them. He is an incredible player. You mentioned he won a couple of team YCS as well. I've been keeping my eye on Jose and Ruben as up and coming, some of the best players around right now from North America. And to see him in the finals, I have to say I'm excited, but a little expected too, because I had high expectations for a player of Ruben's caliber.
And it'll be great to hear from what it really means to make it to the finals here. Like, you know, his buddies wish him the best of all, put it on his shoulders, and we'll find out if he is ready for that responsibility in an interview with Kangas right now.
Thank you very much, casters. I am live on stage with Ruben after qualifying for the WCS 2024 Finals. Congratulations, first of all. I want to give you a moment to reflect because this is the biggest tournament of your life. How are you feeling after your feature match? And has it set in yet that you are a Worlds finalist?
It's starting to set in. It's surreal. Me and Jose have been talking about this moment for one of us to make it to the finals for a month and a half. It was a shame that we had to play in top 4. We had a great match. Couldn't have asked anyone else to play in top 4. Still feeling, you know, little queasy. Got one more match to go, but we're gonna get it done. USA is gonna try and go back to back.
おめでとうございます。人生の中で一番大きな大会であると思いますが、まあその決勝に行くというところどのような感じですかという質問に関しまして、まあ。今やっとその実感が少しずつ出てきているというところになっております。仲間であるホゼさんと一緒に、ここまで来ることをこの1ヶ月間ほど夢見ており、ちょっとくしくと彼とトップ4で戦うことになってしまい残念ですが、ちょっと決勝の方に臨んでみたいと思いますとのことです。
Well, Ruben, I wasn't aware of this camaraderie between you and Jose, and I noticed you ran up and gave him a hug immediately after the match. What was that moment like for you then, having to face off against your friend?
So, excuse me if I cry a little bit during this interview, but it was a big moment. Me and Jose and Landon spent all week testing, getting ready for this tournament, and I honestly believe Jose's deck was the hardest matchup for mine because he built it to beat my deck in testing. And I knew the only chance I had in that matchup was winning the die roll. I got lucky round 2, won the die roll. He rolled a 5. I got lucky and rolled a 6. There's nothing much more about that.
そうですね、先ほど、ちょっと観客の方にいるホゼさん、仲間のホスさんと一緒にちょっと抱き合ってハグしていたところで、ちょっと強い友情があると思いますが、彼との試合とはどのような感じであったでしょうかという質問に関しまして、ちょっと彼といろいろとこの大会のための準備を行っており、やはり彼のデッキもちょっと自分のデッキと戦うことを仮想の相手としてやっていたのもあり、彼とのトップ4の戦いはすごい大変なものでありました。どちらが勝ってもいいものでもあり、運よく自分の方がダイスロールの方で、先行を取れたとのことで一番大変だったと言っております。
Well, you are one of the top elite duelists in the world right now, but from what I hear, you're also elite in some other things. And since I have you on stage, I want to highlight that. Is it true that you are a circus performer?
I am.
And a nationally ranked jump rope competitor?
I am.
Okay, well, I know that you brought a prop. I'm going to let you go grab that while our translator explains for the Japanese audience.
ルーベンさんはちょっとエリートのデュエリストであると同時に、サーカスのパフォーマーであるでもあり、プロの縄跳び師でもあるとのことですので、ちょっとそちらの技を見せていただきたいと思います。
Well, Ruben, I've been waiting a long time to show this off on stream. Can you show us a jump rope trick to prove that you are able to compete internationally representing your country, not only in Yu-Gi-Oh, but also in jump rope? Yeah. All right, let's see what you got. Oh, okay. Whoa! All right. I believe you, Ruben, everybody. Thank you so much. Congratulations on the win. We're going to send it to a short break before we're back with the rest of our Day 2 WCS 2024.
Are you ready for the Rush Duel Finals? I am so excited. I'm Jackie Jing. I'm with Stephen Darling and Luke Withington.
Oh, yes.
Such a regal name. I love it. Both of you, actually. And you gave me a great nickname.
Yes, you're the Jing of games.
Someday I'll be on both of your levels. But obviously, we are extremely excited today. Luke, you just had such an epic speech yesterday, but our first Rush Duel champion will be crowned today.
Yeah, I mean, I cannot believe it. It is such an honor to be able to sit here and watch these games and crown a brand new champion.
Steven, I mean, just build up the hype for me here. It's so cool.
It's one of those things where everyone dreams of competing on this stage. These two duelists going into our Rush Duel finals are huge. But before we get into that, let's take a look at our promos here.
Yes, after the tournament ends, the WCS 2024 Champion Celebration will start in-game. During the campaign to celebrate crowning the champion, a 20 free packs giveaway campaign will be held. So you can get 10 packs of new Speed Duel main box, Majestic Magic, and 10 packs of new Rush Duel Super Mini Box, Transcendence Miragius. In this free structure deck campaign, you can get the new Rush Duel structure deck, and we'll be shining about that in a little bit. But how do y'all feel about this?
Super excited.
Great.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Yeah, this especially, there's a few cards. I mean, I can only speak for Rush as we're going into the Rush right now, but Miragius has got a few different cards in that box that some of our competitors have been playing this weekend.
Luke, do we want to talk about how I tried to pronounce that earlier?
Well, save that for that. We've got new
He
stuff
helped
to
me
go.
with it. Yeah, it was really, really funny. But we talked about this in free structure deck a little bit. You can get the new Rush Duel structure deck Cyber Dragon launch once for free. Let's go.
Amazing. Yeah, Cyber Dragon is absolutely huge for Rush Duel.
Also, I love the art on these, right?
Yep. It's definitely going to change how Rush Duel feels from here. It's one of those crazy things where everyone knows Cyber Dragon from Yu-Gi-Oh! GX. But to have these fan favorite monsters poured over to Rush Duel shows you how it's not only a brand new game, it's got a little touch of the old stuff too.
Yep, absolutely iconic. Cyber Dragon was really that first card that totally changed the game, where you're able to just summon it for free when your opponent's got a monster.
I feel like Cyber Entry might have been my favorite, but all of those were so awesome. But all right, the finals just minutes away. Our competitors in position. Oh, Luke, I can see you taking deep breaths over here.
I'm so sorry. I gotta take my own deep breaths.
Yeah.
I'm just seeing these players, seeing them sat there ready, the red, the blue, and the orange of Rush Duel. Just in there. Oh, these guys must be feeling it right now. But you know what? They are the champions of champions. They have taken it all the way through all of the competitors all around the world who competed to make it here to the WCS, and now here we are, the final two.
It's just incredible to watch because here's the thing. We have had World Championships before. We've had quite a few of them. But again, no one can take away from either of these competitors that they made it to the World Championship Finals for Duel Links in the Rush Duel format. That crowned champion is going to be a legend in their own right. But like we saw in the Master Duel stream, they may be here at the stage next year too. So it ain't over till it's over, but it seems like they're getting into the game pretty soon.
Yep, whoever wins this match will be etched into history forever as
Luke
the
loves saying that.
first ever Rush Duel champion.
The pressure is certainly on, and both of these players obviously feeling the pressure right now. I was able to look at their survey responses, and they were talking about their dueling philosophy. And for Quantum Cubes, who we see on the right here, he says, I can't wait to play in the championship, and I hope the people watching find our duels entertaining.
Oh.
I'm really hoping we have a great matchup today.
Yeah.
And then we are looking at Voltalon now. Voltalon said that he's incredibly stoked to be able to compete in Rush Duels. He has been wanting this since his start 4 years ago. And talking about start, we are ready to go. Yay! We said that in unison, kind of.
Yes, we did. I am ready for the rush. Here we go.
Oh, yes!
Wow, so we're starting off on Quantum Cube side, drawing a card for turn. It looks like he's going right into Reset Runner there, so he is running the Cyber strategy.
Yes, so Reset Runner, sometimes you want to use that to just quickly get a card in your graveyard, but right away we're seeing Maximum Ragnarok turning both of these monsters into 2 tribute monsters.
And we see Ig Drago, and we see the Aftershoot Hydron as well. Perfect start here from Quantum Cubes. No cards in hand, ready to drop to that 5 and 2 big monsters on the field right away.
He's got to be so excited about that start.
So for those unfamiliar with Rush Duel, remember you get unlimited normal summons, so it's totally a vibe to just set a bunch of cards and then tribute summon over it.
All right, and now we have Voltalon laying down what he has. I like that. 2,700 attack. That's great.
Yep, we see the Mirror Innovator not being able to use its effect a huge amount because there's not so many monsters in the grave right from the get-go. But just as Yuga said, this duel is only just getting started.
Yeah.
Yep, in Rush Duels, you get to draw until you have 5 cards in your hand, so 5 new cards come in Quantum Cube's way.
Oh, that's a huge hit. Particle Acceleration hitting the Shield and Sword, one of the Legend cards. That's amazing. And then we see the Chaos Femtron as well.
We may be setting up for a maximum summon here because he decided to use that spell and trap removal, or he might just be reducing the attack of his opponent's monster with that skill.
Yeah, let's see what he targets here with Maximum Ragnarok. He's targeting one of each, so that it makes me think there's at least one more tribute monster in Quantum Cube's hand here. Let's see.
I know, I'm like, what is Quantum Cube's cooking?
The Manny.
Wow, this is a great front line right now.
Yep, we saw that. This one final card from Quantum Cubes.
And an attack reduction from Voltalon.
And he got to recycle those cards too. Oh, that's not going to help.
Big
Widespread
legend.
Ruin.
Big legend card, Widespread Ruin.
Yep. Still early though.
Yep.
Trying to be positive.
Yep. Both players here
That's
on
a heavy hit though.
Yeah, it is. There's some big heavy hits going to go on here, but it's a reasonable amount of life points for both players still.
We all know the importance of momentum, though, so Voltalon has to get the momentum back for sure.
Yep.
Very strong start for Quantum Cubes.
So we are going to see Ultimate Bond. That means we're going to see the Flag Eagle added to hand. Shows the Gold Rush.
Beautiful Overrush rare there.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, Yuka's good to go. He's going to summon a monster. Is it going to be the Aim Eagle? We do have a second monster, another Aim Eagle.
Oh, here comes that Gold Rush, I'm sure, with that 1,000 attack bonus from the Aim Eagle's effect.
Yep.
Oh, that's nice.
Oy,
Snapping back a little bit here, yeah.
Yep, and he did have the Avant Wolf in the graveyard as well, so he was able to add that back with Gold Rush. He isn't able to summon it right away because his opponent doesn't have 3 monsters, but still, he can normal summon it anyway because of Rush Duel.
That's a great attack, though.
That's pretty big. Yeah. And yep, Chaos Femtron is very, very strong in its effect, but it's not quite big on attack points. Not as big as the Wolf. So, back to Quantum Cubes. Oh, this is so close.
I'm feeling the nerves. We're really close.
So
yes.
Here's the thing for Voltalon's perspective. Honestly, Quantum Cube's deck is a ticking time bomb as he gets all the pieces he needs on his road to victory because he could bring out a maximum monster or there's additional tribute summons at any time using
I
his
want to see a maximum monster.
Let's see here.
I want to see it.
It's so big. Whatever he targets with Ragnarok is going to determine exactly where this turn's going to go. He has targeted both of his monsters. That likely means that Quantum Cubes has 2 different level 7 or 8 monsters that he's planning to summon here. So first up is the Aftershoot Hydra. There's a lot of monsters in the graveyard right now.
And here's
double
another.
Aftershoot Hydron. Wow, okay. These guys are going to be getting quite big. And because there's so many Cyburst monsters in the graveyard, he's able to draw 2 cards.
Oh my goodness.
Just great stuff there. Some
And
really
another
fun
Femtron. And another Femtron.
Oh, I feel like this is really close right now.
Oh yeah,
Great
start.
There's a big amount of damage coming through here.
Yeah, that's true.
Now, we've all seen the anime. If you got 100 life points, that usually means you make the comeback.
Yeah.
But Voltalon really is going to have to work his way all the way back. The next 5 cards are going to somehow have to get rid of those 2 giant Aftershoot Hydron monsters.
But that's the great thing about Rush Duel is that he's going to get a brand new hand, and let's see what he can put together here. It ain't over till it's over.
Right? Yep. Even if the odds are against him, he's not going to give up.
Yeah.
Quantum Cubes has got a very large number of life points to get through now, though.
Yeah, I mean, Quantum Cube's looking really strong right now. 2,500 attack. I mean, that's going to be rough.
It's pretty good. However, he does have the Bicon here and enough monsters in the grave to be able to shuffle those back and treat it as a 2 tribute monster. So let's see whether it's the Innovator or it could be Gold Rush or maybe something else.
Voltalon certainly being careful there, but looks like the 2 aim eagles are going to go back into the deck.
Oh, yes.
Make sure to use those again later with that ultimate bond skill.
Yeah, so straight away. So he's going to decide to use that right now. Bring back the Bicon. Doesn't want to leave that lingering around.
Oh, okay.
We're going to defense mode,
Oh, that
unfortunately.
makes me nervous.
No.
It
This
can
is
be
not
very
good.
nervous because if we do see a fully summoned maximum summon, that Yggdrago, one of its maximum effects is to turn those face-down monsters into face-up attack. And that could be really lethal when you only have 100 life points
I
left.
want to see Yggdrago.
There's particle acceleration.
But I am worried about Voltalon right now. Whenever you see your opponent just lay a bunch of defense cards like that, you know they're hurting.
Well, with the Music Princess recital, you're absolutely right, Jackie. They clearly, on Voltalon's side, were trying to defend, but it's probably not going to happen here as we get a third 2 tribute monster on the field. They'll Sectical Manny.
I just love the maximum monsters animation, so I'm like, bring them all out.
Look how good this deck is even without the maximum monsters.
That's
Using
true.
that skill in order to
Nails
basically like
that.
recycle resources, get double tributes. It's some great stuff.
Yeah. Quantum Cubes was able to bring out some big bad monsters for sure.
Yeah, that's really, really tough from Voltalon, though.
Yeah.
He must have just not had the right materials to be able to make up that ultimate bond usage. Of
It
the
feels like he's on the
skill.
run for
Yeah.
sure.
However, this time we see he does reveal Gold Rush, so there's probably something that he's going to be able to do here.
Well, he's going to have to. Every one of these games count. Even though it's best 3 out of 5, giving up a single game will set you behind.
Yeah.
And Voltalon talking about, you know, things happening quickly in the semis. Remember, he defeated his opponent 3 swift duels. So this one's a grind, though, for sure.
Yeah.
Well, it would be at the World Championship stage. These both are great duelists who could really hang in there.
Yeah.
They're both fighting tooth and nail.
It looks like we do have a first stab there.
Yeah.
Just a little off the top from the Bell.
Hey, it helps. It helps.
This is a bit tough, though, because both of those aftershoot Hydrons have got enough attack points to attack into. Oh, never mind. We are going to call upon the life into all creation. We will see Yggdrago, the Sky Emperor.
Straight out of the anime here, just absolutely incredible.
Yeah.
And gorgeous to actually show some of our viewers who may not have seen Rush Duel that often, an actual maximum summon here, combining these 3 cards into 1.
I love seeing the maximum monsters. Yay!
The Sky Emperor descends upon our humble
You know what? You love to see the maximum monsters when you are laying down the pain on someone else.
Yep.
But
It
when
doesn't
you see
feel
it
too
against you,
good.
yeah, you're like, oh,
When you're
this
being attacked
is
by
going
one.
to hurt.
Now,
Certainly.
Voltalon definitely tried to do his best there, but a maximum monster is a maximum monster. There's 3 powerful effects, that giant attack. I even love that wind up it does when it goes in for the kill.
Yep.
Oh, wow.
All right, let's talk about Voltalon a little bit. So he's got to find a way to get one now, right? So
Yep.
what do you think he's thinking? What's his game plan here?
I think, you know, Voltalon, we saw him yesterday. He seemed really comfortable with all of his decks. So I don't think he's necessarily going to be too scared. The Light Machine deck, you know, it's very good, but it's, you know, we've seen it defeated more than once. So I don't think he's necessarily going to be too scared that his opponent's still got that left and that he hasn't.
Well, speaking of which, this might be a fair point to remind our viewers the rules of the tournament, because again, each of these duelists has 5 decks, but once they've used that deck, it's checked off the list. So just like Luke was saying, you know you no longer have to face the 2 decks that we just saw if you're going to take home that trophy.
Yep.
Well, I'm interested to see if we're going to potentially see a mirror match. I actually pulled up some of the characters here, and they both use similar characters, so we shall see what happens in Duel 2. Voltalon, though, a competitor. He was absolutely fierce yesterday in semi, so I don't think it's over at all.
No.
And I don't think Quantum Cubes thinks it's over either. You can tell right now, just looking at their faces, they are intently focused.
It's just determination.
Just determination. I
Yeah.
love Luke with the lines.
Okay, here we see Voltalon starting off really big with the Blue Eyes Rain deck. He has Kyberman tributing that straight off into the Blue Eyes White Dragon Legend card, then setting to as a bit of a defense, especially as we saw yesterday
Apprehensive
against
start.
because of the potential of seeing a Royal Rebels deck here, which we are seeing from Roa Cassidy.
The Royals Rebels definitely a counter-punching deck. You don't want to leave too many powerful face-up monsters there.
Yeah.
But speaking of powerful face-up monsters, Royal Rebels Heavy Metal is no slouch, but unless it's tribute summon using those key materials, it's not going to be able to get rid of Blue Eyes White Dragon, so 2 defense it goes.
Yeah,
I felt like we saw a lot of Roa yesterday for sure.
Yeah, that's the big key with the Royal Rebels deck. Each of their monsters, although strong in their own right, only if they're tribute summoned using those higher level monsters do they actually get their huge impactful effects.
I don't think we saw as much Gavin yesterday. For those watching at home, could you elaborate on that a little bit?
So Gavin here is using one of the archive skills. So any character really can be using that Blue Eyes Rain skill. Must just be one of Voltalon's favorites.
Hey, if it works for you, it works for you. Steven was my sensei through all of this, and he's always told me, like, everyone likes to put their own little spin. Everyone has their favorite deck, so you do your thing, Voltalon.
Expression is a really big part of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading card game, whether you're playing Dueling, Master Duel, or what have you. But speaking of which, wow, it's first Stream of Destruction.
Nobody plays that card. Nobody plays that
apparently
card.
World Championship competitors play that card. How about
Absolutely. Voltalon's just shown us an awesome tech card there.
Oh, and he's using the Monarch cards.
Oh,
those are
this is
favorites
going
of yours.
to hurt so much.
Oh, wow. Deciding not to use
What
the buffered
a
slime.
start. That was fantastic.
It really is. So one of those things where, you know, you see some really cool retro cards and they have a huge impact on the Rush Duel format here.
Wow, this is the kind of like situation you're expecting from the Royal Rebels deck to put their opponent in, but Voltalon here has just said, no, I don't care about Royal Rebels. Here's my Blue Eyes deck.
But things have changed though for Quantum Cubes because now there are face-up monsters, and check this out, we got the Monster Reincarnation maybe able to bring back the Royal Rebels Heavy Metal.
Yep, it is a little bit scary here. Voltalon is potentially going to have quite a few monsters on his side destroyed.
That was a huge start.
Yes.
That was massive. Like, you cannot start off better than that.
Yep.
That was lovely.
Oh, here we go. So he has
Treating
managed to he's used his skill, which allows him to summon different levels of Royal Rebel monsters directly to his field and defense position, and he's used that for both of those high-level Royal Rebel monsters, which allows him to summon Doom Metal with its full effect that destroys all of your opponent's monsters and then inflicts damage equal to their levels, and he can still attack with it.
That was like a taste of his own medicine, huh?
Oh yeah, it really was.
Hey, but
not as much of a hit.
Yeah, exactly. And because it was Voltalon who did this kind of big attack first, Quantum Cubes is still in a little bit of a scary position. He's only got 2 monsters, so yeah, it's a little bit scary here.
Only drawing 2 cards too, which means he probably couldn't commit those to the field. Looks like we're setting a monster.
Okay.
Oh no, setting a monster. Much defense here.
Oh, this is great news for Quantum Cubes, not so much for Voltalon.
This duel started off on fire so fast. I feel like we're slowing the pace down a little bit here. So.
Yeah, both duelists here have been able to have an ideal turn for them, for their strategies, and now I think it's kind of picking up the pieces and seeing which one of these guys is able to have another big turn of theirs, because both of them are on not so many life points. They're in range of being able to be, you know, attacked over and things like that. You have to be so careful. If you decide to go on the offensive, you're leaving monsters in attack position that are going to get attacked over.
Yeah, they're definitely on shaky ground, so I think being a little bit apprehensive, slowing down the game a little bit, that's a good move.
Yeah.
Quantum Cube's taking a moment to think there, because you run the risk of, if you go on the offensive, all of a sudden, you've opened yourself up with only 1,600 life points left.
Yeah,
you really only have to go in when it's time to win. You can't overcommit to the field. Oh, but there's a different card. Wow.
Quantum
Stop
Cubes.
defense.
That is a weak monster there. We could get maybe enough damage.
Into the Twin Edge. Let's see.
You need a monster with 3,200 attack or higher in order to clear that out, or maybe a little bit of effect damage there, but Quantum Cube's just thinking, how am I going to put this puzzle together and, well, lead the series too?
Yep, so you're going to need a 3,200 attack monster. I don't play one of those in my build of Royal Rebels, but let's see if Quantum Cubes...
This is the smart move. That was exactly what I thought he would do.
Yep, just playing super defensive. He's not able to finish it right now.
Take some life points,
Yeah, just put his opponent really, really on the ropes here. 700 life points is not a lot at all in Rush Duel.
Which means Voltalon may have to seize this opportunity. Knowing that there's a stop defense card in that deck, that means maybe there's more copies of it too. So you kind of have to rush in.
Yep. It's going to be a now or never.
They're tiptoeing now, though, I feel like, right?
It's the World Championship. It's not like there's another round after
Well, we
this.
started off so strong. I was just blown away, and now I'm just on the edge of my seat. I'm just like, oh my gosh, what's going to happen next?
Yeah, Voltalon's going to have to figure this one out.
And got a new hand.
Yeah.
So let's see.
He's got 2 cards from last turn still that he was unable to use. Okay, here we go. We're going to see some of the Monarch engine here. So Zeus, the Wisdom Vassal is able to shuffle back 2 of your cards from your graveyard. Then your opponent's allowed to set a spell which you're looking to destroy there with Wilhel, the Wisdom Monarch.
You definitely don't want to leave the stop defense that hurt you so bad left on the field.
Exactly. So I'd like to think that Wilhel is going to destroy that at some point during this turn, unless Voltalon has some kind of way to just clear everything out and go for that win. Let's see.
I'm a little concerned. Quantum Cubes has a really great back row right now. Voltalon, I feel like, needs to put down some spell and traps.
Okay. Oh, he's got the Soul Drake. He's
Blue
going
Eyes White Dragon?
Yes, he's going to tribute the Soul Drake and that face down monster to special summon the Blue Eyes White Dragon. He's then going to be able to use the Blue Eyes Bright Dragon's effect. When Blue Eyes White Dragon's on the field, he can target a face up monster and destroy it with the Blue Eyes Bright Dragon's effect. And now he's going to be able to tribute summon the Wilhel. This is looking great. Quantum Cube is going to need... Yep, so he checks that.
Just to get the information.
To get the information there. He has got the ability to negate something. Wilhel the Mega Monarch. That's going to allow his opponent, or force his opponent to destroy one of their cards. But we're going to see here Voltalon attacking in.
Could we really see Blue Eyes White Dragon attack directly for game on the World Championship stage?
What's
We
aggro, though?
have got that trap card set there that we saw from Wilhel. That is going to negate the attack. The guard will negate the attack.
Still hanging in there.
That's
being
okay.
said,
It's a huge momentum shift for Voltalon,
especially
100%.
when Quantum Cubes is only going to draw 2 new additional cards. Those 3 cards didn't help him before. Maybe it was just because he had a full field, but this is it. This is the hand to get back in the game.
Yep, this has to be it. So once again, we see Ro with the Death Doom Requiem summoning. He's summoning 2 big monsters and then tributing them both. We may see a big Doom Metal here.
It could be a lot of damage and quite enough to close this out.
Yep, I don't think that Quantum Cubes is even going to need to enter his battle phase. Doom Metal is just going to get some rocking on the go and destroy all of those dragons and monarchs.
Oh, no.
Does show
that
you the nuance of
hurts.
gameplay. Wow, it does
That
hurt.
was an amazing duel.
That
It
was
started
a lot
off
of back
so
and forth.
strong, slowed down, and then just at the end, oh man, that was incredible to watch.
Wow.
Okay, and we knew Voltalon would be able to fight back.
Yeah, Voltalon
But as back and
here.
forth as it was, though, think about it. Technically, Quantum Cubes is up 2-0. He is only 1 game away from being declared the World Championship champion of Rush Duels.
This could be the final match that we get to cast of the Speed Duel
No,
Rush
we don't want a
Duel.
3-0.
I know.
Come on.
But
Come on.
it just, I mean, it's showing Quantum Cubes has got absolute power here. But Voltalon, yesterday, he was able to take a 3-0 against Zeta, one of the stronger players that we had during this tournament, making it to that top 4. He might just think, oh, okay, I better get my game on. I'm ready to rush now and bring out that 3-0. Let's wait and see.
Those are both grinds, too. I thought they were fighting tooth and nail through both of those duels.
Oh, yeah, they weren't one-sided. Neither of those duels really felt like it was totally one-sided.
You can definitely see that Voltalon is in his head a little bit now, though. I mean, it's now or never. You have to perform right now.
Every single click of the mouse as he sits there on that desk is important. Every single card he chooses to play is equally going to put Quantum Cubes, on the ropes himself, but to a certain degree, that trophy is going to go to one of these 2 duelists.
Yeah, it's only a few moments away, potentially for Quantum Cubes, or we're going to see Voltalon take quite the steps up the mountain that he has to climb here.
Also, we're talking about Rush Duel, though, so, Voltalon could turn things around and win the next 3. I don't think Quantum Cubes is super confident either. He needs to make sure that he executes here.
Yep, big start here from Voltalon, managing to get all of his cards onto the field. We do see the Angel Essen. Oh, it does not pay off. It does not pay off because the Shield and Sword gets sent to the graveyard.
A really unique card that only gets to activate its effect on the first turn when you go second, but if you're only sending those monster cards, well, if you're not sending monster cards, you get nothing.
Yeah, you don't get anything.
Wow.
Yep, so we just see the left and right, yep, both being set here from Voltalon.
So playing very defensively on Voltalon's side, just to your credit, Jackie, like you really have to make sure that you are not losing even 1 life point here as your back is to the wall.
Fantastic sequencing here from Voltalon. The Chaos Femtron, then using Particle Acceleration, and he was able to send Yggdrago from the top of the deck to the graveyard, which brought it back with Chaos Femtron. Then we see the regular Femtron, both of them being affected by Maximum Ragnarok here, so they're able to be tributed. not ideal, but one of them tributed for Yggdrago, the Sky Emperor, in non-maximum mode. And then we see the Mani and the Connector Dog.
This isn't a bad front line at all.
This is huge.
Yeah. Good numbers for sure, and being able to recycle some of those resources too.
Yes.
Right now we're seeing the Bell Spectacle Manny go ahead and clear out the Gold Rush. And yes, it does hurt to go ahead and put out that centerpiece of Yggdrago in attack mode there without its full maximum mode complement. But it's still a 2,000 attack monster, which is pretty
good. Yeah, it's still pretty good. I mean, this is looking great. It is Quantum Cube's turn, but his opponent has 5 cards on the field. None of them are what I would consider as weak monsters. They're all pretty reasonable attack.
Definitely for rush duels.
Voltalon's got those 2 face-down cards.
Yeah, I definitely feel like the momentum is with Voltalon right now. I'm loving how his back row looks, front line exceptional. Let's see what Quantum Cube.
Yeah, so he's going to go and... So it shows the Cybertech Alligator. He goes and gets the Flag Eagle.
Certainly a little bit of information there. You now know that Quantum Cubes is running that as his legend monster, which makes the deck building so important in this, that every card you see, you may not see it later.
Starting off on defense. This one's starting much slower than the last 2 duels.
Yes, I think...
That's okay, though.
Yeah. Okay, great. See the Barrage of Steel. Hits just another particle acceleration.
Probably both feeling the nerves right now, right? 100%.
Yeah, both for very different reasons.
Exactly, yes.
Yep, so
all right,
that
knocking
Cybertech
down the life points a
Alligator,
little bit.
fantastic legend card, just 1 tribute, 2,500 attack points.
Certainly shades of Summon Skull there, but a great monster in its own right. But now we're going back in with Voltalon, using the Chaos Femtron to go ahead and grab one of those maximum mode pieces of Yggdrago there. Contributing to the old-fashioned way.
Yep, saving the maximum Ragnarok.
But 2 separate pieces there, interesting.
That's tough. Another Chaos Femtron, adding back Aftershoot Hydron this time.
Really perfectly timed. Can go ahead and put one of these cards back into the deck to choose the Femtron and the Cybertech Alligator to reduce their attacks. And then you get another one of those 2 tributes there, so good stuff.
I like what Voltalon is doing right now. I think he's pecking away at his opponent slowly. There's been nothing major or big happening yet, but I think this is fine.
There's chances though here. Voltalon still has 3 cards in hand. He could tribute and then summon one more monster.
And that 3,500, that's going to help a ton.
There's potential for it to be game here. We got to see what Quantum Cube's trap card is here.
I feel like Quantum just
tribute to the Doomed.
Wow, to make sure that face down is just gone.
Yeah, extending even further. So for sure, Widespread Ruin, but that's still going to be a lot of damage. That's going to leave Quantum Cubes on just 1,000.
Hey, still alive.
Yeah, exactly.
That's all it takes. You only need 1 life point to stay in the World Championship.
Yep, gotta say though, Voltalon, 5,800 life points.
Those life points are looking very, very good.
So Voltalon definitely coming back in. I feel like this is where you would get your second wind, but on the same point, Quantum Cubes built up quite a bit of insurance there, right? Having those 2 first wins being, okay, if it doesn't go well, it's not like I'm going home right this second.
Yep.
All right, let's see if Quantum Cubes can get the momentum on his side a little bit more now.
So playing the Bicon, he's going to kind of recycle some of those pieces that he's already used, going back into the deck. And then let's see what he's able to follow up with here.
Didn't immediately do a tribute too.
Yeah, I'm a little...
Oh,
okay.
Wow.
Maybe that could be because he just wants to get rid of the cards out of his hand.
There's certainly something important.
Yep, we do see the Mirror Innovator coming down here though. Yeah, that was probably it. He just wanted to get all the cards out of his hand. And we're going to see Mirror Innovator's effect. We're going to see for how many. He's going to shuffle 1, 2, all 3.
And look at that.
Yeah, huge Mirror Innovator there.
There we go.
So Quantum Cube's getting back into the game here, reducing the life points of Voltalon to 3,800, but leaving a lot of defense mode monsters on the field and only having 1,000 life points left. Remember, the Cyber strategy, if Voltalon is running Sigurgate Soul, can use that for just a little bit of effect damage to sort of push the conversation without going the battle phase.
Yes, we've not seen whether he's choosing to do that or whether he's playing the 3rd copy of Yggdrago.
I don't know why. I feel like Voltalon has this one, just in my gut. I mean, again, he's playing the slow game again, but I really feel like he has the momentum still.
No, I think Besectical Mani's effect here is going to boost it up high enough to attack over the Mirror Innovator.
Yeah.
And then, he's
just been able to stay a little bit ahead the entire time.
Yeah.
So Voltalon finally takes a game here. We got ourselves a match. It is not a 3-0 finish, and it wouldn't be with these caliber of competitors here. They were going to hang in there no matter what.
We saw here both duelists able to win with the nail cyber strategy. No maximum summons needed, just good old-fashioned tribute monsters.
Yeah.
That maximum Ragnarok skill really, really gets you there.
I felt like on that one, they both came in a little bit more apprehensive. It seems like Voltalon knew that he needed to survive, whereas with Quantum Cubes, I think he just got a little bit nervous. He just really wanted to make sure he sealed the deal with that third duel. That was not the case, though.
Yeah.
We are going to a fourth one. So.
It's a very interesting matchup, that one, because when you've got light machines, just generally the nail cards have got quite high attack points. You don't really leave anything to be countered by the light machines. So
I also felt like neither of them did anything super flashy. They were just pecking away at each other. And
Speaking of super flashy, we got a Roman mirror match here.
Here we go.
And this could be quite the interesting match if they're both running the same psychic strategy. I think they are.
Yep.
Here we go.
This is going to be a good one.
This is going to be kind of crazy.
Roman Cassidy, everybody. Okay, on defense. Starting off apprehensive again, being safe.
This is super.
Hey, it has worked for him, so I'm like, be safe.
No, you go first.
Yeah, exactly, right, yeah.
This is I was just about to talk about Candy, about how sometimes you have to end up leaving Candy just laying around some places, but you need to be really careful, because if your opponent's able to get that Prima Guitarna out with a large amount of attack points, then it's going to be quite scary.
As long as we don't leave that Candy on the field for longer than 5 seconds, I'm sure we'll be okay here.
Yes.
But over the 5-second rule, it looks like we are going in the battle phase here and clearing some monsters out.
Yeah.
Now, this is a really cool deck, Luke. Do you want to walk us through all the cool, like, psychic control strategy that this deck can put out, just even with the cards we have on the field?
Also, aesthetically, top notch.
Yeah.
Very, very
top
adorable.
Notch.
It's beautiful. And yeah,
I
so
know.
the important thing with this deck is that they have spells, all of the Jamp spells as we call them. They are so powerful. Generally, they need to interact with a psychic type monster, whether it's in your graveyard or field. And when it's the Candy monster, it lets you do something a little bit extra. And most of the time, that's gaining life points. And then you also have Prima Guitarna, which lets you spend a bunch of life points to boost up your power. And then in the most recent box that we were talking about earlier, you also have a few more options that allow you to control the field a little bit more.
Now, Transcendent Miragius and that set really just did it. Amazing things for the Psychic deck, because I feel like this was a deck that wasn't commonly played maybe at the beginning and introduction of Rush Duels, but now the Psychic strategy, man, if you're a Roman fan, you are eating well.
Yes, and with the shift of that, as well as the skill, people stop using Reedy Beat and starting to use Shine instead. It really brought the deck together.
I feel like mentality-wise, Quantum Cubes needs to be aggressive, seal the deal, win finals. We saw Voltalon come out, again, a little apprehensive, coming out on defense. I think that is the smart move for him. Peck away at your opponent. Again, that worked for you last time. But again, the pressure's on. We're in finals.
Voltalon is really taking some of his time here.
They're being very thoughtful, for sure.
Now remember that Duel Links timer still is ticking on their end.
Oh, man.
The pressure is on.
Feeling ever when you see it go red, right? Oh my gosh, my heart just starts racing thinking about it.
Okay, so we see Candy once again. Let's see where Voltalon decides to go from here. Probably going to see a Jamp spell.
Man, they're
really does
being
have a smile
super thoughtful right now.
Yeah.
I mean, we've heard it from all the duelists. You can't overthink, right? It's like, be patient. That was one of my sensei's most important rules that he
Well,
told me.
it's true, because you can't just give up whenever you're in this situation. You just have to collect yourself, be calm, and Voltalon's doing exactly that, using the skill, increasing the level of that Psychic monster to 5, and then using the Can Melody skill to return it to the hand, and then get rid of that card in the back row.
Yep.
That 3900 card is scary.
Yes, and Siesta Torero nailed it. I always say that wrong. Sorry.
You did nail it. That was wonderful.
Little bit proud of myself. So,
speaking of being proud, though, we're about to see the shining superstar in Duel Links here. It's Prima Guitarna.
Love her.
She's gonna
Need
rock
to
out.
cosplay her. This is one of my favorite animations. Just yes.
Cool.
Well, it's also a great monster.
Yes, and powerful too.
This
yes.
is where Voltalon is going to be able to really put some damage in.
Oh, didn't decide to pay any life points there. I guess it just wasn't worth the extra 600 damage to him.
I think if he had another monster, he probably wanted to go for it to get that direct attack, but because he was planning on attacking over something in defense position, that probably wasn't worth it.
I'm loving Voltalon's front line right now. I think he's in a great place.
Yes, yeah. He's not had as many of the life point gaining Jamp spells as I would have liked.
Yeah.
But That's yeah. And then we see Rhythmical Performer.
It is just an incredible card there, but how crazy is this mirror match that they both lost Jamp spells? Again, though, it does recycle the hand and kind of take away options from your opponent. So Rhythmical Performer has been really, really good. Done so much for this deck, and we're seeing that now.
And in the mirror match specifically, you're playing against a deck that is playing a lot of spell cards, which means Rhythmical Performer has a much greater chance of drawing an extra card.
And I'm going to say this, really pretty card.
Oh, yeah, no, it's all gorgeous.
I just point out all my favorites.
If you really look at all the Candy artwork there, you'll kind of see her go through an amazing transformation.
I
It's
love
just like
that so
an
much.
idol to a pop star princess in her own right.
Yeah.
Again, we're going to see the Siesta Torero.
Really great card there, possibly
Yeah.
a choice of a tactical card because you are recycling cards back in the deck. Again, you know, in Rush Duel, since you're constantly drawing 5 cards, you do need to make sure you don't deck out and have more resources.
Super important interaction here. So yeah, Melody is able to check, you know, shuffle away those face downs. However, Jamp Check is able to check those face downs first.
Testing.
Yeah, got to test the mic and was able to get rid of that buffered slime, which is really important. Now with the Melody being able to shuffle away as well, just Prima Katana is left here for Voltalon. He's going to take some damage here.
Some great play on Quantum Cube side, and again, Voltalon is going to be on the ropes as he loses another 1,500 life points with this attack.
Yeah,
for
but
the
he's
next 5
doing okay
cards.
life points wise right now.
Yeah. Neither of our players, although this mirror match, neither of them have gained too many life points.
No.
It's true, that's what the deck's all about. I guess they're saving it for the end of their set.
This is a very strange finals. I feel like both of our opponents were not seeing anything like massive or huge. It's just a very slower, methodical game. I like it though. It's really fun. It's just making me really nervous.
Right, let's see
It's the
Rhythmical
Nail-biter
Performer.
to watch.
Oh,
wow.
that's amazing.
Getting rid of that
Rhythmical
Legend
Performer.
Trap card, he no longer has to deal with that. He knows he
Yes.
can go in safely without any of his monsters being destroyed.
And drawing a card.
Yeah, wow, it's just such good stuff here. The Rhythmical Performers have been performing well.
Oh, here we go. Prima Katana once again, and via the Miracle this time. And searching another Prima Katana using the skill. And we're going to see a second one come down. Ooh, I'm going to need a calculator to get out right now and see what's
Just a
going
little
to
bit, right?
go on.
Should be a 1,200 boost for the low cost of 2,000 life points.
Yes, let's see. Is there another monster, though?
Oh,
we
that's
do
a bigger
have another Rhythmical Performer. This could be
enough. It could be
It
enough.
could be enough. It all comes down to what these back row cards are for Quantum Cubes.
And he knows there's no negate attack since he saw that Widespread Ruin. And he knows there's no
Exactly.
Widespread Ruin because he saw the Widespread Ruin.
Yep. Let's see. Do we see the recital here?
Oh,
the buffered slime.
He waited because he didn't want to be over 3,000 life points, so
Yes.
he didn't take 2,000 damage. This is the caliber of Rush Duel at the World Championship stage.
And just to show that he's in control, Voltalon still attacks with Prima Katana.
Just got saved though.
Just so that he
Completely.
knows.
Yeah.
He knows who's boss right now.
Oh, yeah, at any time.
They're
you better
so
put something out there.
close. The life points right now, I'm like, oh, we're so evenly matched. We have a mirror match.
Yep.
They're
It's just
both around 2,500 life points.
Right now, I'm terrified of the Rhythmical Performer being sat there on 500 attack points.
It could cost him this duel here quite easily.
And the championship. We've got to remember, Quantum Cubes is only one game away from
I
being the
know.
one to lift this trophy.
But could Voltalon tie things up now?
Yep, let's wait and see. So we're going to jump up. And we sent Melody, so it gets the attack boost, and that is going to be a very big amount of damage. So
Quantum
Oh my God! Look, he's got his
You have your very
arms
first Rush Duel champion!
Oh, I love that reaction. Quantum just put his
my
arms
goodness,
up. He's
Quantum.
all smiles. Oh.
All smiles there indeed. Quantum Cubes just taking a moment there as the crowd applauds. Even we're clapping here at the desk.
We're clapping.
Because he's the very first Rush Duel World Champion. That's
Luke,
him.
should you say it? Etched
Yeah,
history
etched
for all time.
into history. I'm going to get my chisel out and get the original tablet. It's going to be a brand new one. The first name on there, Quantum Cubes.
Oh, goodness. But Voltalon did incredible stuff and such great sportsmanship.
Definitely.
Understanding the weight of this, but a duelist of his caliber will be back on the stage before you know it.
Why am I going to cry right now? This
Because
is
it's
so
the World
awesome.
Championship. That's why
Here we go.
I know.
Oh, when he's
My
got the
favorite
trophy and
moment.
raising
There
it is.
We're clapping
Quantum
again.
Cubes is your World Championship for Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Links in the Rush Duel format. There is none other.
What a battle, too, for both of these competitors. And that was such a
Amazing
grind.
game.
Like we said, so methodical, so
Yep.
thoughtful, taking their time. Well deserved.
wow.
Well
Absolutely
deserved.
And that smile, what a journey he's been through,
Yeah.
all the duels, everything worth it. And now we'll probably be hearing from him soon, but I think he's just taking that moment in.
Yeah, I mean, what a game. What a whole match. Oh, that was fantastic. The skill it requires to play that mirror match
But
is
look at the
huge.
reward for the skill. You get to raise
Yes.
that trophy above and beyond everyone and be the first person crowned world champion at our World Championship 2024.
And let's give props where props are due. He started off excellently. He got those first 2 duels under his belt, relieved some pressure from himself, and then he just had to secure the deal, and he certainly did.
Look at that sigh of relief. Look at that. Just feel like, okay, yeah.
That's what you can see it setting in. You can see it setting in, right?
Oh, goodness. And it should set in because he
Yeah.
did work hard and he did make it. He made his dream come true despite all the adversity that you have to do. Great opponents, great cards, great duels.
Yeah.
Now he's your world champion. Oh, my goodness.
I cannot wait to hear his reaction, and hopefully we can get a deep dive into those duels there. I know they're setting that
Wow.
up on the stage right now, but Luke, I mean, this has just been such an amazing 2 days.
I can't believe it. It's an absolute honor to be able to sit here and witness the crowning of a new champion. What
Yeah.
can I say?
Wow. It really, it
played
doesn't happen
so
every
well.
day.
No, he played so well too.
Also,
that was
Quantum
great.
had a grind yesterday. He went 2-1. You know, sometimes we see these like
Yeah.
really dominant players go all the way through, but he fought hard. He battled. Voltalon certainly did not make it easy on him.
Yeah, I mean, we saw, you know, that Voltalon was able to do such a crazy sweep in that in the semifinals. You know, going into this matchup is absolutely crazy to be able to, you know, do that.
We'll talk about
Let's
crazy.
hear from our champion right now. Gonna hand it over to Kangas.
Thank you very much, casters. I am live with Marc-Andre, our first ever Yu-Gi-Oh! Dueling's Rush Duel World Champion. And I gotta start by saying, what's the first thing that you felt when you picked up this trophy as the first ever World Champ?
Oh, I'm super happy and a big sigh of relief because Voltalon was hard.
Tough opponent to have.
そうですね、優勝おめでとうございます。初のラッシュデュエル、世界チャンピオンというところで、まあ、その気持ちなどを教えていただけますかとのことで、優勝できて非常に嬉しいと思います。そしてちょっとやっと安心しました。ちょっと決勝の対戦相手が非常に手強く、まあ、やっと終わってくれたとの気持ちでございます。
My next question for you. This is the first ever year for Yu-Gi-Oh! Dueling's Rush Duel in the game. What does this trophy and what does this moment mean to you, knowing that you are the first to ever do it?
Well, it means a lot, and I've been supporting Rush Duel since the release. And I hope more people played it, because it's not as simple as people think. There's some strategy in it. And I hope it's gonna bring more people.
今年がラッシュデュエルの最初の年となりますが、まあ、それに関してのコメントなどをお願いできますかというところで、まあ、今回の大会などもあり、まあ、ラッシュデュエルのプレイヤー数もいろいろ増えてくれると嬉しいと思っております。自分もラッシュデュエルがリリースされてからずっとサポートしてきており、やはりそんなにシンプルじゃなくいろいろ奥深いところがあるので、まあ、試してみてくださいとのことです。
Well, anytime I stand next to somebody who has achieved something great, and this is an incredibly great achievement, I love to ask, what did you learn about yourself in the process to get here and win this world champion?
I learned that even if you're the underdog, don't give up.
そうですね。まあ、ここまで至るところでどのようなことをやはり世界大会というのまでどのようなことを学びましたかというところで、逆境にいたとしても、まあ、いろいろやることはできるということを学んだとのことです。
And final question for you. I'm sure there's people back home that have been cheering you on. Who would you like to give a shout out for their support to help you get to this point?
Oh, I have a lot of shout out to give. First of all, Giorfio, because he teach me to play a Yggdrago deck during KC. Couldn't have done it without him. Latin Kings, it's my Rush clan. They helped me so much to test for this event. All of them, thank you. And all my viewers on Twitch. They're always supporting me. Thank you so much.
そうですね。やはり、 自分を応援してくれた方々へ何か言いたいことはございますかという質問に関して、あちらの方にちょっと今も見てくださっている仲間たちにも、ありがとうのメッセージを言いたいのと、自分の入っているクランのメンバーたちにもありがとうと言いたいのと、やはり、この配信を見てくださっている皆様にもありがとうを言いたいとのことです。
Thank you so much for coming on. Congratulations yet again to be the first ever Rush Duel champion. There he is, everybody. Once again, great job. With that said, we're going to send it to a short break before we are back. Actually, we're going to throw it to the casters to wrap things up.
Thank you so much, Kangas. Quantum Cubes, our champion for Rush Duels. We're all smiles. He was all smiles. You couldn't get that smile off of his face. Oh, that was so fun to watch. I mean, looking back on that match, I don't know if you were watching as well, Kohanam. You
yes,
were. I
knew
you were. Yeah,
I love that first stream of destruction, even though it didn't turn it around. But it was exciting to see.
Such a great way to start, though, right? But really, for the most part, it was very methodical. It was very thoughtful. A little bit slower, but it was really fun to watch them both go big brain on it.
Now, they did some great plays there. You could see that Voltalon, once he had lost those first 2 games, really did start to scale things back. 100%. And that's the right thing to do, right? When your entire tournament career depends on that, you do want to play defensively. You do want to go ahead and restrict yourself. But to a degree, you know, there's a temptation to just rush on in. And Quantum Cubes didn't change his game plan at all. He said, no. I'm going to do what you're doing. I'm going to be slow, conservative, proficient. I'm going to do what it is that those great people that he shouted out said. He's going to keep it and swing it just like he did in practice, and that made him a world champion.
Yeah, I felt like he honestly just performed exceptionally, and we are so excited for him. But really quickly, we're going to take a little break. Don't go anywhere. More fun ahead. It is time for the Speed Duel Finals. A new champion will be crowned. I'm so excited. I'm Jackie Jang, and I'm with Stephen Darling and Michael Kohanam joining us. Michael, you are all smiles. I love the energy you're giving right now. You've been a competitor at the World Championship in the past, and the finals. What are these competitors thinking right now?
I bet they're nervous, but they are excited because they are about to have so much fun in this final match and may remember it for the rest of their lives.
We're happy you're on the desk with us. Stephen, with me again.
Yeah, we do want to say goodbye to Luke, though. He's probably somewhere out in the audience since it's no longer Rush Duel time, but he did a great job casting with us. We will dearly miss you, Luke. We'll see you on the next one.
Aww.
But yeah, this has just been a tremendous championship, and we already have one person crowned with 3 duelists. Well, we also have the team of duelists on Master Duel, so we'll see what happens there. But the energy just here is incredible. You know, all the duelists who are still, you know, part of the tournament, just eagerly getting prepared. All the duelists who may no longer be in the tournament, somewhere in the audience, just kind of seeing what it's like for people to compete on the stage. So it's just electric here. There is nothing like this. Nothing like this.
Can you believe it's 2 days? We started with 16 competitors. Now we are down to 2. All 3 of us have repeatedly talked about the grind, the passion, the dedication of these competitors. You know, I was asking you, Kohanam, how must they feel? But it's like all the hard work that they've put into this. Like, I just feel like they're like, oh my gosh, I hope it's not all for nothing, right?
Right, they're so close to the finish line because they're in the finals, but only one of them can take home that trophy.
If you were in their position, what would you be telling yourself right now?
I'm ready. I would be telling myself I'm ready. I would have studied the information that I have, known my decks very well. It's a tough format because each duelist has 5 decks, all with different cards, so you really need to be an expert with all of them. But to get to this stage, I know these duelists are prepared.
Absolutely.
I know it's, oh, sorry, Stephen.
Oh, you're fine.
I said, I know what Stephen's going to say. Stephen would say, believe in the heart of the cards. Am I wrong?
It's more than just that, though, because luck is a part of skill, of course, right? To quote Jaden Yuki, but it's tenacity. It's staying calm. It's losing that first game and saying, that's okay. Duelists lose first games. That's not a big problem, because that's the sort of tenacity you need in order to get to this stage, but also accept that great honor, because every one of these duelists, they are terribly, terribly talented people.
Yeah.
But only one person can be the world champion, so it does feel discouraging to lose that first game. But it doesn't mean anything, right? Because the next game has to be won, and the next game has to be won. And what happened in that duel doesn't necessarily dictate the future of the next result. So yeah, you can believe in the heart of the cards, but that's what it really means when you think about it. It's trusting in your deck, checking in all the process, all the stuff that Mike was talking about. And I know that these duelists are going to be doing some good stuff, which means we get to see great duels. That's all I'm here for.
Yeah, I mean, we jokingly say believe in the heart of the cards, but really this game does come down to that. And I loved how you said tenacity, but resiliency as well. And I do kind of want to focus on Taku a little bit, because if we want to talk about resiliency, the 3 of us watched that semifinal. Taku took down Tadashi. Tadashi had 2 swift wins in the beginning, and Taku just clawed his way into the finals, Kohanam.
Yeah, you can never get discouraged, and I think these players are used to that because they're not, to qualify for this event, they didn't have 100% win ratios in the qualifiers, right? They played hundreds of duels, most of them, and won maybe 60, 70% of those duels and made it to this stage because over the course of those duels, they proved their skills, showed that they are better than the other duelists competing, and in, you know, with the large number of duels that they played, proved their strength. So they know one loss may be a setback, but it's not the end. And we saw when Tadashi was up 2 duels and just 1 away from securing his spot in the finals. Nothing let you know.
Out of his hands.
It just slipped. Wow. It just slipped out of his hands, and the 3 duel reversal happened.
There's no guarantees. Just because you won the last one, just because you won almost all of them, you have to win all of the games you need to win in order to be crowned the world champion. So both of these duelists certainly getting settled in, and it was a long road to Worlds, but they're here. Now it's time to decide who the world champion is.
I love Shelmy just making eye contact with the camera. There we go. Okay, he's smiling. I love that. He said in his survey, I'm excited to participate in this event again with the unique format that the WCS has, and the duel should be very fun And he said stress-free, but that's about to change for sure.
Yeah, the format is unique because the duelists do need to use 5 decks. The number of cards permitted are across all 5 decks. So if you use 3 of a card in one deck, and assuming it's not on any sort of forbidden and limited list, if you use 3 of a card in one deck, you can't use any in the other decks, with the exception of the one tactical card that the players are allowed to choose, which will break that limit and can be used in all 5 decks.
Also, I said this yesterday, so I have to say it now. For Taku, his dueling philosophy, I mean, Steven, would you like to take a go?
Yes, I'd like to say this. It's win, 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 win. And I counted that, and you can check the Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Links app because all the survey responses there, that is genuinely what he said.
Well, he is one win away from that.
That is true.
So
we're beginning, you all. I'm so excited.
Shelmy is starting off with Link Darkrays.
Okay.
Taku is using Juman. I didn't see the Star Seraph skill activate, but oh, there it is. Baryon Battlemorph, the Baryon's White Shield.
Okay.
So he is using the Star Seraph skill, and he's activating it to play a Star Seraph monster to his field face down, along with one from the deck, choosing the Scout. Now, we have seen this before. He put 2 monsters face down, anticipating Shelmy is using Sky Striker because of that skill that activated at the start of the duel, thinking, I don't want him taking a monster with Widow Anchor. But the last time we saw this, we saw the Sky Striker player summon Hayate, increase its attack points to 2,300, and then equip an equip spell that allowed it to attack twice and win. So we will see if Taku has better luck.
It is what makes Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Links, those powerful skills, because, you know, duelists may be saying Sky Strikers in Duel Links, but this is not your everyday Hayate combo, because using the skill allows you to power it up, and then that direct attack twice with that equip spell, that is game in this situation, and so that we may see a repeat of what we saw yesterday.
So Terraforming for Area 0 is a great start because it puts a spell in the graveyard, and then Sky Striker Mobilize Engage allows Shelmy to get another Sky Striker spell card. He does use Area 0, destroys Shark Cannon, and gets a Widow Anchor to his hand. Now he has 3 spells in the graveyard, so he can use Sky Striker Mobilize Engage.
Oh, Widow Anchor.
Luke says that always wins.
Luke's favorite.
He adds multi-roll to his hand and gets to draw a card for having 3, and he has a 3rd.
Wow.
Sky Striker Mobilize Engage. He hasn't even summoned Ray or used Kagari yet.
Just sculpting that hand.
Amazing.
And
there's only 8 cards left in his deck, and this is the first turn.
And Sky Striker is really a big brain deck. We've talked about this in the past, right?
Yeah, there's a lot of technical play and a lot of interesting interactions.
How do you think these 2 decks are going to line up?
We'll see. Yeah, I mean, if Shelmy uses that combo, where let's see.
Well, as you're looking that up, looks like we're seeing the Sky Striker mech modules multi-roll. Go ahead and get rid of the Area 0 there, and the Area 0 will bring out Sky Striker Ace Ray, everybody's favorite.
Aw, Ray. We love Ray.
Yeah, I'm not sure that Shelmy is actually using that equip spell that would allow his Hayate to attack directly. But even without that way to sort of cheat the victory and attack through the face-down monsters, he did have a very powerful opening with 3 copies of Engage. Now he's able to use Kagari to bring one back and activate yet a 4th copy.
With no soul release in sight or anything like that, I mean, it means his entire Sky Striker package is working at full power. Having those 3 spells in the graveyard that early, we know what it looks like. We've seen Sky Striker across Master Duel, across the TCG. Now we're seeing how powerful it is in Duel Links thanks to that new Ray of Aura set.
I also feel like we're starting very methodical again. It's very interesting, Steven, you said this at the beginning of the broadcast, that we're seeing both of these competitors slow things down. You know, they're tiptoeing, right? This is the finals. They're desperate to win.
Well, it's kind of a stealth mission, right? You want to make sure that you don't accidentally trip off the alarms and give away what your strategy is to your opponent. You really have to creep on in until it's that moment. So
it's time to strike.
Yeah.
Shelmy adds jamming waves to his hand with the effect of the Engage. It's not particularly relevant now because it destroys face-down spell and trap cards, of which there are none right now, but he does get that extra draw with Sky Striker Mobilize Engage. But it might be a little bit hard for him to deal damage through these 2 face-down monsters because Sky Striker decks frequently keep 1 monster on the field, and it's Hayate who can attack directly, but without that equip spell combo to allow him to attack twice, I don't think he's going to be able to seal the win this turn. So his best hope is to sort of overwhelm Taku with his advantage of having more cards so that when he makes it back to his next turn, he's able to win.
They're not coming out blazing at this point. It's definitely a little bit slower. But
Right, because
it progresses.
Taku had set those monsters, I assume, to defend against Widow Anchor.
Certainly makes sense there with the Shizuku too,
Yeah.
setting up for the end phase more so than a direct attack, but we're going to go ahead and see him attack the center monster there, getting rid of a Star Seraph and getting to activate the Shizuku during the end of the turn.
Yeah, so he goes for the Scout. I think the other face-down card is a Sovereignty, which can only be used in an Ixie summon of 3 monsters, so I think that's a smart choice there. He is going to use Eagle Booster also in the end phase just to allow the multi-roll to trigger and set another Eagle Booster.
For those watching
so
at home, to either of you, with the Star Seraph deck, it is all about getting the materials.
Absolutely.
Right.
There's
Yes.
a lot of TCG fans who will remember Star Seraph, Sovereignty, and Scale, and everything else in the package, being able to put powerful Xyz monsters out really fast. But in this case, Dumont used that Baryon Battlemorph skill in order to set those cards from the deck, so it's not necessarily that all the resources are gone. This could be Taku's moment to come back.
So the skill is a once per turn skill rather than a once per duel to play a Star Seraph from the hand and a Star Seraph from the deck. So Sky Striker is a weird game. The matchup's actually interesting because Sky Striker, as the game goes on, is typically gets more cards and improves its position. But the Star Seraph deck can use the skill each turn as well, so it's really not falling behind. And that's kind of what we're seeing here, where he's going to use the first part of that skill to set, it looks like, Scepter from his hand and another Scepter from his deck. And both Scepters can activate when 3 monsters are used in an Xyz summon, each effect destroying a card and drawing a card. So it is a powerful play, but we'll see if Shelmy is able to stop a 3-material Xyz summon.
Well, as Luke always says, Widow Anchor solves everything. Because it's true, though, having to get those monsters face up. Now, here's the thing. Taku had to know that, right? With all the different searches from the Sky Striker deck, facts, you kind of know what you're getting into, so this seems to be the follow-up play.
Taku had not yet used his normal summon. That's what's so strong about the skill. It fills the field with monsters before doing that, and his normal summon happens to be a Scepter, so he is still able to destroy up to 2 cards on the field with their effects when he makes a 3-material Xyz summon. Now, the Shizuku is now protected by the Eagle Booster, so we'll see what happens.
We are creeping along right now.
Very steady gameplay.
The pace is so different than what we were seeing yesterday. You know, we were seeing some of these duels just ending within minutes sometimes. Everyone has a different mindset today.
Yeah, Sky Striker tends to slow duels
And Sky
down.
Striker. Yeah, we're talking about the spell deck, right?
That's true on Master Duel, that's true in the Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading card game, and that's true in Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel.
Sky Striker takes little bites, little dainty bites of your life points, but it looks like we may be taking a bigger bite now as that Baryon Battlemorph skill is getting the last material there and the rank up Magic Baryon's Force.
I'm just waiting for this Ixie summon because when that happens, things are going to get nasty.
It's happening right now.
Hey, there we go.
Yeah, so he created the Sovereignty for a scale to put that in the Xyz summon instead, perhaps signaling that he has another Sovereignty in hand he wants to summon. But he also did get the rank up magic, which maybe we'll see him use later in the turn.
Oh, when I start to see this happening when I'm dueling, my heart falls into my stomach. You know, I'm just like, no, but the attack reduction, right?
Well, speaking of the heart there, Taku getting a little bit of a smile on his face, kind of starting to feel himself in this duel.
Yeah, I mean, he just destroyed 2 cards and grew 2 cards with the Deltaros's effect that was granted by the Scepter. So that's a huge swing. And look at the number of cards in these players' hands. This is turn 3.
This is not Rush Duel.
Right?
Look at it, it's unbelievable.
Yeah,
using...
we ain't rush dueling, but
yeah, but it feels like with the hand size is there.
He used Deltaros's effect to destroy Deltaros.
Interesting. Perhaps wanting to clear the monster off the field or not worry about it, but 3 set
I like the back row, though, you know?
Certainly feels safe there.
Definitely.
He may have felt vulnerable to Widow Anchor.
And
maybe wanted to try to play around it.
Widow Anchor.
And also he knew that Shelmy had jamming waves, which just would have destroyed Deltaros anyway when it took down that Mystical Space Typhoon right there, which we just saw.
Y'all,
so
we are minutes in, and no life points down at all.
No, in fact, Shelby's life points are up from the skill.
Yeah, oh, you're right. Oh my goodness,
We're going the wrong direction.
So I mean, this could end by deck out with only 3 cards left in Shelmy's deck.
Yeah.
So he's going to use Area 0, get a multi-roll.
It's funny, right now, we're not seeing too much on the field, right? Like, there's nothing we're like, ooh, what's going to happen there? But I'm just like, what's going to happen next?
Yeah,
right?
I mean, jamming waves takes down Needle Sealing. He is clearing out the back row as much as he can.
Yeah.
Ray I mean, I think he'll eventually be able to poke in for the damage he needs over the next 3 turns if he's not defeated before then. So I don't think we're going to see it end by deck out, but I wouldn't count it out.
Certainly something you don't see every day, especially on the World Championship stage, but activating that Link Dark Rays skill to power it up to 2,300. It's bigger now, so you're right, it might just take an attack or 2 before this duel is over.
You know what's so interesting, too, about the finals is that they can't see each other, right? There's obviously a monitor in front of them, but I just feel like the energy would be so different, right? Like,
yeah, maybe more
you
tense.
can feel the energy of your opponent just like feet away from you, you know? Yeah.
Yeah, Ray's
Really fun.
attack went in, so he is basically one more attack away because the Link Dark Rise, well, not, so he's, yeah, so it could be, that, right? So he's using the, he's using Ray's effect to tribute it, summon Shizuku, and attack directly for 1,500.
200 life points.
Well, 200 life points is still at least more than 0, so you can stick in the game, but you're right that it's starting to close in on Taku's side.
Right, he had already used the skill that turn to increase Ray's attack points, and unfortunately the 2,300 from Ray and 1,500 from Shizuku fell short. But on the next turn, he can attack with Hayate if he's able to link summon it, and Hayate can attack directly through Taku's cards.
Steven, we saw Taku smiling earlier. Change of tune, 100%, right? Like, we can see now he's zoning in. Honestly, looking a little bit shaky, but, I mean, who knows what's in his hand, right?
Well, he still hasn't used that awesome rank up skill, so we might actually see the spell played. Maybe that is his way to win, because again, oh, maybe not. Might be setting cards just to get defensive and trying to go for the deck out.
I don't like that. That's making me nervous for him, really.
Yeah, well, still a win condition. Time is ticking with that only 1 card left in the deck, but that is setting yourself up. It's a very delicate house of cards.
Yeah, he really can't summon monsters because he knows Shelmy has Widow Anchor since it was set by the multi-roll, and Widow Anchor will just defeat him faster. So Shelmy's actually going to use the Widow Anchor, it looks like in the end phase, targeting his own Shizuku so that he gets to set jamming waves. Taku is trying to defend himself with the back row cards, and Shelmy needs to win on this turn. Crackdown takes Shizuku.
But it also opens up a main monster zone, so now maybe some Sky Striker combos can happen.
Jamming Waves can only target face down cards, so it will destroy the rank up magic, and it's going to take out a Star Seraph monster with it.
I'm going to be honest, though, guys. Shelmy, 5,500 life points. This is going to be a really big battle for Taku.
Yeah, I think it's over because Shelmy has the Ray, so he's able to summon Hayate and attack directly.
And you can see it on Taku's face there, maybe not feeling himself there, because again, all you have to do is, oh, but we're going to the battle phase, so I guess maybe we'll go ahead and activate that effect.
In the battle phase?
In the battle phase, you can.
Both play around Valor, right?
It's very smart there for sure. Don't want to risk anything here at the World Championship.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it really didn't matter. But
Oh, it's over.
direct attack from Hayate does finish it. When you're playing against Sky Striker, you have to be careful because Hayate's attack can finish you off.
Yeah, I saw that from Shelmy. Like, okay, I made it. Feeling himself. But you can't give up just because you're 1 down. Remember, both of the records of these players are 3 wins, 1 loss. Both of them have felt what it's like to lose on the World Championship, you know, as they got up here, but they still got up here. So they've tasted a little bit of defeat, but they still believe in themselves. And now they've got to select their next deck there. Because again, the rules are 5 different decks, but they've already used that one. So we won't see Sky Striker from one player again, and we won't be seeing the Star Seraphs from the other.
I'm feeling really great vibes right now from Shelmy. I just like, he's smiling. He seems a little bit more relaxed. We got a smile from Taku too, though. So it's the finals, you know? You got to put everything into this. So
I want to point out also, we're not going to see, we're likely not going to see Dark Fluid from Shelmy either because he used Playmaker and I with his Sky Striker deck.
You definitely have layers upon layers upon layers because, again, it's not just about the characters you choose, it's about the skills associated with them. But if you decide to use Playmaker sort of as that bluff with Link Dark Rays, you do take out of your 5-deck combination that very powerful Dark Fluid Dragon that we've seen throughout the weekend. Firewall Dragon Dark Fluid with amazing potential, but not something we're going to see here, at least from him.
Right, there are so many strong decks. You can only choose 5 of them.
I just thought this was a really fun survey response from Shelmy. What do you think are your strengths over other duelists? One word, persistence. I love that, right?
Hey, well, look, the persistence paid off.
Yeah, certainly. And we are going into Duel 2.
And we've already seen the Magic Shark combo.
Oh, it's you, Bell.
Are we going to hear the epic joke?
That the sharks go hand in hand.
Yes! Oh, you're going to have to say it again. If that happens.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Even though we spoiled the joke. But
and it's your favorite deck. Shelby's using your favorite deck.
Oh my gosh. Okay, everybody watching at home, Steven and Kohanam have have been my senseis through this whole Duel Links journey, and I've been playing for a couple months and mainly used Blue Eyes and Unchained. And I was like, I probably won't end up seeing them at the World Championship. But we've had 2 Unchained appearances, so
Absolutely.
I get a little Unchained when I see that. Sorry.
That was good. That was better than hand in hand.
I get nervous when I see Unchained, though. I just feel like it's not in the meta right now.
Well, it is clearly, because using all these great Unchained resources lets you keep putting cards on the table.
Yes.
But UBEL is a great bluff here. Effectively, we're in the tournament at the point where everyone knows everything, but UBEL also could have been sort of like teasing the Sacred Beast deck, but instead we're seeing this very powerful Fiend deck that everybody really is familiar with on the TCG and Master Duel side, so it's really great to see it on the World Championship stage for Duel Links as well.
Sacred Beast is so scary to me. It's just got massive monsters. It scares me when I see it come out.
And I think that's what he was trying to threaten here, but as you see, Shelmy just working out a different set of Fiends here.
Yep.
And
Shelmy sets Escape, summons Rakia, uses Rakia to destroy Escape, summons the Sarama, uses Sarama to set the trap card, Escape, back to his field. And it looks like he is now Link summoning Unchained Soul of Rage.
Rage. Why did I say that so cheerfully? I'm so sorry.
Because you love Unchained?
I know, I love this deck, so I feel like they're my babies.
Every duelist is like that, though. They latch onto a deck, and whether it's devilish fiend monsters like what we're seeing, or it's just happy, cute faces, it doesn't matter. It's your deck. You do love it. And the same thing for a lot of Unchained players at home are probably screaming their heads off, whether they're watching the stream or at their OTS watch parties.
It's so funny. They are devilish fiends. And I'm like, oh, like little devilish fiends.
It's just a cute little dog.
Yeah.
Oh, and it looks like Taku is using Sky Striker with the Magic Shark combo skill. So that's really cool because Sky Striker doesn't really have its own skill specific to Sky Strikers, other than the one that puts Engage in the deck, which players aren't really using since they can just main deck Engage.
One of my favorite parts of Unchained is I feel a little bit vulnerable sometimes, but then even if my monster gets destroyed, it just, I'm back, baby, I'm back.
Right.
And that's like my
right
favorite
here.
part.
Speaking of coming back, Unchained Twins Rakia is going to come back from the Unchained Soul of Rage effect. But hey, it's time for Buzzsaw Shark, and there's a lot of Zexal fans that know what this means. It's about to be a lot of materials for a future Xyz summon.
So this is just me being silly, but I really love the shark deck just because I like sharks. That's all I gotta say.
Fine. Yeah. And a lot of people do fall in love with decks like that.
Look at that. I'm sorry. This monster is so cool. Hey, right hand.
Right hand Shark with Buzzsaw Shark, make Bahamut Shark.
I love
and then
Bahamut Shark.
Bahamut Shark's effect is going to special summon a number 47 Nightmare Shark to the field.
So we didn't see the left-hand Shark, so they aren't hand in hand, but they may be fin in fin as we go into the next one. But this time we're not seeing a Shark, we're seeing Desperado.
Taku.
This could be it.
This could be it.
Wow.
What? Yeah.
And a direct attack. There's a lot of things in Duel Links that could stop a direct attack from the hand. Do we have anything?
We
don't. So it's all tied up 1-1. Shelmy being clapped back at by Taku. We've got ourselves a match here with applause from the crowd.
Shelmy said he was persistent, though. I don't think he's giving up. We've seen a lot of positive energy from him. Taku, though, I'm sure thrilled to get that to be 1-1. It does not feel good if you're down 2 duels.
Yeah, that deck was really cool, actually, because combining Sky Striker with the Sharks is not a traditional strategy.
Yeah.
Using Sky Striker cards there. And there we saw he didn't even open with the right or left-hand Shark, which is typically how you want to use the skill, to send one from your hand to the graveyard and then send the other from the deck to the graveyard, so you can special summon both and make a rank 4 without special summoning. But because he had the Buzzsaw Shark, he was able to special summon Bahamut Shark and then use its effect and rank up. He was able to still win in just a single turn.
That's a reminder the Buzzsaw Shark is still really good, even after all these years.
Also, talk about the pace change there, right? That first duel, that was grindy, right? A little bit slower. This one, over in a flash.
Yeah,
I was talking about how much I loved Unchained and Sharks. The next thing I knew, it was over.
Yeah, that one was real quick.
It was a speed duel after all, but
Yeah.
we are in for a couple of more games at least. Again, now that it's 1-1, one of these duels is going to have to win 2 in order to claim that coveted World Championship trophy.
You know what's interesting? Now we're 1-1, and I definitely feel like we have felt the intensity rise here. You know, they're kind of like smiles, a little jokey in the beginning, which is great. That's a great way to go in the finals, right? You don't want to go in super serious and uptight, but now you can tell we're getting closer and closer, and they're like, okay, we gotta go, dude. I'm so excited for them. Sorry, I'm like geeking out so hard over here.
And you should. It is the Yu-Gi-Oh! World Championship. What are you going to save this for? Tomorrow? It won't be the championship.
I'm like, who's
You gotta
gonna pick
spend
all?
it. All of your dueling energy, and our competitors have to do just the same. As we open up with a Varian Battlemorph skill there from
This time.
Shelmy.
Ooh, Sherry.
Oh, Sherry LeBlanc for Taku.
I thought you were going to sing this song. Oh, we're not allowed to do that. Never mind.
Don't worry, but some really good stuff as we see the Revolution des Fleurs skill, which has allowed duelists to have so much creativity using Necro des Fleurs and everything else, but it looks like we're going to see the Infernoble Knight build of this.
Yep.
Infernoble Knight's very popular right now.
Yeah, so he's it's usually paired with this skill, but Taku got the great start of summoning Ogier and using it to send Excalibur into the graveyard, and then he had the Renaud in his hand to special summon. Then the Revolution de Fleur skill allows him to send a card from his hand to his deck to summon the Necro Synchron from his deck, and then it allows him to also lower the level of a monster on his field by up to 2. So this is an amazing fixer to let you summon synchro monsters of all sorts of levels. He goes for Haster, as we've seen previously in the tournament. Tuning with the Necro Synchron to summon a wind monster allows him to special summon the Glow Up Bulb, which he then tunes with to make Captain Roland, and then he sends Captain Roland to the graveyard with the other part of the skills effect to summon Sorcier de Fleur. And now he has the level 8 non-tuner, level 1 tuner, and he is able to make Emperor Charles.
So, Stephen, correct me if I'm wrong here, but when we were doing our homework, I believe you told me that if you go up against this deck, get ready for your opponent to turn your whole deck against you.
It really can, because one of the other monsters that's commonly played in this that we've seen throughout the tournament is Immortal Phoenix Gearfried, but you also get to search out great cards like Battle in Boxer Veil. So basically, wherever you want to be, you really can't go. You try to figure something out, no, you're going to have your cards negated or destroyed by all these great different Fire Warrior effects, and don't forget that the equip spells have effects too, so it is a really tricky maze to navigate through.
Yeah, so in the end phase, he gets to put the Excalibur on it, which will stop it from being targeted by card effects. He puts Gravity Axe on it so that monsters can't change battle positions. He puts Roland on it as well, and this is using the effect of both Emperor Charles and the level 5 synchro he summoned earlier. And then, since the Roland equipped to the Emperor Charles, he's able to destroy Roland and use its effect to search for a monster.
Stephen, I think right now Taku's in a great position. Am I wrong?
No, you're not. He really is in a strong start, but remember with Shelmy playing Dumont, we've seen how cool it is to be able to get those Xyz materials out pretty easily, and we haven't really used the skill yet. We're just going ahead and just using it the old-fashioned way, getting out Seraph Scout and also Star Seraph Sovereignty there.
Wow, he started with the Scepter and 2 Sovereignty.
Yeah, he's got it.
Love to see
wow,
that.
and this is going to force Taku to equip Captain Roland to Emperor Charles to try to destroy a card. Because if Shelmy is able to successfully Xyz summon using that Scepter in a 3-material Xyz summon, he can destroy the Excalibur.
Well, the Knights are going to
I
have to
said that
protect
it looked good
themselves.
for Taku, and now
Yeah,
I'm
but
like, oh no.
Shelmy hasn't used he used the normal summon, but hasn't used the skill. So he might actually he could use the skill. Well, it depends what's in his hand. He might be able to use the skill to get a Scout and then special summon from his hand.
Oh, but
doesn't look like
not.
he has it though. So he's
I'm
just
trying to
setting 2
predict
cards
what
to
was
his
going
back
on there,
row.
and I'm like, no, that wasn't what I was anticipating at all.
Just looks like some defensive play. Now, neither
Yeah.
of these duelists is going home if they happen to lose this one duel, but speaking of Immortal Phoenix Gearfried, this is where it gets really tricky because
Cool
not only can
card.
it use equip spells as a way to negate the activation of effects and destroy them, it can also just take monsters and turn them into equip spells for more food for the same.
Oh, Taku, your front line looks so nice right now. I'd be feeling so confident.
Well, there's
But
still
then
those 2
it's
face
dueling,
downs.
so then as soon as you're feeling confident, then you're like, wait, aw.
Well, Shelmy cannot target the Emperor Charles with the face down cards due to the effect of Excalibur.
By the way, Emperor Charles, one of our favorite names. Stephen only calls him Charles.
Yeah,
so.
just Charles. We're on a first name basis
Yeah,
here.
yeah.
And then he equips Ogier as well, so that the equipped monster can't be destroyed by card effects, and Emperor Charles gets to activate its effect to destroy a card on the field. He's going for a back row, and it's Crackdown.
Wow.
Oh, no.
Certainly difficult there if you are cheering for Shelmy, right? Every one of these plays is a heartbreaker because on one side, you're like, wow, that person's doing really good. And on the other side, you're like, oh, I wouldn't want to be experiencing that. But you just have to cheer for the person who is doing well because it is their moment.
Yeah, when someone gets my Crackdown off the field, I'm furious.
Oh, I know.
I'm like,
It's
no,
such
my
a good card.
Crackdown, no.
Oh, and I should have pointed out before, the Gravity Axe is actually sort of just shutting down the skill because it prevents the flip summoning of the monsters that the skill sets face down.
So it makes for a really great counterplay.
Yeah, so he actually could not have sent a monster to the graveyard, gotten the scout, and then flip summoned it to get another monster on the field. So that is the cool tech choice of that Gravity Axe.
It's such a very old card from the Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading card game, but just doing massive amounts of intelligent work here. Well, looks like we were taking a moment to think, trying to figure out where we're going next.
Hey, you take your time. You're in the finals. I would be afraid to do anything, but then with Duel Links, you have the counter, the dreaded counter.
Well,
so
it looks like they don't have a counter
moves.
here. They've got plenty of time to just kind of play as they are content, but still, it's that pressure, it's that experience. 932 people watching through the games app, and all the viewers at home around the world.
Go too long, That's funny.
Taku summons Renaud. It looks like he just wants to get more monsters on the field, so he's actually going to link away the monster he just summoned.
Okay.
It looks like it's Ferocious Flame Swordsman.
He must have a way to get more monsters on the field, otherwise I don't think he would have bothered with that.
Okay, here we
Taku's
go.
probably going to try to clear some of these defense cards out of the way.
Seems like it's that time.
Sublimation Knight.
The most regal names with Infernal Knights, right? Love it.
That is royalty.
And he'll equip it with the Ogier.
Oh, looking real good for Taku right now.
This gives him just enough clearance on attack points for that Sublimation Knight to go ahead and attack through the 2,000 defense, but there's a little pause here, meaning we may have an activatable spell or trap face down.
That one card in the corner has me thinking.
Well, it's not going to be activated just yet, so Charles goes after the next monster here, our Infernoble Knight Emperor.
Okay, direct attack. It went through. Down 1,800 for Shelmy. All right, we're moving here. I feel like right now the momentum's with Taku for sure.
Yeah, because Shelmy needs to find a way to either get rid of the Gravity Axe so he can effectively use his skill, or get rid of the Excalibur so he can target the strongest monster on the field.
So how will Shelmy go about doing that if he can?
The Scout's a good start because it allows him to special summon. If he can use another Scout, that perhaps could allow him to get a third monster on the field, but he has to have all the right cards to be able to do that. He's going for the scale.
Double scales here.
Oh,
one scale led to another.
He did get 3 monsters out.
Look at him thinking right now. I love it. He's like reading out loud, you know, like making sure he's got his process down right.
Being careful, got to check that extra deck.
Be careful,
Whatever card it is that comes out, I mean, you can't take that back. So this is destiny being decided right now as he considers his options.
Totally.
Obviously, a lot of great choices, but he can only pick one.
Oh, I love how methodical he's being. Sorry.
Yeah, sorry. So the Scout summoned the scale summoned the scale, but again, he doesn't have a Scepter out, so he doesn't have a way to destroy a card just from the Xyz summon. He can make Delta Roast, but he can only destroy one of those back row cards if he does that. So I'm trying to think, what is he going to summon?
Yeah.
Definitely a lot of options there as he considers it, but Taku just kind of have to wait his turn out there until Shelmy brings something out. Looks like we were
Taku's feeling great. Taku's like, look at my front line right now. I got a whole back row. Like we're sitting pretty, to say the least. But again, we never know what Shelmy has up his sleeve. So, Xyz summoning, here we go.
He's going for a 2-material Xyz monster. Is it Photon Popular Operative? Which players
that was awesome that you were able to say that.
I probably said it wrong. Which players typically use to rank up using the rank up magic from that they get from the skill. So we're seeing that now. Barry and Battle Morph.
Protector Barian World definitely going to give you some great stuff there. Star Seraph Sage.
So the Sage will stay face down, but the rank up magic Barian's Force is going
we're playing
to...
it right away.
Yep,
Here we go.
Rank up that monster.
So we are building the overlay
now
network
we know what
here.
Shelmy was thinking about for so long, right?
Well, it definitely takes a little bit of time to figure out how you're going to put a new monster on the field and which Xyz monster you're going to give up for this ultimate Leo Topia Ray.
Totally.
Its effect will activate. He'll equip it and raise its attack points to 6,000.
Big enough. But now Ray activates its effect.
A monster was equipped. Does Emperor Charles work when any monster is equipped?
Charles.
What just happened?
Charles is the Emperor for a reason. Or remember that Shelmy might have known that and is just using that to basically get set up and ending his turn with 3 defense mode monsters in order to keep things out.
That hurts so bad. If I was Shelmy, I'd be so mad that got stolen from me.
But Shelmy isn't. Shelmy just sort of saying, okay, I'm still in here. I haven't lost yet.
Yes, you're right.
Yeah, I just checked the text. Emperor Charles will activate to destroy a monster on the field, a card on the field when any monster is equipped. Doesn't have to be your own monster.
Definitely a Duel Academy test there, and
That
unfortunately may
for
not have passed the exam.
Yeah, oh man.
Now all 3 of those monsters are just face down, can't change battle positions. He really wasn't able to fight through anything.
No.
We're going to our next Link summon here. Let's see what we've got. Nightmare Phoenix to destroy the face down, just to make this a safer play.
Book of Moon can't be used to target Emperor Charles. Ogier is being returned from the graveyard, equipping so that Emperor Charles can activate.
Oh, and here comes Savage de Flail.
I'm still shocked at Emperor Charles. That was fierce. I mean, when that card's out, I would be just scared, you know?
Yeah, I mean, it's the equip spells that make it so
it's done.
strong.
Talk
Yeah,
about
it's
Emperor
over.
Charles, everybody. There we go.
So now,
Charles,
Taku,
just Charles.
Just Charles. just Charles. Charles and Ray, right? First names only. But here's the thing. Speaking of names, Taku is only 1 win away from being declared world champion.
So cool. Man, it ain't over for Shelmy. It ain't over for
absolutely
Shelmy.
not.
Exactly. What a great finals this is turning out to be.
Yeah, that Emperor Charles destroying a card when the opponent equipped a monster really threw me off.
Oh, that was...
Because you don't see that a lot.
You do not see that a lot.
It looked like his really strong monster was going to attack and end the duel, but no, forgot about Emperor Charles' effect. 3, with his whole own back row filled, it could still activate on the opponent's equip.
Well, Shelby showing a little humility there, just thinking, okay, I know what it is that I'm going to do next. He's got 2 decks left. He still has 2 more chances here.
Yeah.
But it's going to take 2 wins in a row, because if Taku takes one of these games, we have decided our Speed Duel World Champion.
What a good sport, though. Like, that move happened, and all 3 of us were like, what? And like you said, Shelby just kind of reacted with a smile, laid down his cards in defense. So he's like, hey, it ain't over. The persistence we talked about, right? So
Yeah, he had to keep trying.
Yeah. Man, no, I really like these duels. We had one that was short and fast, one with the shark. And then the first one was a grind, definitely more methodical. That one's kind of a mix. It was fun, though.
Yeah,
and some
this one was
surprises.
cool.
Yeah. Wonder what's going to happen next.
Oh, no telling.
I wonder what decks they're going to use, because I think you want to use the deck you think is strongest here, because it could be your last duel.
It absolutely could be. So it looks like we are seeing Trace versus Playmaker. Trace using the Hope-Filled Chronomaly skill from that brand new Zexal Ace character campaign recently happened. And now we're seeing Dark Fluid Link.
Dark Fluid Link from
said
Taku.
Michael because Chronomaly, we were both shocked when we saw that.
Yes, this deck was really not on my radar, but it got a couple of good cards in the latest Speed Duel main box.
Oh, Ray of Aura, yeah.
Yeah, and Ray of Aura, and that has apparently catapulted it to the finals of the World Championship.
Well, it does help
And
with those
Ixie's
figures
a deck
as well.
again, correct? Yeah.
So
get those materials.
Yep, so there's Hope-Filled Chronomaly. He sends the new level 5 from the latest main box to the graveyard, loads up the extra deck with some more Xyz monsters, and then this new monster, Chronomaly and Akambaro figure.
Very nice.
Akambaro figures will...
That was good.
Yeah, it's pronouncing.
Yeah.
From the graveyard, you can pay 1,000 life points to special summon it, and part of the skill also allows you to send an Xyz monster from your extra deck to the graveyard to make all of your monsters match the level. Make all the monsters on your field have a level matching the rank of the sent monster. So he's doing that now to send a rank 4 monster from his extra deck to his graveyard and make all the monsters on his field level 4.
So goodbye Utopia, but what do we need those rank 4 materials for? Let's see what we Xyz summon here as we build up the overlay network. And we're going to showcase...
I'm waiting.
Oh, it's number 36, Chronomaly Chateau. Huyuk.
This is a strong start, wouldn't you say?
Oh, yeah. No, being able
He's
to have
getting the materials he wants.
great Xyz monsters,
Yeah.
good defenses. You were playing against the ropes.
Love that
Notice we
back
talked about
row.
conservative play. And the Akambaro figures did come back as well.
Yeah, this is actually one of the 4 Xyz monsters added to the extra deck by the skill, so you don't need to include it in your deck.
Oh, nice.
Gives you a lot more deck flexing capability, but since Playmaker is going second here with that Dark Fluid Link skill, 5 cards just got banished, and each of them can be special summoned. So don't worry, Yu-Gi-Oh! Judges at home. These monsters, they are being treated as being legally summoned despite the fact that they were banished from the game.
Chronomaly Esperanza Glyph is another new card from the latest main box, and it has a really cool effect that lets you target an Xyz monster in your graveyard or that you control and special summon 2 Chronomaly monsters that are a level higher than its rank, and then immediately use them in an Xyz summon. So this is a 1-card Xyz summon.
Okay.
And since the Utopia is in the graveyard from the skill, now he's also able to summon Chronomaly Vinama.
There's our big bad. There is our big bad. And correct me if I'm wrong, Chronomaly Vimana uses materials to negate opponent's effects, correct?
Correct. So it can use 2 materials to negate effects, but also has another effect that allows it to gain materials. So Chronomaly duelists often use Vimana to sort of control the field, make it so that the most important card effects that the opponent tries to use get negated.
It can also increase its attack points too, or?
It is able to increase its attack points as well as part of the effect that also gains the material.
That's a fearsome card to have out there, so great for Shelmy.
Definitely seeing all that come into play now. Again,
Yeah.
that Link Slayer being negated, trying to destroy some of the spell and traps, and stealing a material there to make itself even more pumped up and gaining that attack. But we are seeing Firewall Guardian hit the field, so we still have plenty of plays. As you know, some people call this deck like the Cyber's pile deck, right? A stack of Cyber's monsters that whatever you draw, you're able to link summon something. So Taku probably thinking which of those great link monsters are going to summon next. Popular options have been things like Cyber's Wicked, Cyber's Witch, but no telling. He's the one in the driver's seat here.
Oh, Shelmy has the trap card Barrage Blast. It is a continuous trap card that actually lets you detach materials from machines. And however many you detach, you can destroy that many cards.
Oh, wow. That's the perfect option here. Detach 2 to destroy the 2 link materials.
He is not letting Taku use that Firewall Guardian in a link summon.
Or is he? Because we're seeing the Signet Crosswipe at least clear one of those cards off the field to get rid of that continuous trap and therefore prevent it from ever resolving. So while there's still just the 1 card there, it's better than having 0 unless
Shelmy Book of Moon! What? Taku has no face-up monsters if this resolves, which it does. He can't link summon unless he can somehow get more monsters onto the field.
But he can if he has any of the cards commonly played in this deck that allow you to special summon banished monsters. As I said earlier, any of those cards could get you back in the game. By themselves, maybe not strong, but at least a chance.
That's pretty much just different dimension reincarnation at this point because he has 3 cards in his graveyard.
Shelmy's smiling, by the way.
Right.
Shelmy's like, I'm in a good place.
He used everything he had, and it looks like it was exactly enough.
Oh, man. What's Taku going to do now?
Well, I mean, there's a lot of different options. If he did have that different dimension reincarnation, he could special summon a Cyber's Quantum Dragon and use that to bounce at least one of those cards off the field, but that's not exactly the strongest option, is it?
I think if he had it, he would have played it already.
Oh, the confidence of a duelist from the World Championship, just slap it on the table?
Yeah. You thought you had exactly enough, but no.
Yeah.
There's one more card.
Yeah, he's definitely trying to ponder an escape plan here for sure. Man, y'all, are we going to see 5?
I think we might see
We
5.
might, and I hope we do, because the more speed duels we see, the happier I am.
Hey, don't count your duels before they're done now.
Yeah,
no, definitely
exactly.
not.
True. We don't know what Taku's cooking up here, so we'll see. I do feel like Shelmy, there's definitely a massive amount of momentum behind him right now. Taku's got to find some way to switch the flip here. Flip the switch? Flip the switch.
Switch the flip works, yeah, because you flip it.
Yeah, know what I meant. That was funny.
But he is considering his options very carefully here.
Yeah.
Now, here's the thing. The sign of a duelist in the World Championship stage is even when you're winning, you don't just magically start to lose your cool. So not trying to seize this moment and force the victory, but going to go ahead and play that Signet rollback to special summon. And it is the Cyber's Quantum Dragon.
He got that with his skill because he was second. So that's a nice perk of going second when using this skill. And he is getting that Synchro Monster you referred to earlier. It can return whatever he attacks to the extra deck. But doesn't have the attack points needed to destroy the other monster by battle. So it's not it may be the best thing he can do, but I don't think it's really enough to put him back.
He doesn't look thrilled.
So using the material to go ahead and drop the monster attack to 0, but it still bounces, so nothing to worry about there. Play passes back over to Shelmy. Let's see what he's got as he continues to fight for his tournament career.
Yeah, and do what you can, right? He did what he could. So.
Yep, he brings back Enkambaro figures by spending another 1,000 life points. If he can get another monster on the field, that's another Xyz summon no matter what the level, because the skill will fix the levels by sending an Xyz monster from the extra deck to the
He
graveyard.
must be feeling confident. You know, reducing your life points by 1,000, that's not like 500 or 100 life points.
Ain't no pain, no gain.
Yeah,
he brings back the Chronomaly Nebra disc, and now he's Xyz summoning Chronomaly.
Vimana.
Yes.
Okay,
Vimana.
so he has 2 of those on the field?
He
Now
does.
he has
Going attack
2.
mode.
Ouch. That's definitely gonna hurt.
Oh, interesting.
Okay.
Going for the attack to force the activation and then maybe negating it with the effect there and then possibly continuing from there. But it forces the play. Shelmy asks the question, how will Taku answer?
Yes, but Vimana's effect can activate to increase its attack points and gain an Xyz
Good
material.
point. Yeah.
And then if he uses that effect,
The
he'll be able
attack
to
boost here.
Yeah, he'll be able to destroy the Cyber's Quantum Dragon in battle.
So not only getting that activation, but being able to clear the threshold and picking that giant Utopia there that was added from the skill. Great use of the monster since it could be summoned later.
So funny because Chronomaly wasn't really in the meta, but every time I've seen Chronomaly, the Vimana card is just nasty.
So good.
Yeah.
The skill pushes this over the edge. That Zexal campaign really changed the playing field of this tournament.
Wow.
And there's the face down firewall monster that he had put there with Book of Moon. So Taku had no opportunity to use it in a Link Summon to use its effect and bring it back.
Okay, let's hope Taku drew something awesome here.
Yeah,
because he needs the momentum to shift.
Yeah, well, in the draw phase, Shelmy is going to use the effect of, it looks like at least one Vimana, which will increase the monster's attack points for the turn and give it that second material. He'll chain the other one. They both have 2 Xyz materials. They have once per turn effects, but each of them can use their effect once per turn by detaching 2 materials, which means he has 2 monster effect negations right now on the field.
Taco has his work cut out for him as he'd have to play through multiple effects there, summoning Link Disciple at first, maybe going to push the Firewall Guardian just to kind of ask again another question. Are you going to use the negate on that?
Shelmy very well might, because he does have 2 effect negations. So I think cutting him off here and cutting him off on whatever the next effect is
Okay, take me to
likely
the
will
brain
end
of
it.
Taku right now. Like, what can he do to combat this right now?
Other than ask, let it resolve, bestie, he has to just continue to play more cards.
He needs 3 good monster effects.
3 good monster
or
effects.
some good spells or traps.
Oh, Taku.
Because
shrug
now,
of the shoulders there.
Yeah, the first one got negated with 2 Vimanas on the field, both of which could negate a monster effect. I think it was an easy call to stop the Firewall Guardian.
Ugh. You getting 2 Vimanas out in the field, and I mean, you got to be feeling pretty confident at that point, I feel like. So.
Yeah, that's what this deck wants to do.
Oh, but wait, there's
Oh,
more.
he has a different dimension reincarnation.
Oh, and what an interesting play line there. So many duelists at home probably thinking, oh, you could activate Signet Mining instead. Really 2 different directions here, but we're bringing back Firewall Dragon to co-link to the Link Disciple.
Now, if he uses his effect to try to return a card, the Vimana will negate it.
But it won't have materials.
It will be out of materials, but Firewall Dragon actually has 2 few attack points to defeat it in battle. So I'm curious to see where he goes from here.
Hey, it's something though. You know, like we said, take what you can. You know, a little momentum shift, not drastic, but take what you can. And we're happy to see that for him. So 2,500 attacks, not bad. But then you're looking at the 2 Vimanas right now
my
with
goodness,
3,200 and 2,800. I'm just like, ouch.
He is using the Firewall Dragon's effect, and Vimana is negating it. So all he can really do now is make a Link 2.
No, ouch.
But he apparently does not have a relevant enough Link 2 monster, so he's just going to end his turn, and the Vimanas are back in the driver's seat.
It's looking like we're going to 5, Pete.
We are going to 5, though.
Yeah.
That's exciting again
Yep.
for the Speed Duel World Championship to go the distance. Both of these players, heroes in their own right, but only one will be crowned today.
Yep, Vimana attacks the Link Disciple, uses effect to increase its attack points, and that should end it.
Hey, Chronomaly Vimana, I saw that come out, and Michael, I just gave you the biggest smile. I was just like, okay, bad things are going to happen when the Chronomaly comes out.
Yeah,
Vimana.
so applause from the crowd.
Yes.
We know the characters from the in-game app. What 2 characters are left?
Okay, let's see here. Let's do our homework here.
Just to see what it is that we can
Okay.
preview for this final
Yeah, because
duel.
we're down to 5 duels here. So we saw Sherry, didn't we?
We did see Sherry.
We saw Playmaker I.
We saw Playmaker I, yep.
We saw Dumon.
We did.
We saw Ubel.
Yep.
I'm sorry, I love that we're doing this right
Hey,
now.
just it's like playing bingo.
Did we see a Dumon for Shelmy?
Believe so.
Yes,
So that
so both
means
players play Dumont. I think
Are we
we're
down
going to see
to
Shelmy.
Varus, or no?
I think
No?
we're going to see Shelmy play Borreload Link
Okay.
with Varus.
I'm
and that means
sorry.
Taku is
Are we
going to be
gonna have-
playing.
I'm waiting for y'all to confirm.
Wait, did we see? I don't think we. No, we just did. Okay. Is it that?
I think
saw Revolution.
We're trying to predict behind the desk, but forget
We're-
that.
we're
We're going
gonna
into
see
game
a
5 of
mirror
the World
moment.
Championship.
It is.
I should have told you that. I
Well,
was like, I think we're going to see Borreload versus Borreload.
It's not quite a mirror
potentially.
match because one of them is using Link Darkrai.
Wow.
Oh my gosh.
So the only reflection of the mirror you see is a duelist using a different deck. He
So
just happens to look
using
the
different
same.
skills. Okay.
So yeah, just like our duelists are wearing the same clothes, it doesn't mean they're the same person. They're using completely different strategies. And we're going to see which of this pays off. Again, this is the final game of the Speed Duel World
Okay,
Championship.
big brain me here. So these are different skills. What are you anticipating here?
I'm anticipating Sky Striker
Okay.
from the Link Darkrai skill.
Okay.
So that would be from Taku, and where we saw the Borreload Link skill from Shelmy. So we can expect a Link-based deck from Shelmy that's going to rely on that skill.
Speaking of links, the circuit is manifested here as we are seeing our first link summon, Sky Striker
There's
Ace
our girl.
Everybody's
There's our
favorite.
girl. Aw. And the three of us were doing so much studying, and we were so focused on the Borreload Link deck. I mean, that's a very popular and powerful deck right now.
Certainly is, but here's the thing. We're doing our best just to keep up with the best duelists in the world, these
True.
two gentlemen on stage, and there is no telling what is going to happen now. Shizuka goes
Wow.
adds the Sky
This is
Striker, but
a very
limited.
weak start. Just link into Shizuku, search for engage in the end phase, and nothing to protect him.
Other than the raid that might come out next turn, pretty much.
And the Sky Striker, a little bit slower, more methodical deck, correct?
Yes, but I don't know how slow this is going to be.
Yeah, 'cause at any moment, that might be it.
Riot
Borreload Link
Dragon!
skill activates. He reveals the Borreload Riot Dragon, sends 2 cards from his deck to the graveyard. Looks like a
Double Disruption Dragon? And, oh no, discarding that to get the Exploder Rocket Dragon.
Ugh. I'm sorry, all those dragons,
Yeah,
such
he's-
great attack, such great effects.
Oh, and what an ace there, setting the Seiyaryu there. Wow, what a blast from the past.
We usually see Blue Eyes played instead.
Hey, maybe it's his favorite monster when he gets
You
to
might
play
like
it.
Seiyaryu better. And then he's going to banish the Double Disruptor Dragon that he had sent to the graveyard. And that'll allow him to get either the Rapid Trigger or Heavy Interlock. He
might be
chooses
going for
Heavy
it.
Interlock. I think this is actually going to be hard for Taku to survive.
Both duelists waiting with bated breath, but
Oh,
Taku's
look at
sitting with his
Taku right
hands
now.
clasped
Yeah.
together, just hoping that he gets to see the next turn with the monsters that he has.
Real.
Show me calculating his brain what he's going to do.
He did start with 5,500 life
I was
points
just
due
gonna
to the
say
Link
that,
Dark Rays
yeah.
effect, so that might be what saves him here. But it looks like, Shelmy was able to use the skill. He had the level 7 or higher monster to reveal.
A little padding, though, it might
know.
help, We'll be positive. Man, y'all, we're to 5 duels right now.
And this could end at any moment.
Yeah.
Shelmy normal summons the Exploder Rocket since its total stats are equal to 4,000. And then with the 2 dark monsters on the field, he can summon Galactic Spiral Dragon. Since there's a monster on Taku's field, he's able to use his skill to place Quad Boral Dragon onto his field. And if he wants to, he can use its effect to just destroy Shizuku and allow Taku to bring back the Ray.
Man, Shelmy looking really strong right now.
He chooses
Yeah.
not to. I think he's just going for, is that going to be a Boral Sword? It's going to be a Link 4.
A lot of different arrows that we could be pointing
Could
to.
be a
Let's see what we
Borreload
got.
Dragon.
Link the circuit. Oh, yeah, there is Borreload Dragon.
Borreload Dragon. So
Looking good for Shelby, for sure.
And what a great animation here.
Yeah.
Kind of give you just a moment to breathe as a duelist and think about, okay, this monster is here to protect me.
My heart's sinking a little bit.
Well,
Taku
here's the
putting
thing,
his head,
because
hands behind
Taku
his head,
knows that Sky Striker Ace Ray would protect you if it was destroyed by battle, but Borreload Dragon has the ability to steal players' monsters when it attacks. It gives it that ability to attack through it.
And it keeps coming. He's using the Heavy Interlock, and he's going to get rid of Chaos Dragon Levianeer, a strong card, to tribute for a Ritual Summon, and summon Borreload Riot Dragon. I don't think he would have done that unless he was confident it's going to be over this turn.
Shelmy thinking he's going in. A ritual summon,
Wow.
a link summon, all kinds of different game card mechanics happening here as Varus may be taking the World Championship under Shelmy's guidance.
Shelby
Yeah.
just building an army of dragons right here. It looks really tough for Taku.
He carefully places the Riot Dragon in a zone that's not linked to Borreload Dragon, so that Borreload
He's
Dragon's
smiling
effect can
so
take control
big.
of Shizuku, and attacks from all the monsters will end it.
Shelby already
Taku
smiling
taking
here.
off his headset.
Taku knows what it is that's going on. These duelists
Yeah.
have been playing for years. They know exactly what it is. Shelby knows that he is the world champion of the Speed Duel Links Championship.
Shelby, our next Speed Duel champion. Let's give him a round of applause. It's still attacking. I'm like, oh man.
He's that good. He knows he can take his hand off the duel disc because again, Shelby is your world champion for Speed Duels. And what a series though. Taku walking it back and forth, but unfortunately it was not to be.
Oh, Shelby, I'm getting emotional. This is so exciting.
But look at the sportsmanship there.
Yes.
Shelby taking the time to shake hands with Taku there, knowing how hard both of them
And
fought.
Taku, fabulous job. He was exceptional, but man, this is Shelby's moment to shine, holding up that trophy, putting that fist in the air. Let's go.
So triumphant there. Shelby, always, a great competitor. Anytime he lost a game, anytime he walked into his opponent's traps, he smiled because smiling was the tenacity he needed to get through.
And remember what we said earlier, he said that it's all about persistence. And man, we went to 5 Kohanum.
He persisted.
You've been to the World Championship stage. Can you imagine what it feels like up there?
I can only imagine, Steven, because I've never made it that far.
Hey, there's always next year, but for Shelby, it's this year because Shelby is your world champion again. There's no taking that away from him.
Hard fought and well deserved. I mean, honestly, looking back at all 5 of those duels, they were so fun to watch. We saw so many incredible decks, all of them paced completely differently. I mean, honestly, that last duel really stuck out to me. It was just like Shelby had the momentum, he had the energy, came out with that Borolo deck and just dominated.
Inspirational.
Yeah,
just inspirational.
It was awesome. And I'm so happy it went to 5 duels, so we got to see all 5 of both players' decks in action.
Yeah.
Good stuff. Good stuff. Hopefully that inspired some duelists at home because it shows you that even if you're down and out, just hang in there. You might be the world champion before you know it, but just such an electric series of duels. And it shows you how diverse the Speed Duel format is right now. We've got more decks and more packs coming along the way, but like
we saw
jumping
it Unchained.
Yeah, Unchained.
Yes.
You didn't expect that. You didn't believe. Unchained is good. There's so much cool stuff out there.
So if viewers at home, if you have a favorite archetype, favorite deck, there's a good chance it is a competitive deck in Duel Links because there are so many. So you should check it out.
You know what's so interesting, though, is that, all 3 of us were studying the meta so hard, but in the end, we saw people bringing out the Chronomaly deck, right? Like, it's what speaks to you, and then sometimes we're like, oh, an unusual monster, but that speaks to that duelist, right?
Everybody likes to put their own spin on the game. It's a lot of creative expression because with so many thousands of cards in Yu-Gi-Oh! And in Speed Duel having a deck limit of about 20 to 30 cards, it's just one of those things where, like, you have to be the one in the driver's seat. You have to make those choices.
Yeah.
So speaking of choices, we probably should hear from a champion, right?
Yes, I cannot wait to hear from Shelby. Kangas, let's hear this interview. Woo!
Thank you very much, casters. I am on stage with Sebastian, aka Shelby, our Victor World Champion for Yu-Gi-Oh! Dueling Speed Duel. Congratulations. I want to start off by asking, what does it mean to you to win this trophy on this stage?
Means a lot. I was playing Dueling since 2017, and when I was a kid, and this is something big for me.
Fantastic.
優勝おめでとうございます。この決勝の舞台で、このトロフィーを持ったことは、自分にとってどういう意味を持ちますかという質問に関しまして、彼は2017年からデュエルリンクスをプレーしており、その初めてこの舞台に立ちこのトロフィーを持つことは彼にとって大きな意味を持つと申しております。
Now, this is not your first time at Worlds. You were here last year, so I want to ask, what did you learn last year? What lessons did you pick up that helped you today to win this championship?
Training. I didn't train the last year at all. I just came here with my decks.
Training being the big difference maker from last year to this year.
そうですね。今年が2回目の世界大会の出場となりますが、それに関しての準備などを教えていただけますかという質問に関しまして、もうひたすら練習あるのみで、もう自分の信じるデッキと一緒にやってきたと言っております。
final question for you. What message do you have for your supporters out there and for the Yu-Gi-Oh! Dueling Speed Duel community?
I wanted to say thank you to Crimson D, the one that helped me training like a week. He helped me a lot to choose my decks, to pick my decks. And I hope this game continues for the Dueling's community so we can come here more years to hang out and play more worlds. この配信を見ている、応援してくれている人たちと、そしてデュエルリンクス全体に何か言いたいことはございますかという質問に関しまして、自分の練習やいろいろ尽くそってくれた仲間にありがとうと言いたいところと一緒に、デュエルリンクス全体に、デュエルリンクス自体が続くことでこれからもプレイし続けていきたいと言っております。
Congratulations once again, Sebastian, our world champion for Yu-Gi-Oh! Dueling Speed Duel. And now we're going to send it back over to the casters.
Thank you so much, Kangas. Congratulations again to Shelmy. And we're getting emotional over here. I don't know what else to say.
Yeah, that was just incredible seeing, you know, what wish does Shelmy have? Just to be able to play in his favorite game for a little while longer. The best duelists in the world want nothing more than to just duel.
Yeah, I know. I literally 3 words. This is something big for me. You know, I literally, and I could just see him shaking, holding back that emotion. Go, Hannah, you're just nodding your head.
It was
smiling.
amazing
Yeah.
to see. I'm so happy for him.
Yeah.
And I see how much he appreciates this victory and how much it means to him.
Yeah, and then, you know, he was here last year, and he said, like, the big thing was training, that hard work paying off, fighting through that fiver. I'm going to try to make that a word. Kohanam said no, Jackie.
It's true, though, because, like, he was here. He was at this World Championship stage, but he didn't believe his own hype. He said, I need to improve. I need to do more work. So that's something that everyone can learn from, is that you can be good, but you can still climb and be your better self.
Yeah.
And then it was interesting to hear him say that, you know, deck choices was very important. But, oh my gosh, this just coming in. We have some exciting news. Roll the video. Roll the video now.
Maybe not. Okay, but there should be something
We're rolling the video soon.
Something exciting is about to happen. I don't know when, but it is moments
I can only
away.
have so many heart attacks
I'm sorry,
on stream.
y'all. I know. Look at
I know it's
Kohanam.
going to be exciting.
Yeah, like, they say, like, hold on, something's about to happen. We're like, well, what do you mean something's about to happen?
Okay, momentarily, that exciting news will be coming down. But, I mean, let's just focus again on that finals. You know, I loved how, in the end, he was like, I just want to spend time with my friends. I want to explore worlds. That literally got me. My eyes
Friends is an
started to
important
water.
part there. Like, friends. He didn't say opponents. He said friends. Those are people he met through this glorious game.
Oh, Michael, I know
It's
that you want to
happening.
come in, but that exciting news, it's coming down now. For real. Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Links Yu-Gi-Oh! Go Rush World is coming! Steven, I had to pick your jaw up.
Yeah,
from
sorry.
the desk.
Let me
You were
get myself
literally
out
like,
of fan mode here. I'm sorry, I'm watching that video for the first time. I'm like, oh my goodness. Okay, well, let me get my heart.
Okay, yes, overall emotions. Okay, now that we're able to decompress a second, thoughts.
Wow.
This is huge.
That's huge.
love
That's
it.
huge. Well, Shelmy just said, I just want more Duel Links. I just want more Duel Links so that we can keep showing up at the World Championship stage. And that is at least another whole full career of Duel Links with a brand new world being added.
Yeah, Johanna, talk to me about how this feels to you as a avid player. You're auto-dueling while we're casting here, but it's just always fun to explore new worlds.
First of all, that's not true. I'm not all doing while we're casting.
Okay,
I'm only all doing on breaks.
That's fair. That's me. No, I'm just kidding.
But I'm excited because I think it's going to add a lot of cards to Rush Duels and make that even more exciting than it already is.
That means we got to be getting more characters, right? Because they mentioned they were adding fusion summons then, and all the fusion characters actually haven't been added yet to 7s.
Okay, so you will get Udius Velgear, Yuhi Odo, and Yuamu Odo. Exciting, right? Wow. And they'll be your initial characters, and you will also be able to use their ace monsters. At the same time, Fusion Summon will newly appear in Duel Links, and a number of fusion monsters will be added, plus other new features. Oh my gosh, I'm so excited for the characters.
Oh man, there's a lot of fans around the world who recognize those faces, and for those who don't, they're going to get to know them from the beginning.
I also do want to correct myself. One of the few times I don't see Kohanum auto-dueling is when he's casting. So.
Not trying to get him in trouble.
It really is true.
No, he's amazing. We love Kohanum. Oh my gosh, both of you. I'm getting a little emotional. I know we're not quite done yet, but I'm just like, man, this has just been such an experience to watch those finals, and now we're getting these amazing announcements. It's just wonderful to be a Duel Links fan right now.
Yeah, it really kind of is, because that's something that people always wonder, like, okay, are we going to get additional content? You know, there's some other series that we haven't seen before, and now we really are getting a Go Rush world. Oh, okay, anime fan, gonna calm down.
I love that Cyber End Dragon we just saw.
Also, we will have new Duel World game screens. I'm loving what I'm seeing right now. You know, the three of us have talked about this. One of the greatest parts of Duel Links, though, is like when you're an anime fan, it's nostalgia overload, seeing all of these characters and just hearing the voice lines and all of it being brought back to life again, you know?
Wow, just having new graphics. I'm sorry. My dark secret, I love this game.
I know,
But it is
right?
true, Duel Links did come out in 2016. It's been a little bit of time since then. So for them to have this brand new update and all that new stuff is so cool, because it brings a whole new fresh coat of paint, at least from what I'm seeing here, and new characters. Some good stuff, fam.
Yeah, a new world is always huge because there are new characters, new cards, new mechanics. We just saw the fusion mechanic introduced for Rush Duel.
Yeah.
So there's going to be so much change for the better, and I'm so excited for it.
Oh, wow.
And it's just lovely. You know, we've been talking so much about what Duel Links means to us, and I think y'all are gonna like this. Chronicle cards, okay? They're special cards that are managed separately from regular cards as unique cards and can record the usage history of the card in the game against the player. By using items with special processing that can be obtained as event rewards or by fulfilling certain conditions, special processing can be applied to cards that are different from the normal rarity finish. Cards that have been specially processed become Chronicle cards, which are special cards that differ from regular cards. Let's create a Chronicle card with special processing on your favorite card to keep a record of your duels. Get your one and only card, your own special card with the memory of your duel engraved on it.
Oh, that's so cool. So what you're telling me is I can effectively pick a special card, and then I can effectively upgrade it through my own duels. That is so Yu-Gi-Oh!
I know.
That's cool.
Oh my gosh, they look so beautiful. So.
Do you have a favorite card that you would try to... I'm not saying that's going to be available in the game, but that you would hope would be available in the game for that process?
I mean, I have a lot of favorite cards, but I'm curious to learn more about what this is going to mean. But it sounds like the cards are going to have some sort of memory about the duels they've been in, but we'll find out more details at some point.
So
That's
cool.
the end for us three for now. Let's say bye to everybody.
We'll see you guys.
Y'all
Bye,
are
everyone.
Awesome. This has been great. See ya.
I'm George Kittle, professional football player.
What's happening, y'all? This is Jamal Williams here, professional football player.
And I hope you're having a great time watching the Yu-Gi-Oh! World Championships 2024.
Not a lot of people know this.
But I'm a big fan of Yu-Gi-Oh!
Let me show you a little bit of my experience into the passion of Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel. And I be warning you, I learned from Kyler himself.
I got into Yu-Gi-Oh! Right when it came out. I was a big card collector, whether it was sports cards, other type of animated cards. I was just big into collecting those things. And when you paired the cards with the show and then some of the video games came out, I was all in.
Really, for me, I was just learning something about cards. I felt like the monsters and everything was creative and like, really was just having fun with it. So once I gotten older and I started learning more and more about just the process of Yu-Gi-Oh! And just how it was working, then I really started getting into it. I got into Master Duel. It's a funny story too, because I like playing video games and my friends have been playing Master Duels for the longest. And I really was just into the show. And then once I actually got into playing the game, my friend helped me make my Snake Eyes deck. And I started with my Snake Eyes deck, and then after that, it was just go from there. So then I really got into it. My favorite deck now is the Pearly Lee deck, and I'm going crazy.
Some of my favorite parts of the Yu-Gi-Oh anime, overall, just the storyline between Yugi and his friends. I just thought that development was really, really fun. Him and Joey were just awesome friends that went through a bunch of stuff, but were able to become better friends from it. I love those types of storylines, and it was believable too, which I was a big fan of. And then besides that, I really loved his early battle against the legendary fisherman, Yugi. One of the very first battles that he goes on, just because of like the style of gameplay in that match and how he has to overcome tons of adversity and to be very quick and clever on his feet, reverse the tide of that fight, because he had no business winning it. Trust, believes in the cards, draws the right one, moon, gets rid of the ocean. Not to spoil anything for you guys back at home, but that's definitely one of my favorite battles. Anytime Yugi goes against Kaiba is always exciting. It's great TV, and I'm a huge fan of Kaiba's deck with Blue Eyes White Dragon. You know, it's just a fun monster to see and so powerful, but Yugi's always so clever, and how he takes that down with Kuribo, one of my favorite monsters. And then anytime he goes against Pegasus that's always really fun for me to watch as well.
If I could hang out with somebody from Yu-Gi-Oh, it might be Kaiba, just because I'm gonna get everything from Kaiba. Kaiba think he be playing everybody, but I already know how he play. I'm gonna play the long game too, chess.
I would personally pick Pegasus because he has my favorite deck. The whole Toon deck is awesome, and how he sets it up to always win and beat people, I think is really awesome. The fact that he has the I2 makes it pretty easy. Besides that, I think it'd be really fun to meet Kaiba, just because I think I could put him in a better mood than he is, because he's pretty grumpy all the time, and I think I could put a smile on his face. Have I gotten anyone else into Yu-Gi-Oh? I would say yes, a little bit. You know, back when it first came out, I think it was one or two of us were really big into it, and we kind of got most of our baseball team or traveling soccer team into it. And like I said, we were exchanging cards, battling all the time on those long trips. Today, there's a couple guys on my football team that are into it. You know, it was awesome. I got a bunch of Yu-Gi-Oh packs to open at my house for my birthday, and I had a bunch of my teammates help me rip the packs, because for some reason, that's just one of the most fun things you can possibly do, is just rip those open and see if you get some awesome cards. And so I had like 3 or 4 of my teammates help me open those on my birthday.
I have a good match that I remember, and it's not even me winning. It's me losing. And it's me losing to my friend Tev, because he played with this Dino Morphin deck. And I basically call it the subtraction, the division deck. All he's doing is just dividing his life points just to negate or to bring a monster onto the field. And he got to the point of having 32 life points. Literally, he just got 32 life points, and he beat me. I play Master Duels on my phone when I'm on the plane. I play on my Switch when I'm in the bed. I play, my Xbox and my PlayStation, depending on which one I'm on, or depending on which one of my friends, what game system they on. I really like it just to play on any type of system. You can play anybody at any time, really. So it's just universal. My Master Duel strategy mostly I like to take cards. I like to take your cards in particular. I like to negate. I'm Mr. Negate everything. I don't care if it is paying life points. I will negate it, I think. Just to stop somebody from getting their game plan on the field or on the board is my top tier thing to do. I'm Mr. Control the board. I love decks that control and recycle. Like, even if you destroy my monster, I could get it right back on the board. So I'm a recycler.
I do have some really cool Yu-Gi-Oh items, memorabilia around, whether it's like all my original cards that are in my nightstand from back when I was a little kid. I carry the Blue Eyes Toon Dragon card in my wallet everywhere I go. I have for over 10 years. And I also have Yugi's Millennium Puzzle. That is always on display. I'm a huge fan of that one. I have the Millennium Eye somewhere as well. But I got all these over the last couple of years just because I've kind of jumped right back into Yu-Gi-Oh and collecting stuff.
I love Yu-Gi-Oh. It's one of the greatest things that's ever been in my life. Growing up on, it's just another thing that helped motivate me to become the man that I am today. And I just love it because it's been part of my childhood since growing up, that when I've been dealing with like being bullied or dealing with hardships, adversities, like I always knew I could watch Yu-Gi-Oh! And get some type of life lesson out of it to just make me a better person in life.
Watching Yu-Gi-Oh!, collecting the cards, playing the game, it made me really enjoy just the adversity and all the overcomings of going through a long journey. And those are like my favorite types of shows and movies that I ever got to watch, is just when a group of friends comes together and has to overcome things. And while it's not always pretty, they band together and then they eventually get it done. And I just thought Yu-Gi-Oh! Did such a good job of always showing each individual person's internal battle and the things that they fight for. And while it might not have anything to do with the person next to you, if you can believe and trust in your friends, that you can overcome anything.
My mindset is really just be a light in a world full of darkness and just keep pushing and always know that you can be whatever you want to be. The only person that's stopping you is you. You just gotta have the mindset and know that you can get anything done. Because if you watch Yu-Gi-Oh!, you will see that no matter what, no matter where you start at, if you believe, you can get things done. And I believe in you. Nobody tells you. I believe in you. Have a great day. Be blessed, and always remember to try to be that light in a world full of darkness.
Thanks for watching, guys.
Thanks for watching.
And hopefully you can relate to my origin story
with Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel.
Good luck to all the Yu-Gi-Oh! World Championship 2024 competitors.
And have a great rest of the tournament.
And welcome back, everybody, to the Yu-Gi-Oh! World Championship 2024 Master Duel category. We're here for the Grand Finals. My name is Ibriz, and I'm joined by Chilled Chaos.
Hello.
And Tazif.
Hello, for the last time.
Well, we'll be back. We'll be back. Not the last time. We'll be back.
Yeah, next round.
Yeah.
Next round.
Next year.
Here we are. We have done 2 days of dueling, and the competitors are down to just 2 different teams. And funny story about that, the same 2 teams that were here last year. Do you guys want to talk about that a little bit?
Yeah, the World Finals rematch of the 2023 World Championship that did see Snipe Hunters walk away with the crown. Team 7 standing against them yet again.
I've been thinking of some names for our potential movie that we're going to be making starring those fine duelists up there. I've come up with Seattle Stunning Showdown. We have Seattle Shadow Realm Rerun. No? Okay. Board Wipes in Washington. No? Sequel in Seattle. Kind of like a play on Sleepless in Seattle.
Well, I like that.
You like Sequel in Seattle?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you got some of the 2 of the best teams going back to back again.
What kind of decks are we expecting to see as we go into this final round here? Obviously, I think that Fire King Snake Eye has been a standout. Two Elements has been a standout. Yubel has been a standout. Are we pulling out any backup decks in this final round that we really haven't seen too much leading up to this point?
So the thing is that both of these teams are incredibly similar in their approaches to the game. Whether that means seeing Quantal versus Jesse Cotton to see who wins out on the Tearlaments mirror match, or to see if the Labyrinth surprise pick from Joshua Schmidt can match off against Ryan, who is so renowned for his Labyrinth play.
I have potentially one more Stunning Spectacular Spear Mode Showdown in Seattle. No? Nothing? All right. I'm doing my best here, guys.
I did want to talk about one deck that we really did not end up seeing throughout this tournament that I think might surprise a lot of people, Voiceless Voice. What happened there? Now, a lot of people, I mean, when we were looking through the deck lists throughout the weekend, we saw people had it in their back pocket, and yet it just time and time again didn't end up performing or just didn't end up even getting chosen.
I would say almost a quarter of the duels here had at least one player playing that. That popped up a lot, but yep, you're right, we didn't see it at all.
I really enjoyed seeing the branded Voiceless Voice strategy come together as well. But ultimately, even though it is consistently able to get out one negation through the Skull Guardian, off of one card often, the low, the Prez of the Voiceless Voice, starting that off really reliably, ultimately it doesn't present enough of a threat to kind of stop Snake Eyes or Fire King Snake Eyes or Tearlaments in their tracks. You've seen how resilient those decks can be. Well, now, I do want to also take a small step back to discuss the decks that do utilize that Grass Looks Greener, because almost every team uses either the Tearlaments deck or the branded deck, and both of those really benefit from that card in particular.
Well, just back on the voiceless, we have not seen a lot of Nibiru's, at least resolving or popping up in a lot of people's decks, and I feel like that ability to play under Nib, it doesn't really matter as much in this format, or at least in this competition, we haven't seen it as a big threat. So the idea of having voiceless play under it feels like it's not really needed.
And I feel like it also kind of tackles the gameplay very similarly to a lot of the other decks that are performing well. It doesn't really hit it from a completely different angle like Fluandereeze or Labyrinth. So if you are down to, okay, do I play Yubel or Voiceless Voice or Snake Eyes or Voiceless Voice, why would you ever pick Voiceless Voice? And especially because they also lose to Bystials, maybe even harder than some of those other strategies, it's difficult, you know, making the decision to actually play that deck.
And Bystials in particular reinforcing both the branded strategy that we mentioned, but also Centurion being a really prominent option. And you may even see that in the hands of Emre from Snipe Hunters.
When do you think we're going to see ABC show up? You know, as a ABC lover, the Bystials really ruined my hopes and dreams of that deck. Will we see that maybe make a comeuppance here?
With a last-minute deck change, anything could happen.
Anything can happen.
Yep.
Against the rules, but I mean, I would like to see that deck make a showdown.
Do we know, have we seen any of these players play branded this weekend?
I don't believe so.
I feel like these are teams that, you know, we've talked about before. I've joked about that branded players are the most dedicated players out there. I don't know if there's any branded players among these 6 players.
So I also want to contextualize that both Quantal and Jesse are very much dedicated to the Tillman strategy.
Yes.
And therefore, it's more like seeing 2 teams with 5 different decks rather than the 6 different decks we see from the other teams here.
I was thinking one deck that actually was, when we were going through the deck list, that was in there that was surprising. The Endymions. Someone had an Endymion build in there.
So actually, one of the CER team members, I think it may have been Nakwall, who was playing the Centurion Super Heavy. He really favors the Pendulum strategy. And just to, again, contextualize the journey that these teams did take to get to the grand final here, we saw at the end of day 1, both of them actually ended up coming out of their groups in the 2nd position. Both of them didn't have an ideal start to the first day, but managed to, after a 5-4 series on both sides of that day 2 bracket, make it here again for the 2nd year in the row.
Absolutely. And one other deck that I want to ask you guys about, Stun. Runic Stun definitely was being played. There were players with it, and there were players even just playing like Fossil Dyna and Friends. Why didn't this perform? Why do you think that deck really struggled? Because multiple people had it, and it is sort of theoretically a hard counter to almost any sort of special summon heavy deck, but it didn't pop up.
I think it is very good into Yubel, but aside from that, it does struggle to match up with...
Exactly. When everything can destroy everything in the back row, Yubel runs into an issue, and I think what we've seen from these competitors, they just like each other, and nobody wants to stun out their friends and just make them wait out on the board state, get the turn 12. No one wants to do that to their friends.
So I'm really excited to see, again, if Josh will dare to take Labyrinth against Ryan Yu, who is the Labyrinth player.
Yes.
But also, again, that Tearlaments mirror match rematch. That was so crucial to Snipe Hunter's victory last year, was the ability for Quantal to be relied upon here. And we will see, indeed, how these players play out this year in the grand final of the Master Duel category of the Yu-Gi-Oh! World Championship 2024. Snipe Hunters taking on Team 7.
Sequel in Seattle, it's on the move.
Looks like we are starting off by watching Josh versus Ryan. Opening with a Bonfire, getting immediately Ash Blossomed with that alternate artwork. Just in case you wondered.
Thank you. And again, this is kind of symptomatic of the Fire King Snake Eye duelist not wanting to use anything but the Fire King Snake Eye just because of the immense power of that deck right now.
And it turns out the Bonfire was completely unnecessary. We already had the copy of Snake Eye Ash in hand. We're going to go for the Poplar, the original Sinful Spoils. I think we've seen this a few times.
I think that it's very interesting using the Ash on the Bonfire because...
That was an Oak from hand, by the way. I just wanted to point that out. Ash summon Oak from hand. Kind of interesting.
A lot of monsters on the side of Ryan Yu.
Yeah.
Without a negation now, you have to imagine for the Ponix or for the Fire King Island, does mean that if Ryan can find either of those, the Fire King parts of this Fire King Snake Eye deck could very well come online pretty soon.
Okay, we do see the Flame Bridge hitting the board here. Now we have access to Oak and Ash and Poplar in the graveyard on the crackback. We've talked about it many times. Flame Bridge being so good at not only helping you combo off on the first turn, but also giving you a ton of resilience against your opponent's plays, because on their turn you're going to trigger all these effects as well.
Salamangreat Sunlight Wolf showing you that there are more Link 2s aside from SP Little Knight.
Absolutely. Will be summoned to its position and get an add back. I think right now there isn't actually a good way to do that, so we might be able to sequence this in a way where we can actually put a fire in the grave to trigger this effect. I believe the Link Kribo is then going to add something back. Our grave right now, I think, is just Flamebridge Oak, correct? Maybe? Adding back that Oak.
One thing I've been noticing is as Team 7 Ryan is continually to combo and go straight, I mean, unopposed in his full combos. I've seen Josh has been looking at his teammates' computer over and over and maybe saying he's got nothing in his hand, he's going to let him build a combo, and then just kind of maybe commentating on how his friends are doing and how his other teammates are performing. Just let it all unfold, and then when it's my turn, I'll deal with it. Let's see if I can help where I can.
Appaloosa Bow, the Goddess, now coming out to further reinforce the monster effect negation. So if Josh is indeed playing Fire King Snake Eye, the monster effects are going to get negated. And here we said the Disruption, the Ash Blossom, it's been committed to the Snake Eye cards. So the Ponix, the Sanctuary, the Fire King Island should very well resolve here. And this looks very scary for Snipe Hunter's team captain.
And we can see here, I mean, we all know it, but Snake Eye Fire King is so resilient against interruptions. We did get ashed, no counter to it, didn't matter, and we were able to set up a 2-material Appaloosa before even committing the original Sinful Spoils.
And Volcanics now resolving to summon the Garunix, and this looks really good for Ryan.
I mean, Control-C, Control-V, I agree with everything.
Destroying the Arvata in deck, triggering that effect to revive. Bring back the Volcanics. And for a Link 2 here, let's see what we go for.
Is it going to grab the Charmer? No, IP Masquerena, okay.
Take the IP Masquerena, so we will probably be trying to find a way to Flame Bridge, or, yep, put that right in the grave. Got the Promethean Princess online, reviving the Arvata, giving us a monster negate. Well, 3 monster negates now with the Appaloosa negates.
And linking away the Promethean Princess Bestower of Flames to access the amphibious swarm ship Ambler Whale. We've seen so many end fields just being decided by the access to the Ambler Whale. Eventually, if you want to, the Salamangreat Raging Phoenix as well. Really, really promising.
Now you're dealing with those 3 negates, and then you have a plethora of things in the graveyard, comboed with the Ambler Whale, which can also destroy and bring stuff back. Ryan's in a really good position, but let's see, we're going to have a little bit of a mirror match here.
Yep, opening with the Fire King Island, a little bit worse than Sanctuary in Island, but it is what it is. Still a great card.
Okay, so Snipe Hunter's team captain Josh did take the Fire King Snake Eye mirror match challenge. He did not dare to pick Labyrinth against Ryan, who is widely considered to be one of the best Labyrinth duelists in the world. But regardless, these are 2 of the best duelists in the world, end of sentence. And it's really exciting to see where they go.
Yeah, I mean, when you are face down with the same board that you're potentially trying to build, you kind of know the ins and outs of it, so we'll see where we want to interrupt.
And the starters are going to struggle because the Appaloosa is there to negate the monster effects. It negates the ability to commit to the field in a similar manner, and actually we now have Arvata even joining in that chain.
Pretty important here because Appaloosa cannot use its effect more than once per chain, so by having the Arvata, we are able to negate 2 different monster effects all in the same sequence, stopping the Volcanics, stopping the Garunix in hand. This is a really good spot to be in. The Whale's going to trigger here, targeting the IP Masquerena to bring that back. We still have access to the Promethean Princess in the grave. The IP can go into SP or whatever. This seems like a very strong opening field.
Yeah, you have to imagine once the Appaloosa, the both Goddess, is at 0 attack, but actually called by the Grave is now coming through to stop that IP Masquerena from coming back, to stop it from... Oh, actually, sorry, that is on the Ambler Whale, I think.
Yes, yes.
Regardless, it does stop the IP Masquerena from coming back to the field.
I mean, depending what the set card is, I mean, he's gotten through a few negates and he's gotten through a few interrupts. We're going to see what the other 3 cards in his hand are.
And the Appaloosa being an 800 attack is not ideal. That's very easy to run over. We see the Diabell Star summoned here, sending the Fire King Island. So this is kind of interesting because the Diabell Star will still resolve, of course, but then the island will immediately send to the grave. Oh, and we see, so now we've committed a ton of cards into this. The Diabell Star is going to get destroyed, and you don't even get the set for the original Sinful Spoils. That is a really rough position to be in.
That is definitely a high impact imperm right there.
See the Divine Temple. Okay, Divine Temple is interesting. I don't know if we've seen this too much in the Fire King variants, or maybe they're just not drawing it or activating it. What do you think about it?
I think you mentioned even yesterday, towards the end of day one, that we really hadn't seen Divine Temple of the Snake Eye in many of these decks. I think that it is a valid option to try and find some semblance of a way back into this game for Josh. But right now, you have to consider Ryan as being firmly in the lead in this game.
We're destroying the Kieran with the Island. I mean, adding another Kieran, this seems not necessarily cut and dry, but it seems like Ryan is in a fantastic position, triggering all these Fire King effects in the graveyard. And while the Temple is on there and it could bring up the Snake Eyes Ash, do we really care about that when we have an Arvada and an Appaloosa negate? I don't think so.
Sacred Fire King Garunix now coming back from the graveyard. Where does Josh go from here?
Bringing back the original Garunix as well with the Kieran. I mean, how much damage is this on board? Chilled, you're the quick math.
The quick math, that's going to be 27. Oh, they're saying that, so it's an extra 900.
31. I think that
is game.
Game on board already.
27 plus 27 plus 8 plus 18, I think was 8,000 exactly.
I don't think we have to do anything
now
more.
Now we have more than 8,000.
Yeah,
we're going
this
up.
is great. This was very handedly won by Ryan. Well, I don't want to get ahead of myself. You never know. There could be a battle fader. But this looks like Ryan has really taken control of this first game quite easily. Very strong start of a hand, but also really good sequencing with those early plays, making the Appaloosa before ever going into the original Sinful Spoils.
I mean, unfortunately, when you just draw Ash and you Ash the Bonfire and your opponent can full combo after that, that is, how do you break that board going second?
We are switching over to Ray versus Quantal. We are deep into a U-Bell versus Tier Limit matchup. Tier Limit not really having a lot on the board, just a Fenrir in defense mode and a couple back row, which I guess is fine in some situations, but the U-Bell player is going off. Ray is now going into the Unchained Soul of Anguish. What do you think is going to happen?
Unfortunately, nothing at the moment because Forbidden Chalice was just dropped. Sending the Fenrir to the grave and unfortunately negating our little big Link 3.
And with that victory over Josh, Team 7 now take the lead thanks to Ryan, thanks to the team captain, and Snipe Hunters need to make a comeback if they're going to hold on to their world title.
So I don't know if I just saw that correctly, but I'm pretty sure did the Solic activate? Did I see that correctly?
No, I think you need to control a Tier Limit.
That's what I thought too, but I thought something activated. Oh, we do have,
have the Tier Limits
board now.
Tira,
okay.
which will put a Tier Limits on the board
Yes.
and potentially give us some more mills. Let's roll the dice. That's what Snipe Hunters is all about, right?
True enough.
We see the Max C hitting the board. That is a big problem. You know, we've seen Max C a number of times on the turn player's turn, and it might seem kind of random, but really stopping your opponent from trying to build up a board on your turn to defend themselves is great, and punishing them, I mean, we're going to get a draw here, but also if we mill any sort of fusion enabler, that also would potentially give us a draw too.
So, Chilled, I know you are a firm advocate for the U-Bell deck. We've
Absolutely.
seen opening of the Spirit Gates countless times now, Dark Beckoning Beast as well. Tell me how you would approach the matchup against Tier Limits.
Well, I mean, against Tier Limits, both of us are going to be pulling from the graveyard, so we have to worry about that going into it. You get Phantom of U-Bell on the board, you're going to insulate yourself a little bit. You have the Sprite Elf, you can immediately try and put a Nightmare Ibli on the other side in terms of locking them out. I mean, Tier Limits aren't necessarily known for being super powerful into links.
I guess we'll see here. Speaking of links, we do have the Spirit of U-Bell being linked off. Access Code Talker potentially looking to end the game here.
We have seen this, I think, just one or two other times throughout this tournament. Access Code Talker, you know, maybe it's not the best link for anymore, but it is one of the best for cleaning up duels. And with that 5,300 attack, the ability to pop a whole bunch of cards, we might just be opening up for a game push.
Well, we still got to get to 8K.
Oh, right. We don't have access to the Nightmare Pain, so the U-Bell won't be able to do extra damage. That's fair. Still pretty good control on the board, though.
Absolutely. I wish we knew what was in the graveyard that Sprite Elf could be pulling from. So hopefully we'll see that pop up on the opponent's turn.
Now, passing over to Quantal here, can the Tier Limits make it back? We've seen how resilient this deck can be. We've seen that the field does not matter so much as long as the graveyard is set up, as long as there's something in the hand. But we are going to swap over now to Emre versus Jesse Cotton. Another Tier Limits versus Centurion.
All right, so jumping into a pretty complicated board state here. Looks like we're resolving a whole bunch of graveyard effects, as you would expect Tearlings to be doing. We are facing down 2 different Bestials. The Baldrake is going to be online, I'm assuming. Maybe it already used its effect, but it's hard to say. We also have the Baron de Floor. Solid getting Rhino Heart. Chumlin's Kashtira milling 2 whiffs, basically. We got the Shiren effect.
Having access to the level 6 Bestials really good again, because primarily the tuners for the Centaurion are level 4, and then you can access the likes of your Baron de Fleur. But on the topic of extra deck monsters, we now have Tearlaments delving in, Primeval Planet Polar Rhino actually triggering as well.
I mean, we don't know the board state, but we have to assume has Baron been used already? That's something that...
I guess so, considering it just got removed from the field.
Yep.
Yeah, either way, even if it hadn't been used, really difficult situation to put in because the Kick Catalyst was always insulated from that negation effect.
Absolutely.
And negating the field spell is fine, but not really what you want to be doing. But obviously it would have been done
if it was
able to.
Field,
We're going to see the Fairy Tale Snow, a card that Jesse Cotton is very well known for loving. And we see that coming out from the graveyard, banishing 7 cards. Like I said, we just kind of jumped into this. Hard to say how many cards are in the graveyard, but we've seen a ton of things go from the field to the grave already. I bet there's a lot of cards in there, and we are targeting the Baldrake, which would be great because now the Baldrake is turned off, assuming that it had not used its effect already. We're going to activate that Kill Chaos effect, targeting itself, going for some more mills.
When the 7th cards are banished, did you see that a Dark Ruler did pop up? That's our first one we've seen.
I did not see that. Interesting.
A Dark Ruler has been banished in the banishment pile, but we have not seen one all weekend.
Oh, I did see Jesse mill the card destruction. If you guys were able to watch some of the replays from yesterday, there was a pretty crazy game where Jesse was able to discard, I believe, 15 cards out of his opponent's hand using card destruction. And also we see Ray has won his, so we are up 2-0 with Team 7. What's going to happen in this last one? It's hard to say. I think right now both players have some stuff on the board, but I think that Jesse is kind of in full control. We now are bringing the Happy back to the board, and I think that Jesse is happy about that.
Happy.
Nice. All right, we're going for a rank 8. Let's see what we got.
Zombie Vampire, you have to imagine, start the
absolutely
next graveyard filling.
Not really anything you're worried about hitting in the Centurion deck. You know, a little bit more dicey against mirror matches, but totally fine. And at this point, even if the Zombie Vampire misses on effects, even just putting more cards in the grave for Snow to banish is great.
Oh, we have a 3, we have a 7. Are we going to see ourselves a little Baron on this side?
Almost certainly, right?
Yeah.
Team 7 now up 2-0. Can they make it a 3rd here? Looks to be the case, as Jesse
Milling
does.
2 Imseti, by the way, so all 3 Imseti are in the graveyard. And we do want to remind you, I mean, of course we talked about it, but Team 7 lost to Team Snipe Hunters last year in this exact same situation. They're hungry for this win. Obviously, Snipe Hunters wants to run it back, be the 2-time world champion, but Team 7 have been spending all year thinking about this moment, and here they are. They are back facing the exact same team. Not even just the opportunity to win the world championship instead of getting 2nd place like last year, but the opportunity to actually show Snipe Hunters what they've been doing all year.
Yeah, it's like a Rocky training montage. You got a year to get back in shape and come out and really show, like, this is the world championship. I want to take this home.
And a really prominent team. Team 7, Snipe Hunters as well, very accomplished, but the individual components of each team are superstars in their own right. Joshua Schmidt, one of the most prominent educational Yu-Gi-Oh! Content creators and players. Jesse Cotton as well, very prominent player, with those two basically rivaling each other for success in tournaments.
But you know what always happens, and I'm willing to put Calpico on the line for it. I bet you, if there is a sweep here, we will see a reverse sweep from Snipe Hunters, and it will tie it up. Every single time we've asked the duelists to raise it to the next level, they always do it. They always do it. They always take it to the 3rd set.
Yeah, Snipe Hunters very, very reliable when it comes to those clutch moments, so we may very well see that. Ryan as well for Team 7, very, very prominent player. Did get a lot of shout-outs from the other players in that survey that was published in-game. Really commands respect from everybody. Quantal, Emre, very consistent for Snipe Hunters. You're seeing it now. Emre still in this one, while Ray managed to win his game and is, again, just a force for Team 7.
This is an interesting board state because you got 4 in hand and the board isn't, it's not like it's a broken board. They both can build from this. And knowing 4 unknown cards,
didn't really hit anything with the Scream. I think this is a pretty interesting situation. We've dismantled the board, we've built the board, and I think that Emery is in a rough position.
Snipe Hunters managed to beat Jesse on Tearlaments last year. Tearlaments this year, an entirely different beast. You have the Horus filling in a couple of gaps in that deck, but it is still a tall order to defeat Jesse this time around.
I think it is, you know, Team 7 would love to win this 3-0, of course, because that would mean heading into the next game, if they only won 2 out of 3, they would just instantly win the World Championship without even having to go to a third set. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. That is just something that's probably on their minds right now. I'm sure Jesse's thinking about that because he knows his teammates have both won their first set.
I feel like if I'm going to continue the movie idea, my sequel in Seattle kind of needs it to go to set 3. If it ends after 2, they're not going to get us another movie.
Oh man, you think best 2 out of 3 World Championships?
It's gotta be. I mean, come on. You have a rematch after a whole year. You want this to go to Game 9.
Going to see the Keldo actually triggering the Planet tier, which is very strong, popping the face down Baldrake. And it looked like Emery actually had access to all 3 Bestials. Well, actually all 4 Bestials. We've seen all 4 of them so far.
So that also suggests that there was no branded deck under consideration here because the Tearlaments deck would eat a lot of the resources. The Centurion also eats a lot of the resources that the branded deck needs to function. And it shows that Snipe Hunter's investment in the decks that they've chosen could potentially be rewarded here, but not if Jesse Cotton has anything to say about it.
We do see the Druid Swarm activated to force the Fairy Tale Snow. SP Little Knight is going to be chained, targeting itself and the Magnemite. Let's see if there's a chain on the other side. Nope. Okay, we have the Fairy Tale Snow getting chained here. What are we banishing? I think there's like a million cards in the graveyard, yeah. I mean, that was almost all spells anyway.
All of them,
probably even more activations.
Now, it's interesting to see here. It seems like those were almost like 2 little bait interactions. What does Emery actually have? Because that's not the full plan. That's just kind of like, okay, I'm getting you to use my activations. What does he do with
We got the Trudea right here.
Yeah, so
exactly,
Centurion
right?
Trudea is a good starting point for any Centurion combo. Will allow you further access to some of the in-engine cards and hopefully, eventually, access to a level 10 Synchro monster.
What are some of your favorite level 10 Synchros?
Baron de Fleur?
Always and forever?
It's on there. Psychic Hand Punisher is also level 10?
That's level 11.
Or 11.
Yeah.
11.
So we see the Primera get put to the back row and activate its effect as well. That is going to get stopped by the Baron de Fleur.
Which makes sense.
To be stopped. Now, I will say, from this position, Jesse, at least in terms of we don't know what's in his hand here, he might actually be kind of low on interactions. We've used the Snow, we've used the Baron. It looks like we don't have a Haveness, I would say. What are we thinking from Emery's perspective? I mean, he's used something. Oh, we do have the Gargoyle in hand. Maybe this can get us somewhere.
Level 8 as well means that there's access to the level 12.
I think we're going for
Synchros.
Typhon.
Yeah, probably going for the Typhon to buy an extra turn.
Yep. Typhon being pretty interesting right here because it will prevent the Baron from being, activating its effect. And that is good. It doesn't have the negation, but it does have the destruction effect. We're going to bounce that right back. That will trigger the Blessing of Horus.
Duometef.
Oh,
yep.
For a draw 3.
Yeah, not really what you want to be doing, but it is what it is. I'm not sure what we can really do to get out of this situation.
Stand-up Centurion is actually a very, very good starting point for the Centurion combo. Again, we mentioned how good Trudea was. Really, really well played by Emery to be able to be as resilient as he has been. But it's still very difficult for the Centurion deck to come back here. 6 cards in hand now for Jesse Cotton.
And also keep in mind that Jesse can pretty much instantly put the Fairy Tale Snow into the graveyard if he wants to. We see the activation of Tearlament's Grief, such a powerful card. This didn't really see a ton of play as far as I know in the TCG when full power Tearlaments were around, but in Master Duel specifically, this is such a great addition, just giving you even more consistency. Summoning the Shyren, activating the effect by sending it to the graveyard. We can fusion summon for pretty much whatever we want here. We are going to get met with a Bestial Druid Swarm. But now, from Jesse's perspective, all of Emery's cards are known. They're all face up. He knows exactly what to play into, and I think that is a huge advantage. Especially from Emery's position, he's probably looking at 5 unknowns in hand and not looking very happy.
Yeah, Jesse Cotton, 5 cards in hand, but 4 now, 7 in deck, and so many in the graveyard. The Tearlaments really doing a lot of work here.
Trying to do the quick math. You got 7 over there, you got 4 over there. What, we still got 20 more cards in the graveyard?
quite a bit, actually.
4 cards in deck now. 3.
With the Scream sending 3 and the Kashtira Tearlament sending 2 more. I mean, this is just so much. Was that another snow that we just spilled?
1 card in deck.
Yeah. That is, that is a little scary. I don't want to pretend like that doesn't matter at all. Obviously, I think that Jesse's in a position here where he can probably assemble enough damage to win. But potentially, 1 card in deck, you could look into a deck out. He did deck out one of his opponents, so it would only be fitting. But let's see, the Fairy Tale Snow is going to flip the Typhon face down. And now we pretty much have the world at our disposal here. Because remember, the Fairy Tale Snow, of course, is not a once per turn at all. Not per copy, not per, whatever. So you can just keep using it over and over again. And if you have a graveyard as loaded as Jesse's, you can kind of just keep summoning Link monsters, Xyz monsters, whatever you want.
Indeed, a lot of extension opportunities for Jesse Cotton here, and here is one of them.
Link 4. Appaloosa, perhaps?
Or Access Code Talker? Nope. Topologic's over on us.
Okay, we have not seen this one for a minute. 9,400 attack points, by the way. It gains attack based on banished cards, which is huge. And also, don't forget that Jesse actually has a ton of Horror sponsors in grave as well, which is very powerful. We're going to chain the SP Little Knight to the field spell being activated, taking out the Trudea.
And thereby denying the ability to actually Synchro Summon.
Yeah, so now we're just facing down Bestial Druids for him, basically. 5,600 life points. That's going to be game right there. 98, 2,000. So Team 7 has gone 3-0 in the first round. You have to imagine that is a huge confidence boost, and they're probably feeling very good heading into the second set.
Snipe Hunters backs against the wall, but we've seen them come back from more difficult situations than this. Team 7 really well played in that first round of games and will enter the second set with 3-0 on the scoreboard.
But like we said, these people, they know when they are 3 games back, they're going to play harder, they're going to play stronger, they're going to communicate right now, they're going to figure out how they want to approach it. I think we're finally going to get some deck switching.
I'm also really looking forward to see that Jesse Cotton versus Quantal mirror match on the Tillaments deck. I know that it's basically, at this point, just a race to who can Xyz summon Abyss Dweller first, but it's still super exciting to see.
And I will note here, I mean, I know Quantal in his post-match interview for the semifinals mentioned Abyss Dweller. Abyss Dweller was not actually in every Tearlament deck. It was actually not in the majority of them, I'm pretty sure. So that was something that, people were really on last format. I think even people were playing 2 copies of it. This format, though, maybe not as popular. You might not have as much of extra deck space as you did last year. And if you don't have enough level 4s, especially, you might not consider playing it, but so powerful into a number of matchups. I think almost every time we've seen Abyss Dweller summoned, it has won the game instantly.
Oh my god, yeah. For all the decks, all these current decks that are making it into the finals, every single one of them relies on the graveyard. You turn that off, you turn off the whole deck.
I think Flunderies could stand against it.
You are right. Flunderies is the probably only one, and Dimension Shifter by itself could completely shut off a deck and turn the game around.
That being said, having just seen the Centurion from Emre fall to the Tillaments from Jesse, it means we won't get to see Flunderies versus Tillaments here.
That is a sad state of affairs for us.
One thing that I think is kind of interesting is that because we have started this off with Team 7 at 3-0, is that if we potentially win in the set 2, you will miss out on 3 of the matchups. They won't actually all completely play each other. So you have to think about, and we don't actually know at this moment what the next matchups are going to be, but they certainly do, and they're thinking about what decks am I going against. We are at the last round of the tournament. They know what their opponents have. They know what, 2 decks they have up their sleeve. Although I still think that, I'm not even sure if Quantal has switched off Tearlaments this entire tournament. He's just the master. Why bother switching, right?
I also don't think Jesse Cotton has swapped off of Tillaments so far, so both of these Tillaments duelists really the ones to watch here, thanks to the amount of prowess that they have with that deck.
And you said they are both running Abyss Dweller as well?
I believe so.
Isn't that kind of like Superman running around with a box of kryptonite? It's their own thing.
You might say that.
Yeah, right?
You might say that, but I think it is pretty interesting if we do see a Tearlaments mirror match here, and I think that Fluanderies for Emery could be a good option. He's not going to necessarily be playing against Tearlaments, could be playing against Snake Eyes, could be playing against Ubel, but just in general, Dimension Shifter I think is good against almost any deck in the format, and I think it could give you, it's a nice card to draw that it pretty much just gives you an instant win if you have a combo to back it up.
I'm going to say it right now. I think one card that could have changed the outcome of many of these duels, and you'll call me crazy, Ebers, Sphere Mode. If anyone had Sphere Mode at any given time, a complete 180. Don't you agree? Tell me more.
I will tell you more about some of the other stuff I'm excited for in this series.
You have zero excitement for Sphere Mode?
I have some excitement for Sphere Mode, but what I'm also excited about is Vanquish Soul being the secondary deck of choice for Ryan Yu. I don't know if he will choose it here because Fire King Snake Eye is just so strong that we haven't seen many of the duelists that do choose that pivot off of it, but Vanquish Soul has a good matchup into a lot of these decks that would otherwise present an issue for these teams.
And it's also a deck that can and usually does play dimensional shifters. So we're talking about why Fluandereeze is so good, and that is one of the main reasons. Vanquish Soul is also a deck that can play shifter too, and it attacks the board in a variety of ways. You have a quick play spell, which is nice. They're resilient to, you know, dealing with lots of different pieces of interaction because they have so many different points that they can deal with the opponent's cards.
Sphere Mode in Seattle. It's going to happen.
Also, the ability to tag out is really unique to the Vanquish Soul cards. We don't see too many cards like that, and I think
Gladiator Beasts.
That's normally, you know, that's a little slower than the Vanquish
Okay.
Souls. I think Vanquish Souls are kind of like, you know, the UA archetype, but a little bit better than that. Being able to swap out for other copies of the Vanquish Souls in the hand is so powerful for dodging effects and keeping your opponent on their toes. Not to mention that the Vanquish Soul cards work really well with the Kashtira cards, which I'm sure we'll see in the Vanquish Soul decks if we do see that pop up.
And for anyone just tuning in that was confused to hear us talk about Gladiator Beasts and Vanquish Soul and Sphere Mode, apparently.
Year is 2012.
This is the grand finals of the Yu-Gi-Oh! World Championship 2024 Master Duel category, a rematch of our 2023 finals between North America's Team 7 and Europe's Snipe Hunters, the reigning champions. But those reigning champions currently 3-0 down in this series.
Hey, Bruce, I think they want to hear you say it. Come on, some of our potential movie titles. Pick one. Which one?
What do you think is going through the head of Team Snipe Hunters right now? Because they've been in this position. We've seen it happen in, I think, almost all the feature matches. And we are about to jump into the games here. But just real quick, what do you think is going on in their minds as they're heading into this? They know that they have to win. They want to get 3-0. I mean, they want to get the back to a 3-0, right? They want to take this at 3 and force it to be, you know, as close as possible. But let's see what happens.
Yep, they just have to reset. They have to focus. And they have to do their best to take this in set 2 of our grand finals. Snipe Hunters taking on Team 7. And we'll be focusing on Jesse Cotton versus Josh.
I mean, this is a big matchup right here. All the matchups in this are going to be pretty big, but Josh versus Jesse, this is where it's at. Let's see what we're starting off with. A normal summon Mudora and a pass. I don't think you could, I mean, other than an actual literal pass, I don't think there is a worse opening for Tearlaments. Now, you never know. There could be a Tearlaments Kashtira in hand. I mean, I feel like that probably would have been activated. There could be a Havness in hand, possibly. There could be Maxi. Maxi's really dangerous if you are playing Tearlaments because they have so many of those quick effects that they can draw into. Let's see what happens.
Do want to be a bit careful about overextension into the Tearlaments as well, but there goes the Infinite Impermanence immediately.
That is rough. Jesse's not looking happy about that. I can imagine he's not. We see the one of Wanted Seeker of Sinful Spoils getting activated here. Haven't seen a lot of this weekend because it is hit in Master Duel, but Dia Bellstar, obviously an incredibly powerful card. We're going to be able to get to the original Sinful Spoils, and it seems like Josh's hand is pretty strong.
Yeah, Wanted getting you to Dia Bellstar getting you to the original Sinful Spoils Snake Eye, as you mentioned, and original Sinful Spoils Snake Eye then getting you to the Fire King Ponix.
I can't tell if this is just a five-headed play by Jesse because he's not even paying attention to his own game, so maybe he's got extra cards in there, or if Josh is just going to be able to combo off uninterrupted, and this wasn't one of those unfortunate bricks that you can build a house with.
It does seem like, you know, we do get that advantage. I mean, it passed back to Jesse for just a moment there, but it seems like, you know, Jesse probably doesn't have too much. I think by now, you know, he would have activated Ash, he would have activated Maxi. We can certainly say that, and it's not looking great. Now, the Medora play was the best that he could have done. When we watch these great players, we know that they are trying to play to their outs. Like, you might not necessarily draw a good hand, or, I mean, even a playable hand at this point.
They're all going to play the best hand that they can possibly
You got to
play.
try.
Yeah,
you got to try.
whatever they can possibly have.
Even though you bricked, you don't know if your opponent, you know, bricked or not either.
Which is very hard in this format sometimes, considering there are so many one-card starters when if you brick hard.
Seeing the Snake Eye Ash being summoned to add the legendary Fire King Ponix. Ponix is going to get a search here. I mean, we are really just firing on all cylinders against a Mudora vanilla monster. It's basically the old Mudora at this point.
Yep, Fire King Sanctuary then being added to then in turn add the Fire King Island, and things are going to get hot for Josh here with the Fire King build.
And I think what we see this time with the Snake Eyes field spell and the Fire King field spell is that this is the order that you want to do it. You want to get the Snake Eyes field spell out there, and and then the Fire King Island, not the other way around like we saw Josh had to do last round.
But this is okay, and it's honestly okay for Jesse to check out in this game and help his two fellow teammates because they just need 2 wins. If they want to win, his game obviously would be great, but it's not necessary. So if you can just let Josh build a board combo and completely dominate it, it's really more on what your teammates are doing.
You say just need 2 wins, but Emre now with the Centurion start has honestly looking like he's got a very, very easy time of it.
But do you see the Harpy's Feather Duster that it's resolving for 5? I mean, obviously the Centurion back row cards can chain, and which was what we're seeing here, to special summon themselves, but 5 back row we are taking out. How many times have we seen like the Heavy Storm, the Duster this weekend? Quite a bit, and that is rough. I mean, they are one-ofs, but you got to draw cards in your deck sometimes.
If you Chimera and Trudea now coming out alongside the field spell, all 3 of the starting pieces of the combo now ready for Emre to follow up on with the Centurion, but it still does not feel good to have everything else taken away by that Harpy's Feather Duster.
If you look closely, you can literally see
Cosmic Cyclone as well.
Cyclone on the, I mean, that is like game losing potentially. I don't think you could really, I mean, Duster plus Cosmic against Centurion, you are cutting them off of everything. Let's see what we can do here.
If you Ryan actually, I believe, has just taken down Quantal in one
my
of our other
gosh,
featured
that
duels.
puts so much pressure on Ray here and Emery. Emery has to hold on to have a chance. We cannot afford to lose any games on the side of Team Sniper.
Ray is playing the Pearly deck.
We are seeing my friend Pearly getting activated. Quite interesting. I mean, we've talked about Pearly before. We did see it yesterday, and I think it won a game and then it lost a game. But with Pearly, you can do so much from nothing. It gets so much advantage to Noir with 8 material, 10 material. It gets you. It's so strong. It's very difficult to deal with that from a more simplified game state.
And kind of as expected that we were going to see that red team, Snipe Hunters, taking complete control on that bottom and getting their first W on the board.
So Ray from this position knows if he wins this, he will be a world champion for Master Duel. And we have everything we want, right? We have the My Friend Pearly, we have the Stray, we are discarding for that. I'm not actually sure what trap we just discarded there. Maybe a Yeep. Summoning the Pearl Lily. Let's see where this goes.
Emre put Snipe Hunters on his back on day 1. He was so good for them, winning 12 of his individual duels. He was so good yesterday, but can he replicate that today and keep his team in the Grand Finals?
Interesting play here. So we are going to go the Pearl Lily to add Pearly to our hand, so we must not have another spell in the hand to special summon the Pearly. And what I like about this situation is that even if you can't quite win, although we are going for Happiness here, Happiness is one of the cards that can let Pearly like actually, you know, find game. But Pearly, you know, if we can't secure the win, Emery will get potentially a turn or
Effect
2.
Veiler.
Effect Veiler on the Pearly is crazy strong right here.
Did you say Emery won 12 of his games?
He did.
12 out of it. He's got an 80% win percentage.
I believe so.
Oh my god. All right. If anyone can get this, it's him.
Okay, so we are going straight to battle phase. Maybe not the board that Ray was looking to assemble. Now, we will potentially be able to go for a Zeus here with 5 million material, which could be pretty good, but even Zeus by itself isn't necessarily enough to like win the game outright. We are adding the Pearly Delicious Memory to hand, which is great because now we have another way to summon another Pearly. Remember that Pearly, of course, is not a once per turn effect. And still in the battle phase, we will be doing that. Great choice. That is going to trigger the Happiness effect as well to bounce. This is looking pretty good for Ray. It's not looking perfect. I think this really still is anyone's game. Like I said, Pearly doesn't necessarily win super fast, but let's see what happens.
Primera here, going to be sent to the graveyard or not?
Triggering the Happiness. Adding a Happy Memory. Is this enough damage? I'm trying to count here.
Actually, Primera's still there.
Well, yeah, it's protected. I mean, this is like the combo that you want with the Happiness. You target it, you attack it a bunch of times.
Yep.
Do we have enough? I'm trying to do the math. I think it might just be game. Let's see here. We're at 3,200 attack. The Primera's at 400. We can hit it again.
If this is game, then that means Team 7 will be your world champions for the 2024 Master Duel category, but let's see.
I think it will be, right? Because we're at 31 now. It's going to go to 200. This is going to go up to, what, 34, I think? I think this is just game. Let's see. I don't want to get ahead of myself here. Going up to 35. This is just game right here. We see the Pearly Happiness being so strong, one of Pearly's best ways to actually close out the game, and that's Team 7 taking it.
Team 7 are your Yu-Gi-Oh! World Championship 2024 Master Duel World Champions.
Incredible. You know, we had a sequel in Seattle, and we're having a different winner this time around. That is awesome to see. Two excellent competitors going head-to-head, but they came out wanting blood.
They waited 1 year to come back for it, and they have proven that they could do it.
This was what it was all about. You know, we saw all three of these players talking online about what was going into this final match. This was a huge deal, running it back, getting a second opportunity to face the exact same team in the finals. And both of these competitors did so well throughout the weekend, some of the best players in all of Yu-Gi-Oh!, not just Master Duel. And it was excellent to see this final rematch. Maybe we'll see it again next year as well. But for right now, let's take a look at Team 7. Here they go, showing some good sportsmanship here. All these people are friends. You know, the Yu-Gi-Oh! Community is so great. It's not always about just beating the opponent. It's about the camaraderie.
Look at that. 6 of the best players in the world here, you have to imagine, and also 6 of the most prominent figures within the community as well.
Absolutely. Their accomplishments insurmountable. So even though you take second place here, that is a heck of an accomplishment.
Jesse Cotton, Ray Dye, Ryan Yu are now world champions for the 3v3 Master Duel. This is an incredible moment for North America, and what a match we just saw. 5-1, played that so well. This is what it's all about. This is the type of story that you love to see in any game, but especially Yu-Gi-Oh!
You can't help but get a little emotional for them, because this is something you had a grueling day yesterday, 5 rounds, 10+ hours, and to come back today with a W feels good.
And we can confirm that the winning team, Team 7, their decks will be available to use in the duel trial starting from September 13th in Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel. So you too can play like a champion.
Are we going to get potential coaching help from them?
If you ask nicely.
I might have to ask nicely.
And what do you think is going through their heads right now? What a moment. It has all been leading up to this. I mean, I know that we've watched this tournament, and of course it was 5 rounds and then 2 rounds today, but it's not just about this one weekend. It's about qualifying. It's about the prep. It's about the deck decisions. Like we've said multiple times this weekend, the 3v3 Master Duel tournament is so unique compared to any other format in Yu-Gi-Oh! Even the 3v3 TCG, where you can use whatever cards you want, this 6-deck format, the shared card pool, it all takes so much thought power to actually go into try to win. What an incredible run.
Additionally, on that teammate topic, just, you know, they came so close last year, but to stick together throughout this one, to trust in each other, to get over the line this time, and to take the finals in such a convincing and dominant fashion.
I think it's one of those things too, it doesn't just start here. It starts when you pick your teammates, you pick your deck, you start training. This isn't just a weekend like you were saying. This is months in advance, you gotta qualify. It's a year of excitement building up and culminating to this one point, so I'm very happy for everyone.
And very hard fought. Again, both of these teams heading into the finals were only second in their groups. They did not have the best showing on day 1, but they certainly showed up on day 2. They did such a good job of making it through the semi-finals, and they put on such a good series of duels here. Let's hear some more from your world champions, Team 7, here on stage.
Thank you very much, casters. I'm live on the player stage with Team 7, your Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel World Champions. For the 2nd year ever that Master Duel has been present at WCS, you pick up the win, which was a rematch. So, Ray, I want to start off revenge against last year's champions, as this was the sequel in Seattle. What was the difference this year?
I feel like we definitely wanted it a lot more this time. Still feeling the emotions, but we put in a lot of work, a lot of late nights, and I want to thank Ryan for bringing me back.
今回が2回目の、マスターデュエルの世界大会となっており、去年のリベンジを果たしたというところとなっておりますが、今回、その気持ちについてお聞かせくださいということで、彼としては、去年より今年の方がやはりもっとこの優勝が非常に欲しかったと言っております。そしてこの仲間のライアンにものすごい感謝の言葉を述べたいと。
It was awesome to have the band back together. Jesse, we'll bring you up next for the question. Thank you so much, Ray. Jesse, if you can walk over here. What a year that you've had, and I want to start off with that. The UDS ring, do you have it on you? Are you wearing it? The UDS Undisputed Champion.
It is very heavy, so I don't really wear it, but I do have it in my pocket here. I'll slip it on.
As well as winning a YCS. There we go, you got the ring. I just want to give you an opportunity to reflect on your year individually and then what this means to win this World Championship and end your year like this with the team.
Getting second last year, while we obviously were super proud of it, it was also like anything in all of our careers, we're people who, when we get knocked down, get back up and fight harder. So this last year was fighting super hard to get there. I mean, I've won 2 YCSs on top of that as well. Like, it was nonstop. We got to practice and make sure we can get back there.
今年は、何度も他の大会など、UDS や YCS や他の大会など優勝して、今年はすごい1年となっておりましたが、それらを振り返って今回はどうでしたというところでした。今回のやつとしてもいろいろと、2回目というところでいろいろ努力して、これまでにも2回も YCS の方を優勝してここに来ておりましたが、それも勝てて非常に良かったと言っております。
Thank you so much, Jesse. Now it's time to bring up the team captain, Ryan, holding the trophy. Well deserved, well earned. And I want to start off by going back 1 year. Last year in the finals, you weren't able to pick up a win for the team, but this year as team captain, you qualify in, you get the band back together. And I just want to ask, if you could get a time machine, go back 1 year to talk to yourself after that finals, what would you say to yourself to give encouragement for this year?
I would say, like any good team, I was lucky to have Jesse and Ray to help work through the loss. I remember Jesse specifically told me that you have to get back up, and then we started practicing. Like, as soon as we got home from Worlds last August, we decided, even before they announced that there would be Duelist Cups to qualify for Worlds, to make the system a bit more forgiving, we decided we're gonna practice year-round to win the WCQ. So we were testing hours every day leading up to October and December. So I'm just really glad that we decided to try again.
We are too.
去年は残念な結果に終わってしまいましたが、今回の大会ではチームリーダーとして出場し、それで優勝もして今トロフィーを持っていると思いますが、去年の自分に伝えたいことなど、去年の自分と比べて自分はどうかっていうところはいかがでしょうかという質問でございました。それで、去年いろいろありましたが、ちょっと仲間たちと一緒に仲間がいろいろ励ましてくれ、それで今年に向けてもいろいろと仲間と一緒に準備をしたとのことです。そして、もうこの世界大会の予選のところからもう一年中練習をずっと続け、彼らに励まされここまで来たと言っております。
And final question, Ryan, as team captain, what message would you like to give to all the fans out there that were cheering you and the team on along your journey to this World Championship?
Just thank you to everyone, especially my family and friends. My mom, hi mom. Yeah, I'm just really grateful for everyone's support.
やはり、チームキャプテンとして優勝おめでとうございます。そして、皆さんに応援してくれているみんなに何か言いたいことはありますかというところで、やはり仲間だったり応援してくれている人みんなありがとうございます。そして自分のお母さんありがとうと言っております。
Thank you so much, everybody. Once again, your Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel World Champions! And with that said, we're going to send it back over to the casters.
One thing that I wanted to mention that I don't think we mentioned so far is that Ryan Yu has actually already won a World Championship. Back in 2017, he won the Dragon Duel World Championship with Chainburn. You really couldn't ask for a better team captain, and he is now a double World Champion for 2 entirely different formats. That's one of the most impressive things I've ever seen.
Really, really impressive. And he's now got 2 titles, but in addition to that, he actually managed to top 2 Duelist Cups to actually qualify for this one.
But I like more than that, any of all those accomplishments. The Jesse and Ryan friendship, you get knocked down, encouraging each other to get back up, to practice and play together for a year, Yu-Gi-Oh! Being that common bond. I mean, that's more important than any card game, the friendships that you make along the way. And I know it sounds cheesy, but it's true. If you can tell someone to get back up, That's important.
And Ray also very accomplished in his own right. Now, all of these players, Team 7, they all have a World Championship title to their name.
And I think what's so cool about the situation, and with Team Sniper as well, this is an environment where, you know, they could have gone back, Team 7 could have gone back home and been like, oh, I hate, you know, my teammates and stuff like that, but they instantly picked it back up. They knew that last year's result was not their fault as a team, and they knew that they had to run it back. So we did not see any sort of changes between Snipe Hunter or Team 7, and I think that is great. Obviously, we saw a different team captain because Ray Dye was the one that qualified last year, and Ryan was the one that qualified this year. But you mentioned the 2 Duels Cups, and I think it's so cool because it shows that Ryan wasn't just trying to qualify and then rest on his laurels. He was like, I'm just going to keep playing. I'll qualify a second time. Why not?
I mean, even Jesse this year in terms of the YCS, the other cups, this. I mean, talk about 24/7 Yu-Gi-Oh! That's a life.
The ring, the ultimate duelist.
Oh my God, did you see the size of that?
On the topic of Jesse, I would also like to highlight the second year in a row we've seen him use Telements for like 99% of the tournament despite having access to a second deck. Unfortunately, didn't get to see the rematch of the tier mirror with him and Quantor.
Yes.
But even so, showing just how dominant he can be. Yes, he did drop that final game against Josh, but all of these duelists are just phenomenal players.
A 5-1 for the finals is incredible. We did not see that many games, that many matches this entire weekend that had that sort of record. And one thing that I did want to mention, I want to know your guys' predictions. So remember, the reigning world champions always get an invite back the next year, so we will see this wonderful Team 7 back here next year in 2025. Do you think tournaments are still going to be viable?
I'm sure that Jesse can find a way to make it work, whether that's with Horus or with something else. Again, just how adaptable that strategy has been.
Now that everybody plays in their graveyard, tier limits are going to allow you to do anything. So whatever meta might develop in the future, as long as it allows you to put cards in the graveyard, tier limits are still going to be a powerful engine to include. And as evidenced by today.
I think as long as they don't ban, you know, as long as they don't forbid all of the tier limit names, we're going to see tier limits around. I mean, Master Duel does not have access to Merly. It's kind of different from the TCG where you don't have access to the Kickoff, but you do have access to all the names. Shiren and the Havness are still legal. Would you see a tier limits if it was only Shiren? Maybe. It's so versatile. If you have the Kit Callus access, you just need these cards, and I think that tier limits is just such a resilient strategy, as we've seen this weekend. So much ability to play out of the graveyard, even more so than Yubel, even more so than Fire King Snake Eyes. Not that those decks don't have recursive effects in the graveyard, but tier limits is just so far and beyond anything else.
And with Team 7's title, that means that the Master Duel category has drawn to a close for the Yu-Gi-Oh! World Championship 2024. Your second ever World Champions have been crowned. Now, I know that you have a rich history in enjoying Yu-Gi-Oh!
Oh, I do.
Oh, and Dizzy. And me. So, what better way to celebrate that history than an early days collection of video game titles that are truly iconic to Yu-Gi-Oh! We can now confirm that 3 new titles have been added to the early days collection. Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Monsters, released 1998 for the Game Boy. Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Monsters 2, Dark Duel Stories, 1999 Game Boy Color. Yu-Gi-Oh! Dark Duel Stories, released across multiple years on the Game Boy Color as well. And Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Monsters 4, Battle of Great Duelists, Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Monsters 6, Expert 2, which were confirmed prior. Lots of good games in this collection.
And I see it says and more in there. Maybe we can we get a Sacred Stones remake? That was one of my favorite games. You're walking around town. There's like a little RPG collecting cards. I don't remember the rules of the game, but I remember that 20 years ago. Absolutely adored that game for the Game Boy Advance.
And I think we're even going to have, in just a few moments here, some extra information about that game that you guys are going to be really excited about that we just got. In the early days collection, you have promo cards, quarter century secret revisions of Harpy's Feather Duster, 2 different artworks. Which artwork do you guys want to pull?
It's the right one. The right one's the classic for me. That was in one of the original Game Boy games that I had gotten as a kid, and I would love a quarter century rare of that.
I'm trying to remember which game it was from. I can't. Let's not guess. But yeah, just really iconic artworks there for a card we actually saw used in this very
in that finals.
Take it down the whole back row? Oh my God.
And Ray did manage to win that game. That was the game, so we just saw Harpy's Felidustor. I mean, this is perfect. And the left artwork, I believe, started in Tournament Pack, if I remember correctly. So these are two fantastic artworks. It's a card that sees play in pretty much every single format ever since it's been back at Limited. Such a powerful card. Obviously, we have Heavy Storm and Master Duel as well, but Harpy's Felidustor is the one that hits all of your opponent's cards so extremely powerful.
Yes, and we can confirm that one of those two variants will be included in each physical copy.
Very cool. And that's what I love to see. I love to see that there are old cards that came out 20 plus years ago that are still relevant to today's meta. Well, I mean, that's going to be it. The sequel in Seattle is coming to an end, at least for the Master Duel portion. Next year, we know one team is definitely going to be back.
Absolutely.
Will we see Snipe Hunters back? Will we see another best of 3?
I think we could see a lot of the same teams. 3 of the 4 teams that made the semifinals were back here from last year.
Well, and with that, we do bring the Master Duel category to a close, but there's still TCG action coming your way here at the Yu-Gi-Oh! World Championship 2024. Woo!
Goodbye.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Yu-Gi-Oh! World Championship 2024. It has been such an incredible day all day. I hope everybody enjoyed the finals of the Master Duel event where Team 7 was able to get revenge on the Snipe Hunters from last year. I thought it was an incredible match.
Yeah, it really was. You know, we're still living on that excitement that just happened. We also got to crown our first ever Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Links Rush Duel World Champion, along with the Yu-Gi-Oh! Speed Duel Duel Links World Champion as well. It's just been an amazing day. We also had all those awesome matches for the TCG in day number 1. 28 of the best players gathered here today, and now we're down to the final 2.
Yeah, I've had just so much a range of emotion. I had to hold back my tears up to this point, and we still have one more match to go.
In fact, it is the moment that we've all been waiting for all this weekend. After 7 rounds of Swiss, as well as 2 playoff rounds, we have finally reached the finals of the TCG category, and we are about to meet our 2 duelists. Take it away, Kangas.
Hello, duelists from around the world. Count yourselves among the lucky, for today you get the opportunity to witness greatness. This weekend, dozens entered, but only one will remain and take this trophy as your world champion for TCG/OCG. Without further ado, let's meet our grand finalists. Up first, in the blue chair from Miami, Florida, Ruben Penaranda! And his opponent in the red chair from Peak Hill, New York, Mark Solis! For the first time in history, your grand finalists are both representing North America! Make some noise, fellow duelists, for your TCG/OCG finalists! Casters, take it away!
All right, thank you kindly, Kangas. This is a fantastic matchup. I really can't wait to get this thing started, but we've got a few things to take care of first. Obviously, those decks had to be shuffled first really, really well, because the way those cards come up on top is going to determine the fate of these 2 duelists this weekend. It's been a long road for Mark Solis. It looked for a while that might not even be here, but he's made it to the tournament, and he's absolutely made the most of this experience. So far, undefeated on the weekend with only a draw.
That's right. He came in first after Swiss, but his opponent, Ruben, he started off hot yesterday, winning the first 3 rounds of Swiss. Took a little bit of a bump, unlucky draws there, lost the next 3, but didn't let him get it to him emotionally or mentally. He was able to bounce back, win that last crucial round to give him that chance, that opportunity to make it into top 8, and now he finds himself in the finals against another player from the United States in Mark Solis.
Yeah, Mark Solis has been Jerome's favorite for this entire tournament so far, but he's been really consistent at this point. Ruben has been one of my favorites, but getting that a little bit lacking in the middle part of the tournament, but he caught back up, and now he's made it all the way to the finals.
That's right, and you may know me as a caster, someone who works at Konami now, but I'm also a duelist. And as I've been casting these events for the past couple of years, there's been one player that has been I didn't really know him very well, and it's Ruben. And he's just been coming out of the woodwork, doing so well at all these tournaments, and he really caught my eye. And I was like, this kid is special. He won a couple of Team YCSs with his friends. He's been practicing, playing hard, and now he's made it all the way to the World Championship. I just can't believe it. But either way, no matter who wins, the United States of America will be winning the World Championship this year, but who it's going to be is yet to be determined.
And he's been doing pretty well on the individual YCS circuit as well, has he not? We've been seeing his name in Top Cuts for quite a while now. He's
an extremely consistent player. He's been playing for quite a long time. He's always had the most passion in the room in every single event that he's played. He's made it to the finals at least once in the YCS stage, and now he's made it to the finals of the World Championship, potentially getting his first individual win here at the stage.
It's not a bad one to have as the first one on your resume.
Definitely not. Now you see the players are getting ready, getting shuffled up before game number 1. This will be our last match of the tournament. The event will be over after this. We've already crowned a few world champions, and we have one more to crown here between these 2 players.
You see the records right down there. 8 wins, 0 losses, 1 draw versus 6 wins and 3 losses. If you were in a situation like this, would you rather be the player who's been running hot all weekend and haven't taken a loss yet, or the player who's faced some adversity and been able to pull out of it?
I think it's hard to say. I think at this point, once you've played this many rounds, you've made it up to the world, like the final stage. It doesn't matter what your record is. There's only one more game left to play.
Yep, you got to put those losses behind you or those wins behind you. You can't be too confident just because you've won all your rounds leading up to this. And at the same time, if you lost a few rounds, you can't let those get to you, and you have to remain vigilant, physically and mentally aware and focused before this next match is about to start.
Duelists are getting close to being done with their shuffling there. We see them passing the decks over to each other for their final cuts. Each player will cut their opponent's deck. There we go.
That one last cut, what cut that could mean the most here.
All right.
With that, their fate is set.
The decks have been shuffled. The players are ready. I am just so excited that we're about to crown a new TCG/OCG Yu-Gi-Oh! World Champion. Oh man, this is the most important tournament of the year. This is what the players play for all year, and especially Ruben, you know, he was part of the world's qualifying point playoffs, so you know it was a year-long journey for him, and now he's finally made it up against Mark Solis for the last time of the weekend. It's time to duel.
2, 1, you may begin. I roll.
So here we go. It's game number 1 of the finals of the 2024 Yu-Gi-Oh! World Championship.
Ruben gets to go first here with his Yubel deck. We've seen him take the lead in several games at this point, and the Yubel deck is so strong at going first, it's almost unstoppable.
Ruben, carrying the hopes of Jose along with him, is going to start this duel off.
Matchup is
draw or standby.
Fiendsmith Snake Eye versus Fiendsmith Yubel. Ruben starts off with Samsara D Lotus.
Enough to get the entire combo started on its own, but not nearly as powerful as opening something along the lines of opening of the Spirit Gates. So just only an individual combo, but we're not stopping anything this far.
Yep, since RD Lotus is going to attribute itself to Special Summon Spirit of Yubel from the deck, on Summon Spirit of Yubel is going to let Ruben add or set a card that mentions Yubel, and yep, Nightmare Pain is the go-to here.
Nightmare Pain's being activated. Is there a response? There is no response from Mark. Going to be able to destroy the Spirit of Yubel. Going to resolve Nightmare Pain, adding the Gruesome Grave Squirmer.
Spirit of Yubel's effect is going to activate when it's destroyed to special summon a Yubel from the deck to the field.
Looking an awful lot like a semi-final match so far with no interaction from Mark.
Let's see what Ruben's next move is going to be. It looks like he is going to reveal that Gruesome Grave Squirmer to try and special summon it.
Opting to special summon, special summon and destroy the Yubel.
Probably trying to find more materials to add to the graveyard so he can access Phantom Yubel from that extra deck. So we see Yubel the Terra Incarnate come down.
Can I just double check Squirmer's effect? Go ahead.
Yep, Gruesome Grave Squirmer does have a couple of really good effects, being able to special summon and then destroy if you so choose. When it's in the graveyard, it's also going to be able to banish itself and special summon back a monster later on.
I think Mark taking note of how many summons have been done at this point.
So performing a leak summon here, Ruben's going to send both his monsters to the graveyard to summon the link to Unchained Soul Lord of Yama. That's going to let him add an Unchained monster from his deck to his hand.
There's only one choice, and it is Shivara.
Go ahead and summon Phantom of Yubel.
All right, and now he's going to return the 2 materials required to fusion summon Phantom of Yubel from the extra deck. Phantom Yubel is going to protect him from monster effects, as it can change the monster effect to force to become just to destroy Yubel from the deck. Now, as I said, Gruesome Grave Squirmer is going to banish itself from the graveyard to special summon back Spirit of Yubel. This is a great start here for Ruben.
No responses from Mark up to this point. With the Phantom already on the field, it's going to be way more difficult to get anything through.
Targeting Spirit.
All right, the Shivar is going to destroy Spirit of Yubel. While the on-summon effect is once per turn, the effect when it is destroyed to special summon Yubel from the deck is not, or from the graveyard.
But seeing as he's just put some Yubel monsters back in the deck, might as well get him from there. There's also no once per turn on summoning the Phantom of Yubel, so the more monsters you get, the more Phantoms you can summon.
All right, taking a moment to consider his next move carefully.
Ruben's done this combo several times up to this point, so just has to go through the motions to try to consider what could happen from Mark's side.
A link summon here, going to send both his monsters to the graveyard to summon Unchained Soul of Rage. Since Shavara was sent to the graveyard, that's going to let him set an Unchained Trap card from his deck. It's going to go for Abominable Chamber of the Unchained.
Caster audio? I cannot. Thank you.
Looks like Ruben is shuffling his deck thoroughly now, indicating that he's done with it for the turn. A little bit of a surprise.
He's pretty well insulated right now. Has the Yama in the graveyard, has Unchained Soul of Rage, Phantom View Bell protecting him.
He has not accessed the Fiendsmith part of his engine yet, so I'm surprised he's...
Nope, doesn't look like he is going to get any Fiendsmith cards online, but during the end phase, the Samsara D Lotus is going to come back because Yubel will require something to be tributed during the end phase, or it will go to the graveyard.
Opting to still tribute the Yubel anyway.
Can I read Lotus? Yes.
Let's take another look here at Lotus. It's a bit of a tricky card.
Okay.
Yeah, very rare to see this part of Lotus's effect be activated.
All right, my turn.
Yeah, so a strong start, but missing that other half of the deck here for Ruben, so it's not going to have something like DDD, High Wave King Caesar on the field. We'll see how Mark's going to pilot his Snake Eye strategy through this field.
Now, he didn't interact at all during Ruben's turn, so you got to figure that his hand is full of ways to act instead.
That could be the case here. Divine Temple of the Snake Eye, the first action here from Mark. Picking up half the deck, not in the top half. You know how much I love that.
What do you think the over-under on number of times that the card they're looking for was in the correct half of the deck?
100% of the time it's on the bottom.
Yeah.
But Snake Eyes Diabell Star is going to be placed in that spell and trap zone to be summoned later on. And the next up is Bonfire. Ruben has no response. Bonfire is going to let him add a level 4 or lower Pyro monster, and it's going to be that Snake Eyes Poplar.
Poplar effect is activated in the hand. Special Summon itself is going to be able to activate on the field to add a Snake Eye spell or trap.
Already has the Divine Temple, so he's probably going to be looking to access. Yep, here we go again.
Bottom out.
Original Sinful Spoils of the Snake Eyes.
Now we know because the Unchained Soul Rage is on the field, you can go into Anima, into the zone that it points to.
Will be a good way to force out the Unchained Soul of Rage potentially, but he could also hold off on it since he does have Abominable, but having the Soul of Rage in the spell and trap card zone would be also... Ignore that Bonfire Colossus. It's actually supposed to be Bonfire. So Soul of Rage, yep, going to use right away here on Anima.
Important note, Poplar wasn't activated either.
That's something key to note. Holding off on the Poplar effect.
That is.
Any triggers this turn play? Yeah, Chainlink 1 target. I'm going to go Chainlink 2.
So Chainlink 1, Divine Temple to try and summon the Snake Eye Diabell Star. Chainlink 2, Ruben's SP Knight is going to banish the Snake Eyes Diabell Star from the spell and trap zone. That's huge.
Ruben taking advantage of how turn player priority works here to get the banish off in the way that he wants. But there is a normal summon of Snake Eye Oak.
Snake Eye Oak will let him special summon back that Poplar from the graveyard. But Phantom View Bell might have something to say about it, or SP Little Knight's going to take that Snake Eye Oak off the field temporarily until the end phase, but that means it's going to be harder for Mark to access something like Snake Eyes Flameburst Dragon from the deck without using his original Sinful Spoils. But even still, if he original Sinful Spoils, it's going to be harder to get a couple monsters on the field, since he's already used Snake Eyes Poplar's effect from the hand.
So Ruben's still got that Phantom View Bell on the field, and we also saw that he's got quite a large number of cards in hand.
Yep, and we've been holding that Ash Blossom for the original Sinful Spoil.
That's a huge Ash Blossom and Joyous Ring here from Ruben. I guess that makes a lot of sense. If he doesn't have the Fiendsmith cards, he probably has more points of interaction from his hand there to help with the field that he was able to create in turn number 1.
Looks like it's just going to be a set from Mark.
Wow. So Ruben able to stop Mark from going any further here in his turn.
Mark, could you please straighten up your graveyard? Sure. Thank you. Don't forget to switch your...
Tough start here for Mark.
And the main...
Yep, Mark choosing to end the main phase here, going into battle phase.
Forced to go to battle phase thanks to Nightmare Pain.
Yeah, take 700.
So he's going to take 700 points of damage, reflected back at him.
Main phase 2. End phase.
Ruben gets to have another turn here. SP Little Knight resolves, summoning back the Oak as well as itself.
On that card that's put on. I'm just thinking on mine. And then still in the end phase.
Interesting positioning on Little Knight there. Activates the Abominable Chamber of the Unchained. Special back.
Oh, for the Yama that had not been used yet, getting back the Sharvara.
Things are looking really good here for Ruben in game number 1.
Still in the end phase. Activate Druisworm targeting.
Wow, and he has the Bestial Druisworm on top of it. If things didn't already look really good, they're getting even better.
Ruben opting to go for more of a half field just to really conserve his resources for the following turn because he needs to just do just enough to stop his opponent. And he had confidence with the cards in his hand that he had enough already.
Ash Blossom proving critical there, holding it back until the very last moment to make sure that Mark couldn't get things going.
Standby phase. Main phase 1. Good. You're good.
Moved into the main phase.
Go ahead and link summon these two for Nightmare Phoenix.
First action here from Ruben is a link summon for Nightmare Phoenix, and that's going to be co-linked with SP Little Knight. He'll be able to discard a card to destroy a spell and trap card, and then draw a card.
Target. I'm going to go Druisworm, chain link 2 on pop.
Discards the bigger Yubel. That's great to put in the graveyards because you can use it as material if something happens to that Phantom of Yubel.
It looks like it was just a bluff bonfire, but this Phoenix gets a lot of value of the draw, the effect banishing the Poplar because of the, or not banishing, but sending it to the graveyard because of Druisworm.
Thinking.
Confidently in the driver's seat right now is Ruben. He doesn't want to make any silly mistakes at this point in the duel.
Looks like he's going to make another Phantom of Yubel here.
Returns the materials. Either he wants to protect himself more, or it's just giving another monster on the field to use as a material to continue to link climb. He does have to watch out for maybe a pair of cards, even though Mark only has a pair of cards in hand that could disrupt him.
Yeah, could really only be afraid of Effect Veilers paired with something along the lines of Nibiru the Primal Being. If there was an Infinite Permanence, it would have been set to the field already.
Exactly. So those Phantom Yubels are really putting in a lot of work here. But he is going to send one to the graveyard to special summon Shavara from the hand.
I'll go ahead and enter battle phase.
Oh, opting to enter the battle phase straight up.
Take 900.
Another 900 since Nightmare Pain reflects the damage back at Mark.
-3, -6, yeah. I'm going to attack over. Yep.
It's going to be another 700 points of damage.
54.
Yep.
Not 54, 57.
Not going to be quite enough
Back
here.
19.
Because it's 19, 2000, and another 2000? Oh, actually.
Yeah, it's 59.
It's 59.
Attack for game.
All right, and Ruben takes game number 1 over Mark, and now just one game away from becoming the Yu-Gi-Oh! TCG/OCG World Champion. But you don't see a smile on his face, still stoic, still focused, knows that the job is not done just yet.
Yeah, watching Ruben, it feels like he's so locked in and forces me to just lock into the game with him. And I want to take a moment to note that Yubel has been known to be this explosive strategy, right? When it gets to go first, it really makes the biggest board that it can. And I feel like that's not what Ruben comes here to do today, at least not in game 1. He dedicated most of his deck to be able to break boards and be able to play going second. So he is a little bit lacking in what he wants to do going first, but he's able to do just enough and really conserve his resources and play really close to his chest and just really controlled the state of the game, and he didn't really commit any of his resources to any of those plays, and he was able to play under most of the possible responses that Mark could have had.
For example, a card that I haven't seen this weekend out of any of the Yubel duelists was Rudris, which is one of those things that you associate with kind of the high roll full combo board they have. Haven't seen it at all once this weekend, and whether that's just not playing at all or just deciding that going with that more measured approach is better. That's how it's turned out, and it's worked very well so far.
Yeah, I definitely like the mid-range kind of strategy here from Ruben, but at the same time, Mark hasn't lost a round yet. He did have one draw, but I'm sure he may have dropped a couple of game 1s throughout the tournament, but now he's diving into his side deck. This is where things can change up. He knows he's going to go first, so that's already, going to feel a little more comfortable, but Yubel is one of those decks that you might be able to target down from your side deck. Going into the World Championship, these were the top 2 decks that players were looking at to be the top contenders after seeing that combined Forbidden and Limited list from the OCG and TCG. And so they're definitely prepared for these matchups here in the finals.
I second what he's saying. If I try and focus on it, you can definitely hear them. Okay, yeah, that's right.
See if it comes back.
So it's certainly not Mark's first matchup against UBEL. Probably not even the first one that he didn't get to go first in.
Yeah, you know, there is going to be that big disparity, at least in game one, but post side, you have a lot more options available too, especially when you know you're going second in a matchup like that. He just has to be able to win going first in the game that he can control.
Yeah, I'm also going to just request that maybe our commentary audio be turned off in the studio, because I think the value of the players having integrity is more important than the audience being able to hear our conversation here right now. So I'll take a moment and see if anyone could listen to that request, but we are excited to be here in the finals, but we are also trying to be quiet because the players are picking us up.
Sorry, sleeves are getting caught.
The tension is palpable in this room right now. You could cut it with a knife.
I'll go first. Good luck.
Mark will be going first here in the second game.
Looks like the players are mostly ready here, just waiting for the go-ahead.
Win or lose, this will be Mark's only chance to go first in this duel, so he's going to need to make it count.
All right, it's time to do it. The duelists have side deck. They've shuffled up, and it's going to be game number 2 here at the Yu-Gi-Oh! World Championship 2024 in Seattle, Washington.
Grand Finals.
Yep.
So we have our check for Perulia here. It's not there.
Oh, we get to finally see the Fiendsmith engine here. Marxwell's going to be able to lead with the Fiendsmith engraver.
I guarantee you the track is not in that top half of the deck. I knew that was coming. Just pick the whole thing up at once. It was actually the bottom card, so imagine how quick that would have been. But neither here nor there. Fiendsmith's track is in the hand here for Mark Shelley's engraver. We finally see in here the finals. Fiendsmith's track's going to let him add a light fiend from the deck to the hand. Then he's going to have to discard a card. It's usually going to be Fabled Lure, but since he's adding engraver, that might
he already
mean
has Lure.
he already has Fabled Lure in the hand. Since Fabled Lure was discarded to the graveyard, it's going to special summon itself back to the field.
Now, already having used engraver from the hand, you might think that's pretty useless in the hand, but actually it's an additional light fiend that you can use for track's grave effect.
That's right, the track grave effect only fuses from hand to field, while the sequence one fuses from the graveyard.
Requiem going to tribute itself, summon another copy of engraver from the deck.
I'll use Requiem effect.
The Requiem equips itself now, and there is the Wanted.
The one cop of Wanted, Seeker of the Sinful Spoils coming down.
Will there be a DUEL star in the top half of the deck? There will not.
It's a fun little minigame, though. You remember Pegasus's Prophecy card, where you had to guess if the monster about to be summoned is above or below 2,000?
It's very similar.
Kind of reminds me of that. Is it in the top or the bottom half of the deck?
All right, Wanted, I'm sorry, DUEL star is going to send the Requiem to special summon itself, using its effect, going to go ahead and set. 0 lessons learned.
It's only been 3 times this game.
0-4 in this match.
Sets the original Sinful Spoils. Gonna link away both his monsters to Fiendsmith sequence.
Sequence going to be shuffling back the Fiendsmith Requiem, as well as, looks like one of the engravers, more likely the Lure. Yep, going to commit to the Lure here. To fusion summon Fiendsmith Lacrima.
Lacrima's target engraver.
Engraver's going to hit the field off of Lacrima's effect.
All right, and now Ruben is picking up his cards, and he's got Nibiru, the Primal Being, and it's going to hit the Earth.
Yep, with all those monsters on the field, there was a chance he could go directly into Appaloosa Bow of the Goddess. Ruben, knowing that is an option, drops Nibiru, the Primal Being here.
Mark not necessarily happy with this, but at least he hasn't used his original Sinful Spell yet. He still has the effect of Lacrima to hit for 1,200.
Puts back one of those engravers.
68 cheerful. Yeah.
Mark no longer has to worry about the Nibiru now that it's already resolved. He can use the effective engraver in his graveyard. Oh, but there is a Druid Worm as well.
This could be huge. Bestial Druid Worm's going to banish the engraver that's trying to come back from the graveyard.
Despite their limited status, the Bestials here have been huge all throughout the weekend, both in the TCG and in Master Duel.
When there's only one of them, you can really feel their impact.
Sure can, especially if it's a Magna button. Suddenly there's two of them.
The impact of Nibiru, the impact of the Bestials, huge here in the finals. A tribute summon for the Fiendsmith engraver that he added off the Fiendsmith's track.
He needs a face-up card, so he's going to be able to use the effective sequence now and then send it with the original Sinful Spoils. Will there be a response from Ruben? Doesn't seem like it. Okay, the chances are pretty high he finds one in the top half this time, but... No.
I regret to inform you, he's heading to the bottom half of the deck for the one of Snake Eye Ash.
Snake Eye Ash effect is going to let him add that Snake Eyes Poplar to the hand, special summon itself to the field.
Poplar going to be able to add likely the Divine Temple of the Snake Eye. He picked up the whole deck this time. I want to point that out.
Now that it was right on top, perfect timing. Divine Temple of Snake Eyes is now in the hand for Mark Solis. He's still going to want to clear this board. He doesn't want Ruben to start his turn with two monsters on the field.
Forced to use...
The Bellstar is now in the Spell and Trap zone.
Unfortunately, both effects of Sequence and Requiem have been used, so Engraver will not likely have anything to equip to itself to use its effect. So now we're going to be using Ash with the Dia Bellstar in order to... Seems like he's eyeing Snake Eyes Oak.
Target Ash.
Oak hits the field, targeting the Ash to special summon it back from the graveyard. So now Mark's only tools to really remove Ruben's field efficiently, it will likely be that SP Little Knight, and because of that, he's going to be likely prioritizing the Druid Worm.
So he also has a Flamebird's Dragon. He could just potentially push back that Druid Worm.
But then he wouldn't be able to set up anything for himself.
Yeah,
so
it's a tough call.
Still has two cards in his hand. He would have two cards going to Ruben, drawing up to 4. Yeah, it feels like he's got to have something on this end board, but we'll see what it is.
Yeah, I mean, we talk about how strong these cards in hand can be. All it takes is one card to do the full combo, so you need multiple points of interaction here to make sure that Ruben's plays are stymied enough.
Stymied, good word.
I took the SAT.
I will Flamberg target Druid Swarm.
Yep, looks like the Flamberg is going to push the Druid Swarm back into the Spell and Trap zone.
Just straight back in there. I like these cards where the cards move back and forth between the rows.
Yes, the
Centurion,
motion.
Valence, the Snake Eye cards.
The motion feels really nice.
It does. Like when you're playing it, it just feels good to push your cards forward so that they can attack.
All right, now we're going to see a Link summon here for Hida. There are no fire monsters in Ruben's graveyard, but just trying to get that Flamebirdge into the graveyard so he can bring back a couple of level 1s. It's going to be Snake Eye Oak and Snake Eyes Poplar.
Still having to deal with the Nibiru at this point, but you do have the freedom to use SP Little Knight. But using it now means you don't have it for IP Masquerade later to get the additional value from the banish on your opponent's turn. You still have its on-field effect, of course, but just really minimizing the amount of full responses that you could have.
Yep, definitely the next move is going to be a Link summon here for Promethean Princess, Bestower of Flames. It's going to bestow Flames to reignite Snake Eyes Flamebird's Dragon from the graveyard.
And now what? Currently locked under fire monsters. No Desiree there to negate Promethean Princess, as we've seen many times.
Oh, well, we did see this before from Mark. He still plays the Raging Phoenix.
I love Salaman, great Raging Phoenix. It's a good Link 4 fire you can go into. It's also great at finishing games. Let's see if he's going to link it away for World Sea Dragons Atlantis here, or if he's just going to continue his progression of plays.
That would be another way to actually remove this Nibiru without having to waste the SP Little Knight.
It does look like that is what Mark is considering. Yep, he's going to use World Sea Dragon's Blade. It's going to banish all monsters on the field, then special summon them back. Mark gets to choose if they go face up, face down, all their positions. But since that Nibiru is special summoned, Ruben special summoned a monster which will activate the effect of Promethean Princess to destroy the Snake Eyes Flameburst Dragon and the Nibiru, the Primal Being.
Now he can use the Raging Phoenix just to put another monster on the field.
Looks like he is going to do just that. Since a fire monster was destroyed, the Salamangreat Raging Phoenix special summons back from the graveyard and gains the attack of the monster destroyed. But chances are it'll be used as a link material here, and that is the case because he wants to get that princess back into the graveyard.
Mark really burning through the fire monsters in his extra deck, but he had a plethora of them.
Now he's going to use Snake Eyes Diabell Star to place Flameburst Dragon from the graveyard in the spell and trap zone and special summon itself out to the main monster zone.
And he still has the 2 non-link monsters needed to summon IP Masquerena.
I don't know if I've ever seen this board state before, but having to play through Nibiru and Druiswurm, you have to be able to adapt on the fly and find still a strong board at that, because the way to deal with IP is to go to battle phase, but he has the World Sea Dragon's Lantis co-linked with the Nightmare Phoenix, so if he tries to go to battle, he can destroy monsters at any point in the battle phase.
Exactly, and he still has the Flamebridge in the spell and trap zone, so he didn't even lose access to it because of the Divine Temple. So anytime Ruben would summon a monster, he can push up that Flamebridge and then still has access to a powerful Little Knight while also getting back all the advantage from your graveyard.
Beautiful play here from Mark Solis.
It's a really smart field, smart line of play, and it's not something you usually see because you associate these cards with finishing the duel on turn 3 or beyond.
Indeed. Let's see what he got off of that draw from Wanted Seeker, the Sinful Spoils.
Just going to be a pass back here.
All right, Ruben draws 4 cards in hand versus Zealantis, Nightmare Phoenix, IP Masquerena, the Divine Temple of the Snake Eye, and a spell card version of Snake Eyes Flameburst Dragon. And he starts off with Fiendsmith and Graver.
Oh, but there is an Ash Blossom to meet it. That was going to be one of the more powerful effects because it was going to demand answers immediately as soon as it hits the field alongside a Requiem.
Has he got the throne? He does.
Nightmare Throne for Ruben. He baited out the Ash, and now he's free to either destroy or add from his deck. Probably going to destroy Spirit of Yubel, if I had to guess. But I've been wrong before, but nope, this time I'm right. It is Spirit of Yubel being destroyed, so he's going to try and special summon a Yubel from the deck.
The faster that he could put up the Phantom Yubel, the faster that he could answer the IP Masquerena.
Yeah, I'll target.
All right, since the monster was summoned, Divine Temple of the Snake Eye is going to allow Mark Solis to push forward that Snake Eyes Flameburst Dragon into the main monster zone.
All right, so now going into the Phantom of Yubel, which will likely force the Princess in the graveyard. Doesn't seem to it.
Normal summon Samsara D. Lotus. You can tribute that off the field to special summon a Yubel monster from the deck.
Trying to find that other copy of Spirit of Yubel. Found it.
Now he's going to use the effect to set Nightmare Pain from the deck.
Nightmare Pain is activated, going to be able to use its effect here. It looks like Mark has no responses. He needs to force out the Phantom of Yubel at some point if he wants to get the value out of his IP Masquerena.
Back to Spirit in the graveyard. Okay.
Can you flip the green card to red, please?
Sorry.
Thank you. This is a very tense duel. So much on the line.
What'd you switch off there?
I have to remind myself to breathe every few seconds while I'm watching this.
Yeah, so it feels like we're so invested. We're just kind of watching. We forget to talk about it a little bit.
Mark Solis taking a moment to figure out if this is where he wants to try and use his Flameburst Dragon effect or the IP Masquerena.
I wish I could hear their internal monologues right now.
I'll use IP.
It is IP that is going to start. Yeah, just like the anime, kind of.
Exactly.
That's like a key part of the anime is those internal monologues. But Phantom Yubel is going to chain link 2 to IP Masquerena to change the effect to destroy Yubel from the deck. Looks like he's thinking about destroying Spirit of Yubel again.
Yep, that's going to be Spirit of Yubel destroyed. Let's see if he has another monster to summon off of it.
Anything here?
Doesn't look like it. So he'll reveal Gruesome Gravescorn to spell summon that from the hand and destroys Yubel. And now he's going to use Yubel's effect. Special summoning the Terra Incarnate.
Now, I haven't seen an Ultimate Nightmare the entire weekend, but this could be a... If you can take this Terra Incarnate off the field and have it summon nothing in return, that could be huge.
Well, I think that's why he's been holding Nightmare Throne's effect, right?
Right. That's right, he hasn't used it yet. Okay.
He's been saving it for this princess that he knows is lurking in Mark's graveyard.
Yeah, he's trying his best, but there's still plenty of interaction here from Mark's side of things.
The Zealantis is really troublesome just sitting there on the field.
Yeah, you can't go straight into the battle phase now. Not that the IP Masquerade is much more of a threat.
Yep, he might be considering Princess here. Yama on summon will activate the effect to add an Unchained monster. It's going to be that Shavara.
Farah ends up in Ruben's hand here. Just the sole Lord Yama so far. He has the ability to use the Gruesome Swarmer.
Incarnate and Spirit of Yubel.
But before that, another Phantom Yubel.
Yeah, oh man, you would think that he wanted to maybe get that Princess effect out before another Phantom touchdown.
The effect of Phantom is once per turn, right? To negate? Or to switch the effect?
No, I don't think, is it? It might be, yeah, it might actually be. You can summon multiple return, but the effect is only once per turn. That's right, because you have to use infinite permanents when they have two. So he'll be okay. He's just going to use it as a material.
Or it doesn't target. Banish. Yeah, you're good.
Yep, banishes Gruesome Grave Squirmer to special summon back Spirit of Yubel.
Activate. Target.
Sharvara is going to go after that Spirit of Yubel.
I'll go Chain Link 1, Chain Link 2. You're good.
Nightmare Throne's effect has not been used. And now it will be, so he's going to be able to set the trap from the deck and special summon a Yubel of a different level from Spirit of Yubel. One up or one down, and it is going to be the Terra Incarnate yet again.
The Terra Incarnate from the Nightmare Throne, and then from the Spirit of Yubel back to the Yubel that was shuffled into the deck earlier? Yep.
From the graveyard.
Luckily, Spirit of Yubel can summon from anywhere.
Anything here? Nope. No Link summon.
Ruben finding a way here. Gonna make Anguish. Anguish will let him use one of Mark's monsters as a material.
Do you have any triggers?
Yeah, this is what I was talking about earlier. Ruben's deck plays a lot of these cards that are not typically in the extra deck, choosing to have more utility going second than utility going first.
You have to do something about this
now
Anguish.
or never here.
I don't think Mark was prepared for this. He would never expect Anguish in the Yubel strategy.
Yeah, I'll use Princess. Targets. Targets. Feinberg.
That's going to resolve.
Flamebridge is going to be able to add back or summon back multiple level 1s from the graveyard, but Anguish is also going to be able to add back one of those fiends.
I'm going to go.
And the Princess being co-linked with the Zealantis means now there are 3 monsters that are co-linked, so that'll be more cards that can destroy during the battle phase potentially. Ruben's going to use Yama's effect to banish itself from the graveyard since the card was destroyed and summon back a fiend.
Anguish put back one of those Phantom Yubels.
Oak and Poplar come from the graveyard to the field thanks to Snake Eyes Flamebird's Dragon. Anguish comes back thanks to Yama. Expertly played here from Ruben.
He's played into many Snake Eye fields up to this point. He knows what he's looking for.
Oak's going to add Snake Eye Ash from the hand. And wouldn't you know it, the original Sinful Spoils is on the bottom where he put it.
I'll activate Anguish targeting World's Easy Lantis.
Yep, this is looking good for Ruben. He's going to link away those Zealantis for Access Code Talker, targeting his Anguish, so it's going to gain 3,000 attack.
And that's a lot of Yubels with a lot of Nightmare Pain.
Attack you, take 27.
Going to attack into the Promethean Princess. The damage is reflected, the damage is reflected, the damage is reflected, and that's it! Ruben wins your 2024 TCG/OCG Yu-Gi-Oh! World Champion from the United States is Ruben Peñaranda! just incredible. You see the camaraderie between the two players from the United States, but Ruben, for the next year, will be the reigning Yu-Gi-Oh! TCG OCG World Champion, ripping it off the pedestal, not waiting for it to be handed. He's taking his trophy. The emotion is incredible. I just can't believe it.
This has been one of the most storied weekends ever in Yu-Gi-Oh! history.
I'm at a loss for words. Incredible. Incredible is the only word I have to describe this.
I could not think of a more deserving champion.
He has been on my radar. He has just been doing so well for so long. He's had the right mentality. He's gone to regional after regional from all around North America. He's gone to YCS after YCS, winning YCS with his friends, but this has to mean the world to him. Absolutely amazing. Just overwhelmed with emotion. It's like kind of like a cascade of emotions that hit you. It's not just because you won, because you're just so focused, always focusing on the next round. It's not over till it's over. The job isn't done until you finally finish the tournament, till you finally won. And then when you finally hit that moment, and it's just a waterfall of emotions. Just congratulations to Ruben Peñaranda.
Got to give him a sec to get all these emotions through, letting it settle in.
There he is, representing the United States of America. And after so many years of the United States not being able to claim that World Championship trophy, we've now won 2 years in a row, back-to-back World Championships for the United States, and couldn't have happened to a more deserving player. Just absolutely incredible. We've seen him on feature match before against Jose a couple times, one of his friends. He's always playing his friends, and to walk away with the title, like I said, the only word I have to describe this year, World Championship, is incredible.
It's a tremendous accomplishment, and he really did it the hard way too, right? He went through all those different events and made it to the points playoffs, and you've done the points grind to get those points to make it to the World Championship that way. Can you talk a little bit about that experience and like how difficult it really is?
Oh, it is incredibly difficult. You can't take any weekends off. You have to go to regional after regional, travel all around America. You go to all the YCSs. You want to make sure you're doing your best. And not only are you traveling and playing every weekend, during the week, you're having to prepare. You're trying to master each and every format as new cards come out. As Forbidden and Limited lists change, you have to adapt and find a new way to play. This isn't the same list that he did well with the points playoffs. Throughout the year when he's going to the regionals, that's also changed. There's been so many different strategies that have come and gone, and now there's Fiendsmith, Ubel. I mean, this isn't even the same deck that he qualified with at the NAWCQ. He had to adapt in the months leading up from there till now, and yeah, just it's so difficult to play and qualify through the points playoffs. And then he even did well at the NAWCQ after he was already qualified.
Yeah, this is about versatility, right? When you're playing so often, you have to be able to adapt. You have to be able to switch decks on the fly. And I don't think you put into context what it means to play every single weekend. It's not you're playing one regional weekend. You're going from one regional in one city one weekend. The next day, you're in a different city in a different regional.
You have jobs, you have school, you have all that stuff, and you still spend all of your weekends on the road. It really is incredible dedication. Let's talk to our champion.
Thank you, casters. I am live on the players stage with our WCS 2024 TCG OCG World Champion, Ruben Peñaranda. Ruben, this is a big moment for you. It's over, the job's done, and this is real. And I want to start off by just getting your immediate reactions to winning this World Championship.
This isn't real. This year has been insane. It's had a lot of ups and downs. Yeah, it's just not real. The one thing I can say is I wouldn't be here without the help of all my friends. The ones that are here, the ones that aren't, the ones that are at home watching, rooting for me, sending me messages. It's who I do it for. This wasn't for me. It's not for me, Bell. It's for you, Bell.
ありがとうございます。今の率直な感情など、今考えていることを教えてください。そのことで、もう本当現実的な、もう現実とは思えないぐらい今ものすごく感動しております。ちょっともう仲間、もう友達、そして母国の方で待っている。見てくれている人たちがいなかったらもう自分はここにいないと思います。もう今もまだ自分がもうここに立っていることを信じられません。
Now, Ruben, you mentioned it's been a crazy year. It has been a crazy year for you. You were telling me your schedule. You've been traveling all summer, going from work to event to work to event. You haven't even been home more than a couple of days in the last few months. How have you managed to find the time even to prepare for an event like this?
Like I say often, if you're near me, you know this, Yu-Gi-Oh's like a job. The days you want to play it are the days you have to clock in the most. You just go in, practice every day, have great friends around you that keep you motivated. That's pretty much it.
もうここ数ヶ月間もう家に帰ったのが数日というほどいろいろなスケジュールで大会に参加していたと聞いたのですが、それらの時間をどうやって作ったのですかという質問に対してもう自分にとっては遊戯王はもう仕事みたいなものであり、それに対してもう真摯に向き合っていくだけです。本当もう仲間やみんなのサポートがなかったらもうここまではできていないと思います。
Now, Ruben, you mentioned that you didn't do this for yourself. You're wearing the flag. You've been representing the region. Last year is Pauly. This year it's you. What does this mean for the reputation of the region that you're representing at the international stage?
Like all of us in the US and North America know, we're no one to scoff at. I think we proved it in the last 2 years. That's pretty much it.
そうですね。去年としても今年としても自分、地域としての優勝となっておりますが、それに対してのコメントとかありますかというところで、自分たちがもうここにもう立っているっていうところで、自分たちのもう存在ということをある種、ここで証明できているのではないかと思います。
Ruben, final question for you. Not only were you doing it for the region, you said in your semifinals match you were doing it for Jose. So what message do you have for Jose out there and anybody else at home who's been cheering and supporting you along the journey?
Thank you. I love you all. Like I said multiple times, I couldn't have done this without you. This is a stressful thing to do. It's a stressful environment. If you don't have people supporting you, you can't get through it. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. It was not alone.
さっきも、名前を言ってくれたホセ君や、自分たちの母国で待っている友達や仲間などに何か伝えたいことはありますかという質問に関してもうみんな心から愛している。もう本当にありがとう。君たちがいなかったら自分はここに立つことはできなかったと何度も繰り返すことになるけれども、本当そのサポートによって自分はここにいると言ってます。
Congratulations once again, Ruben. All the duelists better make some noise for your TCG OCG 2024 World Champion! And with that said, we're going to send it back over to the casters.
Congratulations, Ruben. Truly a deserving champion if ever there was one.
Definitely. I mean, I think back to that first team, YCS, that he won. It was one of the Latin America events, but we actually broadcasted from the Konami studios. It was early in the morning. We were tired, but we were excited when we saw his team was going to be there in the finals. And after they won, I remember talking with you, Asala. I was like, wow, finally he got it. Someone who wasn't able to get one of those wins yet, but was on the outside looking in and deserved it. And to go from there just in a short while, a couple years later, maybe almost a year and a half, to be walking away as the pinnacle of Hugo. It doesn't get higher than this. Winning the World Championship, just incredible. And if I know Ruben at all, tonight a celebration, tomorrow celebration, going back home. But then after that, he's going to be coming back next year at the World Championship. That's when the testing starts immediately. He's already going to be focusing on trying to win 2 in a row. But for now, it's celebration only.
Yeah, he is about that passion. He's about that grind. It's never a day off here. He knows he already has another job to do. He's coming back for the World Championship next year, and he has to try to win again.
It's a long time between now and then. There's going to be all sorts of different cards, new strategies, all sorts of things to master. Plenty of YCS's regionals. He's going to be playing a lot over the next year, and we hope that everybody out there is going to play a lot as well. Next year, it could be you. You can see that if you put in the work, you put in the effort, you play test a lot, you learn all the cards, learn all the strategies, you can do it. Even if you're just a beginner now, eventually you can make it all the way.
Yep, it only starts with a dream and some friends and some hope. You could just be out there. Maybe you're playing at your OTS. You're watching from the watch parties that we have going all around the world, and you're cheering for our United States champion. this could be you next year. The only person stopping you is you. You have to put the time in, the practice, as you mentioned. If you enjoy Yu-Gi-Oh, that's all that matters. And you can also be someone who can compete at the World Championship. Maybe you'll be the next Ruben. Maybe you'll be the next Asala, the next Jerome, the next Billy. Who knows? You have the power. All you have to do is practice, play, and believe in the heart of the cards.
Well, you probably want to be the next Ruben since he won the World Championship and we didn't.
Hey, you are, what I'm trying to say is you are who you are and you have to believe in yourself.
I believe Ruben is like the perfect example of that. He has been around for so long at this point. He's been trying so hard to get to that point. He never gave up, and now he is the world champion.
And an expertly played match, too, in this last one.
Yeah, and this was not an easy World Championship to win. The competition was fierce. 28 of the best players from all around the world competing. It was 7 rounds of Swiss. He started off 3-0, hit a speed bump with the next few rounds, but was able to remain focused, not get discouraged, because if you win three in a row and lose the next 3, that can get in your head. That could make you think, well, maybe I just got lucky, or maybe I just got unlucky in those 3 rounds. And he had to win that last round of Swiss to make sure he could make it here. He needed to rely on some things to go his way in that last round, some certain players to lose to make sure he could make it in the top 8. And all you can do is put yourself in the best position to win, and that's what he did all year long, and it paid off here in the end.
Yeah, he had to go up against his opponent in the finals who was undefeated up until that point in the tournament. So that was already having to face against someone that you had previously lost to in Swiss, that means, right?
Mm-hmm. And Mark has a lot to be proud of this weekend as well. His performance was really incredible, just running through day 1 with no losses. And he was able to defeat Yuto as well, a very tough player with that Fire King Snake Eye deck in the Fiendsmith Fire King Snake Eye deck in the semifinals as well.
Yeah, big shout outs to Yuto. I was cheering for you, buddy, but I'm really excited for Ruben. But yeah, we had 3 different decks in the top 4. Really cool to see. And if you told me when UBEL came out many, many years ago that one day it would win a world championship, I don't know if I would have believed you, but here we are in 2024, and the Fiendsmith UBEL is the winning deck at the World Championship.
Yeah, there's been a lot of firsts in the World Championship this year, but I think one thing that we just got to miss out on is a clean sweep. There still has not been someone that has gone completely undefeated, so you guys watching out there, that could be you.
It's been a good weekend for North America as well. Just in general, before this final match, we saw the match between Team 7 from North America and Team Snipe Hunters from Europe as well. And that was a very dominant performance by Team 7 against the team that defeated them in the finals last year.
Yeah, that was epic to see a rematch of the finals from the previous year, but different result this time around. You knew that Team 7 was going to come back with a vengeance, and indeed they did. Ryan was not happy with the way his cards landed in his hand there in the finals last year, but this year he was dominant in the finals. He didn't drop a game, and it was just fantastic to watch Team 7 walk away. But big shout out to Team Snipe Hunters. I mean, to win last year, come back this year, and make it back to the finals, that's no fluke.
Are we going to get the trilogy next year in Master Duel? I feel like it's a real possibility.
We could, but you're going to stick around till next year. But we are going to toss it for the final ceremony and the awarding of the trophies. Take it away, Kangas.
Duelists from around the world, it is with great privilege that I can announce to you for the first time ever all together on stage, your Yu-Gi-Oh! World Championship 2024 new reigning champions! Up first for Yu-Gi-Oh! Dueling's Rush Duel, Marc-Andre Ladouceur Kirkor. For Yu-Gi-Oh! Dueling's Speed Duel, Sebastian Villarroel. For Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel, representing Team 7, Jesse Cotton, Raymond Dye, and Team Captain Ryan Yu. And for TCG/OCG, Ruben Penaranda! Give it up, duelists in the arena, for your world champions! And next up, we would like to give a warm welcome to every single duelist that participated this weekend. Please take to the stage so we can give one final celebration together.
to everybody around the world, wherever you are watching, however you are watching. These duelists on stage are the best of the best, representing their regions with pride. Give it up one more time, everybody, for all of your world's competitors! All right, stage has settled. Let's send it back over to the casters to close us out.
All right, thank you, Kangas. This has truly been an excellent weekend, and thank you to all the duelists who came out here, who put on such a great show for all of us here and everybody watching all around the world. Thanks, of course, to our OTS stores that are hosting the World Championship celebrations and watch parties. We saw you up there on the big screen having a good time playing in this World Championship format and supporting your friends and your champions as they competed here on the world stage. I hope you all had a great time as well this weekend. Thank you, of course, to you, Billy and Isala, for helping out with all of the TCG and OCG commentary this weekend. I want to shout out the rest of our caster teams as well, who did a fantastic job over on Master Duel and both versions of Duel Links. It has been a really tremendous weekend, and we couldn't have done it without the support of all of you and the support of our sponsors as well. We'd like to thank Alienware, Logitech, Calpico, Durocha, as well as Knightsbridge Industries, Fnatic, and of course Cubus, who created these wonderful acrylics and trophies that our champion players have just picked up. Gentlemen, any final thoughts as we thank our sponsors here?
Oh, it's been an incredible weekend, but this is the beginning of the next season. The regionals are already underway for the next NAWCQ, but thank you to everyone. It's going to be an incredible year of Yu-Gi-Oh! The past year was amazing. I can't wait to see you at the next Yu-Gi-Oh! World Championship in 2025.
See you next year.
Come to the final day.